In the heart of Whitechapel, where fog clung to the streets like an unwelcome shroud, life unfolded in shadows, grimy alleys, dimly lit taverns, and cramped dwellings that barely housed the dreams of their weary occupants. Each day began with the mournful cry of the hawker, peddling wares, while mothers hurried their children past butcher shops reeking of stale blood and despair. Here the cobblestones echoed with tales of hardship, intertwined with whispered hopes, forging a community nestled within the grip of bleakness. Tattered remnants of a forgotten society flitted through the streets as the sun struggled to pierce the heavy gloom. Women with hollow eyes exchanged furtive glances, their lives dictated by poverty and desperation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a palpable tension enveloped the district, heralding a night teeming with latent fears. Life in Whitechapel, fraught with survival, would soon awaken to unspeakable horrors that would shatter even the most resilient spirits. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants, the shadows were gathering, ready to unleash a terror that would leave indelible scars on their fragile lives. The morning fog still clung to the crevices of Whitechapel like a thick shroud, suffocating the air with the stench of decay and desperation. It was here, in an unassuming side alley off Bucks Row, that a horrified passerby stumbled upon a sight that would reverberate throughout London. The lifeless body of Mary Ann Nichols lay sprawled across the cobblestones, her clothes torn and stained, the remnants of a life filled with struggle and hope. Blood pooled around her like a tragic halo, painting a stark picture against the drab gray of her surroundings. As word spread, the quiet whispers of dismay became violent gasps of horror. The vibrant chatter of the marketplace dulled, replaced by uneasy silence and fearful glances. At the heart of this chaos, Constable Elias Grayson was called to the scene, his heart racing as he braced himself for the grim task ahead. The quest for justice had abruptly begun, tethered to the turbulent lives of those who dared to survive in the shadows. In the somber light of dawn, Mary Ann Nichols lay lifeless, her dreams extinguished. Once a woman of spirit, her days were filled with the grit of survival in a world indifferent to her plight. Memories flickered through the fog of her past, barefoot adventures along muddy streets, laughter shared with friends, and fleeting moments of dignity. Yet the relentless grip of poverty twisted her aspirations into mere wisps of longing. As a streetwalker, Mary Ann navigated the alleys of Whitechapel, her heart burdened with the weight of her choices. Underneath the gritty facade lay a resilience born of hope, a flicker she clung to as shadowy figures surrounded her at night. The chill in the air now felt heavy, tainted by the nearness of death. Those who knew her, even the barely acquainted, would gather in hushed tones, piecing together memories as they struggled to comprehend the unfathomable horror that had invaded their lives. Anxiety draped over the district like a choking fog, emerging more palpably with each grim discovery that Grayson was determined to unravel. Elias Grayson stood on the rain-drenched cobblestones of Whitechapel, the fog curling around him like a shroud as he absorbed the weight of his surroundings. The rhythmic clatter of horse hooves echoed through the narrow alleys, but his focus remained unyielding. A listless energy pulsated in the air, an undercurrent of fear and urgency that echoed the despair etched on the faces of the locals. Today, beneath the grime and shadows, he felt something shift, a hushed determination surging through the city, igniting a fire in his gut. His uniform hung heavy on him, a stark reminder of the responsibility he bore. Elias had entered the force hoping to bring order to chaos, yet his idealism was quashed by the brutal realities of this place. As he made his way to the station, he couldn't shake the images of those he would serve, their struggles and resilience beckoning him to delve deeper. Perhaps amidst the enveloping darkness, he was destined to uncover more than just the grisly truth of the Ripper. He would forge a path toward justice for those who had been silenced. Little did he know, the secrets beneath Whitechapel's surface were waiting to ensnare him, drawing him closer to the heart of a darkness far beyond his comprehension. As night enveloped Whitechapel, whispers of dread swept through its narrow streets. In dimly lit corners, the locals exchanged hushed words about the recent murder, speculation hanging in the air like the thick fog that rolled off the Thames. "Did you hear?" one woman murmured to her companion, glancing around nervously. They say it's a monster stalking us, a fiend lurking in the shadows. Fear gripped the heart of the community. Superstitions flourished, and eyes darted toward every looming figure. Children clung to their mothers, while men gathered in huddled groups, sharing their own chilling theories, each more fantastical than the last. Grayson, striding through the chaos, sensed the pervasive panic gnawing at their sanity. This was no ordinary investigation. It was a battle against collective terror. He resolved to quell the unrest and restore a sense of safety. But could he unravel the web of fears before the darkness claimed another life? The morning air hung thick with the stench of decay, mingling with the ever-present fog that shrouded Whitechapel. Constable Elias Grayson was once again swallowed by the chaos at the scene where Marianne Nichols met her brutal fate. As the coroner's team began their grim work, he couldn't help but feel the monumental weight pressing down on him. Shouts erupted from the gathered crowd, a maelstrom of emotions tinged with fear and outrage, their voices blending into a cacophony that only heightened his resolve. Grayson surveyed the scene with a practiced eye, noting the disorder and the frayed nerves of his fellow officers. The frequent failures of the Metropolitan Police gnawed at him, yet within that chaos lay fragments of clarity. These women, real lives snuffed out, were more than mere statistics. Somewhere amid the outcry, a thread of truth awaited discovery, and he felt an insatiable pull toward it, an unyielding need to unravel the darkness strangling his community. His thoughts turned toward the discussions he'd overheard, whispers in the alleys, secrets shared in the shadows, clues waiting to be uncovered. Grayson understood that it was in the unsaid, in the quiet fears of the women of Whitechapel, that he might find the key to this macabre puzzle. Grayson stood beside the hastily draped canvas that concealed the fresh horror beneath it, the scent of decay and despair weighing heavily in the damp air. With each meticulous detail laid before him, the coroner's voice rang out, delivering grim findings that would chill the souls of even the hardiest hearts. Blood stained the cobblestones, mere remnants of a fierce struggle that had led to a young woman's last breath. The victims weren't mere statistics. They were once vibrant lives woven into the fabric of Whitechapel, now reduced to whispers and shudders among the populace. Severe lacerations to the throat, the coroner stated, examining the gory evidence with a dispassionate gaze. Grayson felt his resolve deepen. He couldn't let their stories fade into anonymous shadows. As the coroner continued detailing the brutality, the storm of public outrage loomed on the horizon, mingling fear with a desperate need for answers. In that tense moment, Grayson's obsession ignited anew, propelling him deep into the path of darkness that awaited just beyond the veil of chaos. A soft gust of wind mingled with the chilling whispers of the night as Sarah approached Constable Grayson, her figure a silhouette against the flickering gaslight. The grime of the streets clung to her, yet it was the glint in her eyes that drew his attention, a blend of defiance and desperation that resonated with his own turmoil. "You're looking for the truth, aren't you?" she asked, her voice low and steady. "I can help you find it." Grayson hesitated, his instincts warning him of the dangerous path ahead, yet unable to dismiss the opportunity that lay before him. Together, they navigated the labyrinth of Whitechapel, Sarah effortlessly weaving between the shadows, showing Grayson where the forgotten and overlooked whispered their secrets. Here, the darkness cocooned them, an unspoken pact between the constable and the woman who knew the depth of the streets more intimately than any officer could. Just then, a distant cry shattered the stillness, igniting a shared urgency that propelled them forward into the very heart of terror that gripped their world. The grim shadows of Whitechapel deepened as fear settled like an unwelcome fog. Just after dawn, the news of another brutal murder spread with treacherous speed. The lifeless body of Annie Chapman lay discarded, a chilling echo of the previous horror. Panic gripped the hearts of the residents as their whispers transformed into frenzied speculation. Shrieks of despair mingled with the clattering of horses' hooves on cobblestones, puncturing the thin veil of normalcy. Constable Grayson, his resolve hardening, pushed through the crowd, a determined figure contending with mounting chaos. The urgency of the moment pressed heavily upon him. Each step through the throng felt laden with ghastly anticipation. As he glimpsed the crime scene, Grayson's instincts sharpened. He could almost sense the invisible threads connecting the events, though darkness cloaked the logic. The hunt was becoming personal, a chilling inquiry into the heart of humanity itself. Questions gnawed at him, but he steeled himself. His ordeal was only beginning. In the shadowy alleys of Whitechapel, whispers of dread coiled tighter as the community's pulse quickened. The awareness of a predator lurking amongst them twisted the air, thick with fear and suspicion. A clandestine meeting drummed up in a dimly lit tavern gathered the most affected, a group of vibrant women, resilient yet deeply scarred by their realities. They crouched close, exchanging tales of a merciless figure who stalked the streets. One woman, voice trembling, recalled how the butcher, a seemingly harmless tradesman, had offered her safety but left her feeling trapped. Grayson, sensing the rising tide of anguish, swung by the establishment, his keen eyes surveying the scene. He'd learned of the syndicate's grip on their lives. The specter of violence overshadowed every interaction. As he exchanged cautious nods and murmurs with Sarah, the urgency of the situation fortified his resolve. Together, they would delve into the shadows, seeking the heart of the sinister nexus before more blood painted the dusk crimson. The whispers of fear tumbled through the streets of Whitechapel, seeping into every corner as anxious residents gathered to speculate about the latest murder. Conspiracy theories stirred like autumn leaves, each more fevered than the last, giving rise to a bizarre tapestry of suspicion and dread. A foreigner, perhaps, one woman insisted, her voice thick with conviction, or maybe it's the ghost of a wronged lover. Shadows danced in flickering gaslight as neighbors exchanged knowing glances, each trying to piece together strands of information into a coherent narrative. Constable Elias Grayson, drawn deeper into the chaos, found himself standing at the center of this storm, a target for their fears, yet their only hope. Overhearing their frenzied tales, he couldn't help but recognize the insidious power of desperation. It twisted truths and splintered realities. He turned back to his notes, knowing he must sift through the madness to find the one thread of truth that could lead him to the Ripper. Elias Grayson leaned against the damp brick wall of a nearby alley, shadows creeping around him as he listened intently to Sarah. Her words spilled forth like a whispered confession, revealing a past tinged with both sorrow and strength that resonated in the chilly air. She spoke of her childhood in a rural village, where laughter danced alongside hard work until the unforgiving hand of misfortune uprooted her life. The streets of Whitechapel had become her refuge, but also her prison, each day a relentless battle for survival. As Grayson observed the flickering lamplight reflecting in her eyes, he felt a connection unfurl between them, forged in the shared darkness of their experiences. Sarah explained how her bond to the victims extended beyond mere sympathy. Their lives mirrored her own struggles, each woman a flicker of a life unfulfilled. This intimate exchange sparked within Grayson a renewed urgency. He was not just pursuing a killer, he was unearthing a deeper story, one of resilience and heartache that demanded to be told. The mysteries of Whitechapel were not solely about a faceless murderer. They were woven into the fabric of its women, whose lives echoed through the narrow streets, urging him forward. Constable Elias Grayson stood before the flickering gaslight in his cramped office, the tension gnawing at him like a hungry rat. With each tick of the clock echoing in the silence, he felt not just the weight of the case but the crushing scrutiny from his superiors, who were more interested in public perception than justice. His resolve wavered as he recalled the faces of the victims, their stories swallowed by the shadows. The gnawing anxiety coursed through his veins, igniting his determination. Weighed down by the discounting remarks from the brass, he knew he must press on. In this storm of public outrage, the city seethed with anger and frustration. Grayson's focus sharpened when he overheard two men in the pub, their anxious whispers revealing that the community was rallying, demanding accountability. The Ripper had turned Whitechapel into a cauldron of fear, and the bubbling anticipation of vigilante action erupted in Grayson's mind. He steadfastly resolved to cut through the chaos. He would find the truth amid their screaming desperation. As the fog thickened over Whitechapel, Constable Grayson found himself combing through the grim details of the killer's methods. Each murder bore a sinister signature, a dance of violence etched into the city's underbelly. The patterns shimmered like the faint glow of a gaslight, illuminating connections that whispered secrets through the shadows. He traced the jagged lines of each victim's fate, his mind weaving a tapestry of terror. The initials carved into the darkness of the night told a story that twisted his gut with dread. Grayson's heart raced as he scrutinized the evidence laid before him. A madman was at play, and each brutal act was a puzzle waiting to be solved. He listened to the rhythm of the streets, the nervous chatter of women huddled together, the distant wails of the night, all underlined by the chilling sensation that time was slipping away. With determination igniting his soul, he vowed to shine light on the darkness, knowing the answers lay just beyond the murky corner of his obsession. Amidst the smog and shadows of Whitechapel, Eleanor Stokes, the tireless social reformer, surveyed the dire fate of women like Mary Ann, Annie, and the others marked by tragedy. In her elegantly appointed drawing room, she reflected on the gravity of the murders, fueled by an unwavering conviction to uplift the destitute. The rigorous constraints of Victorian society echoed in her thoughts, a system designed to uphold the powerful while casting the weak into oblivion. She resolved to venture into the heart of Whitechapel, to confront both the truth and her own fears. As she passed through the meandering alleyways, Eleanor witnessed the squalid living conditions, each tragic face lending weight to her purpose. Little did she know that her path would soon intertwine with Constable Grayson's relentless crusade for justice. Together they would navigate the churning waters of societal neglect, unearthing secrets that lay buried beneath the ground they trod. The shadows lengthened across Whitechapel on the heels of the latest tragedy, fueling fears that clawed at the hearts of its residents. Whispers buzzed in the taverns and on the cobbled streets, tinged with suspicion as the butcher, a stout man named Frederick, found himself cornered by the townsfolk. With his hands forever stained by blood, whether from slaughtering livestock or tales spun from the imagination, he became the embodiment of their collective dread. Grayson, already beleaguered by mounting pressure, sensed a palpable unease in the air. The butcher's suspicious behavior and the timing of the murders drew him into a web of intrigue. Riddles and accusations coiled around Frederick, like the fog curling through the alleys, obscuring the truth. Hesitant glances exchanged among neighbors highlighted the family tensions fracturing under accusation. Grayson, wrestling with his own doubts, couldn't dismiss their fears. He knew that, just as diverse as the characters inhabiting Whitechapel, were the shadows lurking in their hearts, each hiding untold secrets waiting to be unveiled. Grayson's heart pounded as he sat in his small, cluttered office, the flickering gaslight casting long shadows across the papers strewn before him. The stench of burnt tobacco hung heavy in the air, mingling with the cold dread that seeped into his bones. Rumors swirled through the precinct like smoke, and whispers of betrayal slithered into the cracks of his trust. Just as he thought he had a lead, news reached him of a leak within the force, details dangerously spilling into the papers. Panic gripped him. His every move felt scrutinized, each decision potentially lethal, not just for him but for the families depending on justice. Pacing back and forth, he wrestled with a gnawing sense of paranoia, questioning loyalties he once took for granted. As doubt clawed at him, he realized he needed to act quickly, or the killer, now emboldened by the chaos, would slip further away, masked by the very system meant to catch him. The evening air in Whitechapel was thick with dread, shadows lengthening as whispers of a cloaked figure danced through the alleys. Rumors escalated, morphing into sightings, hushed accounts of a woman draped in dark fabric gliding silently down dim paths. Sarah, her instincts honed by years on the streets, felt the weight of unease enveloping her like a shroud. She approached Grayson, her eyes sharp with urgency. "They say she comes when the moon hides, stalking the unwary," she whispered, glancing around as if to catch a glimpse. Grayson leaned closer, intrigued yet wary. "It's just fear-breeding phantoms," he replied, but deep inside he knew that panic fueled these tales. They needed to quell the rising tide of terror before it boiled over. Driven by a newfound determination to seek answers amidst the encroaching darkness, Grayson prepared to step further into the shadows, uncertain of what, or who, he might find. The chill of the early morning lingered like a silent specter, wrapping around the desolate streets of Whitechapel. Constable Grayson, emboldened by the growing threads of understanding he had begun to weave, stood at the crossroads of revelation and dread. Each victim he had encountered seemed to whisper secrets, a haunting echo that reverberated through the alleys. As he meticulously revisited the scenes of despair, a chilling realization dripped into his consciousness. Connections began to unfurl. The patterns of the murderer were not random, but deliberate, taunting him with their sinister artistry. The narratives of the fallen women intertwined like the intricate threads of a woven tapestry, their lives illuminating the dark corners of Whitechapel. Grayson's heart raced as he recognized the tapestry's hidden motifs, desperate revelations etched into the fabric of their existence. Tomorrow would demand answers. With the shadows growing long behind him, an unshakable resolve took root in his gut, a need to piece together the somber puzzle, to unveil the truth waiting to be unearthed. The atmosphere grows heavier in Whitechapel as fear blankets the neighborhood, thickening with each whispered rumor. Grayson stands at the intersection of despair and determination, caught in the relentless tide of public anxiety. The media, with its insatiable appetite for sensationalism, spins tales of the elusive Ripper, exacerbating the chaos. Every morning brings fresh headlines, each more grotesque than the last, inflating the community's terror and driving a wedge between residents and the constabulary. Neighbors cast wary glances, spurring on wild speculations of the killer's identity. Grayson, grappling with the weight of his own convictions and the expectations set upon him, wrestles with the urgency to act. Yet each step forward finds him ensnared in a web of misinformation. Meanwhile, Sarah emerges as an unexpected oracle, relaying chilling stories that echo through the alleys. As Grayson leans into Sarah's insights, he discovers the threads that may connect the victims and perhaps the killer himself, setting the stage for a desperate pursuit of truth amidst the shadows. In the wake of yet another brutal murder, the weight of fear pressed down on the heart of Whitechapel like a suffocating shroud. Rumors snaked through the narrow alleyways, twisting and morphing into wild tales that would make the bravest soul shudder. As Elias Grayson navigated the tumultuous cobblestones, he could feel the palpable tension in the air, an electric current of dread coursing through the community. Shadows danced in the gaslight's flickering glow, blurring the line between reality and imagination. Grayson's determination surged. He meticulously crafted a plan to establish trust among the frightened locals, knowing it was crucial to quell their suspicions and unearth the truth. He sought out the shopkeepers, the women sorting through their meager goods, faces etched with worry. "We must band together," he urged, his voice steady amid the rising clamor. Each fractured relationship served as a reminder of what was at stake, human lives eagerly grasping for hope amid the darkness threatening to consume them. The early morning mist hung thick in the air, a deceptive veil draping over the chaotic remnants of the previous night. As light timidly crept into Whitechapel's grimy streets, the harrowing news of yet another murder reverberated through the alleys, not just a rumor, but a choking fear gripping its residents. Grayson, still reeling from the frantic hours he spent piecing together the sparse evidence of Elizabeth Stride's tragic fate, moved through the throngs of anxious faces, their eyes wide with terror. A palpable sense of dread electrified the air. Each shadow seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the next gruesome discovery. Families huddled, whispering prayers. Older women grasped their children tightly, while men exchanged furtive glances among themselves. Just then, a brisk wind swirled a newspaper against Grayson's boots, the headlines screaming of yet another life snuffed out. As he absorbed the growing despair of the community, a steely resolve began to solidify within him. Justice must be sought, not just for the victims, but for every soul in the dark embrace of Whitechapel, yearning for safety amidst the lurking terror. This is where dread meets determination, where Grayson's battle against the specter of fear ignites a fire deep within, a quest almost personal now, set against the backdrop of a city in turmoil. As the pale dawn crept over Whitechapel, Constable Grayson felt the weight of the previous night pressing heavily on his chest. Shadows cast long and ominous across the cobbled streets, mirroring the dread that hung in the air. He couldn't shake the feeling that danger lurked just beyond the veil of darkness. Determined to delve deeper into the layers of fear woven through the community, he turned down a narrow alley where whispers echoed off the damp brick. Here, Sarah awaited him, her eyes sharp and alert, keenly aware that the streets held secrets, like tightly clenched fists ready to spill their contents. "Grayson," she said, her voice low, "the others are terrified, but they're talking, more than ever." She stepped closer, urgency radiating from her. "Rumors spread like wildfire, and some say the Ripper's not a stranger. He could be one of us." Grayson's heart raced at the prospect, a frigid sense of resolve enveloping him. If vengeance had a name, it might soon echo through Whitechapel. In the hushed corners of Whitechapel, shadows twisted and turned along the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets best left unspoken. Grayson felt the weight of the night pressing down on him, every creak and sigh a reminder of the darkness lurking just beyond the flickering gas lamps. As he accompanied Sarah deeper into her world, he found solace in her sharp wit and indomitable spirit. With each story she shared, the connections between the lives of the women began to weave a haunting tapestry. Their laughter faded into echoes of despair, revealing truths obscured by the grime of societal neglect. Tonight, she led him to a gathering of women, a clandestine network formed out of necessity amidst the suffocating gloom. There, under a pallid moon, they exchanged tales of survival, their struggles bonding them tighter than blood. Suspicion brewed as Grayson's eyes met Sarah's. He recognized that their fates were intertwining irrevocably. Yet as hope flickered in their exchange, the ominous chill of the unseen killer's presence lingered, a dark reminder that vulnerability often shadows courage. The night loomed heavy over Whitechapel, cloaked in an almost palpable dread. Shadows stretched like ghostly fingers as Sarah navigated the treacherous streets, her instincts honed by years of surviving amid despair. The muffled sounds of laughter and talk from distant alehouses seemed like a mockery as she moved through the quiet danger. Tonight, she felt the weight of the world pressing upon her shoulders. Each alley concealed a dark secret waiting to be revealed. She recalled Grayson's earnest eyes, his unwavering resolve to uncover the truth tangled with the city's murk. He needed her insights, and despite the risks, she felt compelled to help him. As she rounded a corner, a flicker of movement caught her attention, a fleeting silhouette blending into the night. Sarah's heart raced. The city was alive with whispers of fear, but to let that fear paralyze her would be a betrayal of those lost. With a deep breath, she pressed on, determined to pierce the shadowed veil that had enveloped her home for far too long. Just ahead, a familiar figure awaited, the promise of shared resolutions murmuring softly in the chilly air. The dim glow of the lantern flickered in the gloom as Constable Elias Grayson stood beneath the wide-arched doorway of the police station, his heart heavy with the weight of unsolved murders. These dark corners of Whitechapel held whispers, fragments of lives shattered, and yet the horrifying reality only deepened his resolve. Grayson recalled his early days, a young recruit filled with bravado, convinced that his badge could shield the innocent and punish the wicked. But innocence was a fragile thing in a world tainted by despair. He vividly remembered the laughter of children echoing in the alleys, now darkened by fear, their playful spirit extinguished. Each victim's face haunted him, each story intertwining with his own as he grappled with the futility of enforcing a justice that seemed forever out of reach. The pulse of Whitechapel thumped beneath him, a desperate heartbeat for answers. And with renewed determination, Grayson vowed to uncover the truth before another shadow fell across the cobbled streets. A cool breeze swept through the cobbled streets of Whitechapel, carrying with it the pervasive sense of dread that had settled over the neighborhood. As Elias Grayson walked through the dimly lit alleyways, shadows flickered like specters, each corner harboring untold secrets. Tonight, his thoughts drifted to the unsolved murders, the string of lives cut short, leaving an indelible scar on the community. The flicker of a gaslight caught his eye. Its glow cast an eerie light on the figure of a watchman, aged and weary, yet filled with a spark of tenacity. Approaching cautiously, Grayson struck up a conversation, probing for any morsel of information that might shed light on the case. The watchman hesitated, then began recounting strange sightings, elusive forms flitting through the darkness. Grayson felt a surge of hope, ignited by the possibility that perhaps the shadows held more than mere fear. They might also unveil a path to the truth he so desperately sought. With renewed determination, he stepped deeper into the night, the weight of his obsession propelling him forward as the streets of Whitechapel whispered their mysteries into the wind. The tension hanging in the air tightened, a palpable weight that settled on Whitechapel as dusk descended into chaos. Rumors swirled like autumn leaves caught in a gust, unsettling the already anxious residents. Under the gaslight's flickering glow, the streets buzzed with a frenzy of conspiracy theories and whispers that painted shadows around ordinary men, turning neighbors into suspects. Grayson maneuvered through the murmurings, striving to discern the line between fear and fact. In the clamorous taverns, women traded tales of dark figures lurking at street corners, their lives woven with the threads of dread that hung thicker with each passing night. Clenching his jaw, Grayson pushed ahead, haunted by the faces of the victims, each one an elegy for the lost possibilities of life. He refused to turn back. The truth lay buried beneath layers of panic, waiting for the spark of courage to uncover it. Yet all paths seemed shrouded in night's veil. Catherine Eddowes lay sprawled in the shadowy recess of Mitre Square, her lifeless form a grim testament to the malevolent force stalking the streets of Whitechapel. Panic rippled through the remaining residents, a community already frayed by fear. Grayson, standing at the edge of the crime scene, felt the weight of despair pressing upon him. The echoes of murmurs swirled in the air, a tide of disbelief and grief. Each murder deepened the wound in Whitechapel's heart, and the cries of the distraught mingled with the clamor of the press, seeking the sordid details to satiate a ravenous public. Mentally retracing his steps, Grayson grappled with a gnawing sense of frustration. The Ripper's meticulously orchestrated chaos was a dark riddle he struggled to decipher. As he studied the horrific tableau before him, determination ignited within. He knew he had to unravel not just the murderer's identity, but also the intricate web of pain binding the community together, a tapestry woven with threads of human fragility and resilience. The chilling discovery of Catherine Eddowes pierced through the suffocating silence of dawn in Whitechapel, leaving a communal wound that deepened with every heartbeat. As the sun struggled to cast light on the horrors of the night, families mourned in their meager dwellings, memories of laughter and warmth drowned beneath the waves of grief. In the hushed whispers of the morning, mothers clutched their children tighter, their eyes haunted by a new reality. The streets, once shared in innocent strolls, now twisted into a labyrinth of fear. Grayson strode through the somber streets, the weight of loss as palpable as the stench of decay in the air, the tenacity of his resolve battered by the relentless tide of despair that surrounded him. Each victim, a person with hopes and dreams, etched deeper into his soul, igniting a fervor within him as he vowed to seek justice not just for Catherine, but for all the forgotten souls of Whitechapel. Elias Grayson stood against the damp alley wall, the shadows enveloping him like a cloak. Haunted by the faces of the women he failed to save, he felt the weight of his badge become a suffocating burden. The bureaucratic chains binding his hands seemed insurmountable, a jarring contrast to the visceral urgency pulsating within him. As whispers of political pressure reached his ears, the instinct to pursue justice outside the suffocating confines of the station grew stronger. He made the decision, a quiet resolution blooming in the pit of his stomach. He would not bow to the limitations imposed by the powers that were. He sought Eleanor amidst the swirling chaos of Whitechapel, knowing her insights on social welfare might illuminate paths he had yet to consider. This alliance, fraught with danger yet brimming with promise, could be the key to unearthing the truth that lay hidden beneath the weight of secrets and shadows. As he set out, the streets echoed with whispers, the danger intensifying by the hour. In the dim light of her drawing room, Eleanor meticulously reviewed her notes, the faint glow of the gas lamp dancing over the carefully written accounts of Whitechapel's most vulnerable women. Each story she penned weighed heavier on her heart, as she sought to forge an alliance with Constable Grayson, a man whose commitment to justice rivaled her own resolve for reform. Their paths crossed often, and with each conversation she felt the weight of her privilege, an intricate web of societal expectation and the lingering stench of apathy surrounding the poor. The streets were colder that evening, haunted whispers of fear penetrating every shadow. Determined, Eleanor resolved to confront the malevolent forces at play, not only those lurking in the shadows, but also the indifference of those in power. As the clock chimed, she prepared herself to venture into the heart of Whitechapel, fully aware that each step could lead her closer to both peril and truth, a revelation for Grayson's investigation and a reckoning for her own unyielding spirit. The flickering gaslights cast long shadows on the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel as Grayson met Sarah in their usual haunt, a secluded corner of a bustling market. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity born from desperation and resolve. "I've got something," she whispered, glancing around to ensure they weren't being watched. With a furtive motion, she revealed a worn locket, a piece of jewelry from one of the victims. Its surface shimmered faintly in the dim light, holding unspoken secrets. Grayson's pulse quickened. This was a tangible connection to the past, a thread that could unravel the unfathomable. As Sarah shared whispers of hidden alliances among the women of Whitechapel, an underground network of support that had emerged from the shadows, Grayson felt a new surge of hope ignite within him. Their bond, forged under the weight of tragedy, began to strengthen, intertwining their fates. Just then, a distant scream shattered the night. Fear surged anew, an urgent reminder that danger lurked just beyond the flickering lights. As they turned, hearts racing, the oppressive weight of their reality loomed larger than ever. The chilling darkness of Whitechapel seeped into the very bones of its streets, mingling with the whispers of fear and uncertainty. As Constable Grayson made his nightly rounds, the gaslight flickered like the fragile hearts of the women who darted between shadows, each step a risk. With every echo of footsteps behind him, anxiety tightened around his chest, a grim reminder of the terror that haunted their nights. As he passed the alleyways, he could almost feel the lingering presence of something malevolent, watching, waiting. The cries of distant hawkers melded with the sharp intake of breath from a nearby woman, drawing his attention. Sarah, the ever-resilient survivor of the streets, emerged from the gloom. Her face, illuminated faintly by the waning moon, held secrets that beckoned him closer. "Elias," she whispered, urgency lacing her voice, "there's something you need to see." Grayson's heart raced as he stepped into the shadows with her, the ensuing darkness swallowing them both into a world of unsettling revelations. The air hung heavy with anticipation as Constable Grayson stumbled upon the newly appointed Detective Inspector, Thomas Hale, under the flickering gaslights of a narrow alley. Hale emanated a commanding presence, tall, with sharp features that seemed perpetually etched in concern. Their introductions were curt, both men acutely aware of the stakes that loomed ominously over Whitechapel. As they conversed, burdened by the growing dread that gripped the community, Grayson felt a strange kinship spark between them, an unspoken understanding forged through a mutual desire for justice. Together, they pored over the harrowing details of the latest murder, studying the bloody patterns revealing a monster unyielding in his terror. The camaraderie blossomed with each revelation, but doubts remained. Grayson questioned Hale's true allegiance. As the shadows stretched across the cobblestones, the specter of Jack the Ripper loomed larger than ever, challenging their resolve to bring him to justice amid the chaos. Elias Grayson stood in the dim light of a flickering gas lamp, his breath a ghostly mist in the chilly air. As he walked the cobbled streets of Whitechapel, he pondered the twisted paths of the Ripper's malevolence. The killer's victims had moved among familiar faces, redolent of the sorrow and despair that clung to the alleyways, yet something stirred deep within him, a disturbing realization. Each murder unveiled a morbid pattern, an intricately woven tapestry connecting the neighborhoods that once felt like separate worlds. A whisper in the wind seemed to echo the details of the latest tragedy, binding the women to one another more than he had understood. Grayson turned down a hidden path where shadows pooled like ink. He could almost feel the electric pulse of dread that permeated the air, as if the very walls of Whitechapel were holding their breath. If he were to catch this fiend, each layer of deception must be peeled back, revealing the truth lurking beneath the surface. The clock continued to tick towards another night of terror, and for every minute lost, another life hung in the balance. As the damp fog rolled in, Sarah found herself trembling on the threshold of memory, the whispers of the past creeping into her thoughts like shadows on cobblestone. She had kept her connection to Elizabeth Stride buried deep, a reluctant secret etched into the fabric of her being. Confronted by the vulnerability of the women around her, rage ignited within. She refused to let Elizabeth's fate be another forgotten tale. "Tell me what you know," Grayson urged, his voice intense yet vulnerable, sensing her turmoil. The lantern light flickered, casting a wavering glow on her face, illuminating the raw emotions she fought to suppress. "I knew her," she admitted, her voice faltering. "She was one of us, a survivor in her own right. They must know her story." With each word, Sarah felt the weight of responsibility binding her to the truth, fueling a fire in her heart. This case was no longer just about the killer. It was about justice for the lives extinguished amidst the shadows of Whitechapel. The air in Whitechapel thickened with a tangible sense of dread as the press's hunger for sensational headlines grew insatiable, each article more grotesque than the last. Grayson squinted at the crumpled newspapers strewn on his desk, headlines shouting of the Ripper's reign of terror. Each printed word hammered into the fragile psyche of the community, stirring anxiety and paranoia among the residents. The incriminating phrases acted as a ghastly chant, echoing through the alleys, triggering fast-spreading fear. No longer just words, they became an oppressive fog that clouded the minds of even the most resilient. As Grayson sifted through the fabrications and half-truths, he felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. Every report seemed to twist perceptions. The public's fear collided with his pursuit of justice, complicating the investigation further. Fighting against the tide of misinformation, he vowed to uncover the truth buried beneath the ash of speculation, for beneath the headlines lay the broken lives of those who deserved to be remembered. Grayson's heart raced as he rifled through the personal effects of Elizabeth Stride, the latest victim to fall under the Ripper's shadow. Digging deeper into the victim's tattered belongings, he discovered a crumpled photograph, its edges frayed and stained. It depicted a group of women huddled together, their smiles betraying none of their fates. Among them stood Elizabeth, arms entwined with a familiar face, someone he'd seen in Sarah's company. The implication sent shivers down his spine. He recalled the vivid tales Sarah had spun about her community, every thread woven with hope and despair alike. This connection meant that the killer wasn't merely picking targets randomly. He was connecting the dots of desperation, possibly creating a twisted narrative in his macabre game. Grayson leaned back, the weight of revelation settling in his bones, knowing that soon he would confront Sarah about the photograph, compelling her to reveal more of the secrets she harbored. Grayson tightened his collar against the cold wind as he made his way to the syndicate's known hangouts, each step echoing with a determination born out of desperation. Shadows loomed larger in the dim gaslight, painted by the whispers of the fearful community, but his resolve pushed him forward. The air was thick with the scent of decay and secrets, where the vulnerable were preyed upon by those who thrived in darkness. As he approached a bustling tavern, laughter rang out mockingly, masking the dread within. This wasn't just about solving a murder. It was a pursuit to untangle the threads of exploitation suffocating Whitechapel's soul. Inside, he locked eyes with a familiar figure, Musgrave, a known dealer in hushed stories. Captivating in his charm yet shrouded in danger, Musgrave would surely have information worthy of Grayson's relentless quest. Little did he know that this conversation would thrust him deeper into a labyrinth fraught with peril and revelations. The night swallowed Whitechapel in a heavy blanket of shadows, punctuated only by the flickering gaslights that cast eerie shapes on damp cobblestones. Mothers nestled their children close as they huddled in doorways, each quiet sob and whispered prayer swirling amid the palpable fear that had gripped the neighborhood. Grayson, patrolling the grim streets, deciphered the unspoken cries of desperation, the anxiety permeating even the simplest of exchanges. As he turned a corner, the haunting melody of a lullaby drifted through the air, a ghostly reminder of innocence lost in a world steeped in horror. He spotted Sarah leaning against a wall, her eyes glinting in the dim light as she scanned the gloom, ever alert. The time for action was near. They could no longer stand idle. United by a fragile bond forged in shared pain, the two resolved to confront the encroaching shadows that threatened to overwhelm their lives. Fueled by the hope of uncovering the truth hidden within the depths of chaos. The night stretched long over Whitechapel, an oppressive darkness clinging to its cobbled alleys, amplifying every creak and whisper. Grayson moved through the streets like a specter, each shadow a reminder of the terror gripping the community. The gas lamps flickered, casting an uncertain glow, a stark contrast to the anguish etched on the faces of the women who still dared to walk the streets. He could hear their hushed conversations, the desperate murmurs of a city straining beneath the weight of fear. As he turned a corner, the chilling realization gripped him. The killer was stalking again amidst this chaos. Grayson's heart raced, but a cold determination surged within. He needed to protect them, to bring light to these shadows before another life was extinguished. The night was alive with tension, each moment pulsing with the potential for violence, a once quiet community transformed into a powder keg. Little did he know, his next encounter with terror was mere moments away. Beneath the flickering gaslights, Constable Grayson found himself lingering at the edge of the crowd, where whispers knit together a tapestry of fear and faith. The Reverend, a man of conviction, stood before his congregation, his voice resonating like a bell of warning. He spoke of sin and the fragile grip of redemption, urging the parishioners to seek solace amidst the shadows of their haunted streets. Grayson, straining to hear every word, absorbed the gravity of the preacher's call for hope. Yet hope felt elusive, as phantoms of anguished cries danced in his mind, a direct reminder of the women's lives extinguished. The faces around him, a twisted mix of concern and resolve, illuminated the struggle within Whitechapel. Every heart was a vessel, brimming with sorrow yet yearning for strength. As he pondered the Reverend's message, Grayson understood that the fire of justice must also warm the oft-ignored humanity of those they sought to protect. A heavy resolve settled over him, renewing his determination to fight against the growing despair lurking in the shadows, just as another dawn approached with encroaching dread. The murmur of hushed voices filled the dimly lit gathering hall as residents of Whitechapel came together, their faces a tapestry of fear and despair. Grayson stood at the fringes, his heart heavy with the weight of the community's grief. The Reverend's impassioned words rose above the crowd, urging unity in their darkest hour, a call for hope amid the shadows of dread. Yet beneath the surface, a discord simmered as differing opinions emerged. Some longed for justice, while others whispered of vengeance. Sarah, standing near Grayson, caught his eye, their unspoken bond forged in shared suffering. She could see the turmoil within him, the constant struggle between duty and the desire to protect those he cared for. As the Reverend spoke of resilience, she felt a flicker of defiance ignite within her, empowering her to confront the crime that preyed on their lives. Grayson knew then that the fight for justice was just beginning, not only for the victims, but for the very soul of Whitechapel. The murmurs of unrest wound through the streets of Whitechapel like a chilling breeze, whispering tales of fear and desperation. As the community gathered in the dimly lit square, flickering gas lamps cast wavering shadows, transforming familiar faces into ghostly figures. Sarah found herself caught in this whirlwind, her heart racing as she listened to the chorus of voices grappling with fear and hope. Grayson stood at the periphery, observing the growing solidarity among the people. Their eyes sparkled with a mixture of determination and despair, a reflection of their struggle. "Together," someone shouted, igniting a fire within the crowd. They voiced their fears, their pain echoing off the cobblestones, seeking justice for the lives lost to the Ripper. Sarah felt the pull of the moment, her own conflicted emotions gnawing at her. Would she continue to walk the streets alone, or was it time to embrace the strength that this community offered? Grayson caught her gaze, silently encouraging her as the crowd surged forward, ready to reclaim their voices from the shadows that had haunted them. The hushed whispers of the streets grew louder, drumming to a chaotic rhythm as Sarah found herself at a crossroads. The firestorm of fear ignited after Mary Jane Kelly's murder pierced through the community, pushing them dangerously close to the brink. Confronted by the desperation that hung heavy in the air, factions began to emerge, each angry and resolved to take justice into their own hands. Shadows huddled in alleyways. Meetings in candlelit rooms bred reckless decisions. Yet in that murky tide of intent, Sarah grappled with her own conscience, teetering between loyalty to her street family and an undeniable bond with Grayson. She emerged from the depths of her thoughts, vulnerability etched in every line of her face. Would her actions fuel their fury or guide them towards the truth? As the night stretched out before her, the streets felt as though they were holding their breath, waiting for a decision that could change everything. Fear mingled with resolve, and the stakes had never been higher. The grim atmosphere of Whitechapel thickened with dread as the news of Mary Jane Kelly's grotesque murder spread like wildfire. Grayson stood at the crime scene, his heart heavy with grief and anger. The brutality of the Ripper's latest act felt like a cold hand squeezing around his throat, stifling any flicker of hope that justice could be served. He carefully examined the surroundings, noting every detail, the faint scuff marks on the cobblestones, the remnants of a struggle, the chilling absence of life. As he pieced together fragments of this shattered reality, visions of the women taken from their families haunted him. Each murder laced deeper into the fabric of the community's despair, igniting a fury that Grayson could no longer ignore. Determined, he turned to Sarah, whose street-savvy instincts might unravel the threads of chaos woven by fear. Together, they ventured into the heart of Whitechapel, intent on confronting the darkness before it swallowed them whole. The tension in Whitechapel reached a fever pitch, the air thick with whispers of fear and uncertainty. Grayson, ensconced in the dim light of his cramped office, felt the weight of the crisis pressing down upon him. His colleagues were growing increasingly skeptical of his unorthodox methods. As he meticulously pored over the case files, he couldn't shake the sensation that he was being watched, his every move scrutinized by those who refused to embrace the urgency of the matter at hand. The dead weight of authority bore heavily upon him, a constant reminder that he was treading dangerous waters. Yet, the thought of abandoning the investigation was unbearable. Each victim was a story abruptly severed, a life extinguished by the unseen hand of terror. He had no choice but to press on, driven by a relentless desire for justice. As the dawn's pale light crept into the city, it set the stage for the horrors yet to unfold, an omen of dark days still to come. Grayson leaned against the weathered stone wall of the alley, a shadow of exhaustion clouding his eyes. The press released a frenzy of articles, each more sensational than the last, transforming the bloody details of the murders into headline-grabbing spectacles. Reporters lay in wait like vultures, desperate to snatch a morsel of information, their scribbling pens poised to exploit any misstep he made. His resolve began to falter under the weight of their scrutiny. Every whispered rumor and feigned interview threatened the delicate threads of his investigation. As he stepped back into the teeming street, the cacophony of terrified voices filled the air. Grayson knew he needed to stay one step ahead, to shield the search for justice from the prying eyes of the world. The fear seeping into Whitechapel felt palpable, heavy like a shroud, and he resolved to safeguard the vulnerable, entwining their stories with his own. Each passing moment crystallized his mission: find the Ripper before the shadows consumed them all. The streets of Whitechapel buzzed with hushed whispers and fearful glances. The name Jack the Ripper had taken hold of the community, an insidious shadow that crept into the hearts of its residents. Panic bloomed like a noxious flower, spreading through the alleys and taverns where gossip served as currency. A sense of dread settled thick in the air, intertwining with the stench of poverty and despair, echoing through the narrow passageways where women once walked without fear. Though Grayson desperately sought answers, he found himself ensnared by the frenzy of speculation and media sensationalism. Reporters lurked like vultures, eager to amplify the terror that gripped Whitechapel. In their pursuit of a story, they twisted truths, ratcheting up the stakes for the vulnerable women who still ventured out after dark. With the police force in disarray and public trust waning, Grayson felt the crushing weight of obligation. The specter of the Ripper loomed ever larger, a relentless specter that demanded resolution before more lives were lost to the darkness. The streets of Whitechapel pulsed with an undercurrent of dread, a whispered fear that had settled deeply into the bones of its residents. Grayson stood at the threshold of the latest crime scene, where the shadows seemed to stretch, clinging hungrily to the edges of flickering gas lamps. The air was heavy, thick with the stench of decay and despair, punctuated by the distant sound of wailing women, mourning yet another soul lost to the merciless night. Each face he passed was gripped by a macabre curiosity, eyes wide with both horror and an unyielding spirit of survival. As he knelt beside the victim, a silent prayer escaping his lips for the lives cut short, he recalled Sarah's warning. The killer thrived in their fear. Every brutal act fed into an insatiable lust for power. Unseen forces were at play, and with every heartbeat, Grayson felt the tightening grip of urgency. He could not merely seek justice for the fallen. He had to unravel the very fabric of terror that bound the city. The murmur of fear thickened the air as Grayson paced along the cobblestone paths of Whitechapel, the shadows stretching around him like a shroud of dread. Each step took him closer to Elizabeth Stride's grave, the latest victim who lay in brutal silence, her life snuffed out by a coward lurking in the dark. Strain surged through him, knotting his stomach. He couldn't shake the feeling that a sinister thread connected all the women, an unseen hand orchestrating each tragic ending. Sarah's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to dive deeper into these women's stories. As his mind raced, a flicker of movement caught his attention. It was a child, a girl, perhaps no older than 10, clutching a ragged doll, watching him with wide, fearful eyes. He knelt beside her, feeling the weight of her gaze pierce through the gloom. "Have you seen anything strange? Anyone suspicious?" he asked gently, hoping for a glimpse of truth hidden within her innocence. The girl looked down, then slowly nodded. A dense fog rolled through the streets as Grayson paced the narrow alleys, his mind muddled with dread and determination. Each footfall echoed the weight of the past few months, a timeline punctuated by terror and relentless loss, each victim's face haunting him. With every corner turned, whispers of the community's fear lingered like the acrid smoke from gas lamps, charged with anxiety over who might be next. Beside him, Sarah's presence was both a comfort and a stark reminder of fragility. She spoke softly of her commitment to her friends, their lives hanging by threads of hope amid the darkness enveloping Whitechapel. In a fleeting moment of unspoken understanding, Grayson realized they were navigating a shared labyrinth, her resolve igniting a flicker of optimism amidst his relentless pursuit. They needed to strike at the heart of the fears tormenting their home and uncover connections that might lead them to the truth, or fall victim to it themselves. The sun dipped low over the grim rooftops of Whitechapel, casting elongated shadows that crept along the cobbled streets. Grayson stood at the entrance of a narrow alley, the murmur of whispered speculation drowning out the distant clatter of horse-drawn carriages. Today marked a significant shift. Sarah's insight had borne fruit, revealing connections among the victims that could not be mere coincidence. The weight of newfound knowledge pressed heavily on his conscience, urging him to act while others remained paralyzed by fear. As he exchanged words with Sarah, palpable tension crackled in the air, both of them cognizant that the Ripper's next move could arrive at any moment. She spoke in hushed tones, recounting tales veiled in the darkness of the streets, stories laden with grief and hope. Their alliance, though forged in the depths of tragedy, began to feel like a budding flame against the encroaching chill. Every moment they spent together deepened the stakes, intertwining their fates further as they navigated the perilous web of deceit shrouding Whitechapel. Grayson could sense they were closing in on something crucial, yet he also felt the chasm of unpredictability yawning before them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the cobblestone streets, Grayson felt the weight of desperation pressing upon him like the heavy fog creeping into Whitechapel. Each whispered fear, spoken in shadowed corners, tangled within his thoughts, weaving a tapestry of dread. He recalled Sarah's urgent voice, her concerns for the women who walked home alone, left to navigate the treachery of the night. Determined to shield them from the lurking menace, he knew he must reinforce the fragile alliance with Eleanor. Their meeting took place within the meager confines of a local parish hall, surrounded by peeling paint and flickering candles. Eleanor's fervent resolve illuminated the room, bringing hope to the weary faces gathered there. She spoke of strategies to empower the women, igniting sparks of courage in their hearts. Grayson listened, astounded by the resilience of these women who dared to dream of safety amidst the gloom, unaware that danger was once again stalking the shadows, ever closer. The somber atmosphere of Whitechapel was thick with anxiety. Palpable dread seeped into the cobblestones as night fell. Grayson, tireless as his commitment to uncover the truth, found himself retracing his steps through alleyways that had come to haunt him. Each shadow cast by the flickering gaslights whispered secrets lost amid the din of rumors swirling amongst the terrified populace. The latest victim, an echo of the others, lingered in his thoughts, a specter haunting his determination. He paused outside a tavern, overhearing men haphazardly exchanging details that bordered on myth. Stories morphed under the influence of fear, morphing the Ripper into an almost supernatural figure. Grayson knew he had to stay grounded, to focus on the tangible evidence before him. With each reluctant step further into the night, he clung to the belief that within the unsettling shadows lay fragments of truth, waiting to be pieced together. And as the dark beckoned him deeper, he vowed not to let fear extinguish the flickering light of justice. Cloaked in the fog of a restless night, Grayson retraced his steps through the alleyways of Whitechapel, the memories of each victim haunting him like a specter. Lanterns flickered, casting eerie shadows, but revealing little solace for the weary inhabitants. As he moved closer to the heart of the district, he was drawn to a whispering group huddled beneath a crumbling archway. Eavesdropping, he overheard their hushed yet fervent speculations about the likely suspect, a butcher whose sudden prominence in town had raised eyebrows. Yet something felt amiss. Their fear was palpable, but it lacked the fervor of certainty. Grayson approached, his instincts honed to detect truth amid dread. Conversations faltered, and eyes widened as he introduced himself, a beacon of hope for some, a figure of authority to others. They shared their fragmented thoughts, but deep down, he sensed an undercurrent of knowledge yet untapped, a truth waiting to be unearthed in the city's dark embrace. The bones of Whitechapel creaked under the weight of secrets, as the damp fog rolled in and wrapped the narrow streets in an eerie shroud. The unsettling silence that followed Mary Jane Kelly's brutal murder felt suffocating, each breath laden with unspoken fears. Grayson paced the echoing hollow of his office, consumed by a storm of frustration and resolve. In the dim candlelight, crumpled reports and rough sketches swirled like autumn leaves, each one a clue that threatened to slip through his fingers. His mind raced back to his last encounter with Sarah, remembering the fierce gleam in her eyes, the way she navigated the world with streetwise determination. The weight of solitude pressed heavily on him. He yearned for her insights now more than ever. With a decision firming in his chest, he grabbed his coat, leaving the muffled cries of the city behind. Seeking the truth, buried amidst the shadows that loomed ever closer. The damp air in Whitechapel felt heavier than usual, thick with the weight of whispered fears and bruised hopes. Constable Grayson stood at the center of a gathering storm, the latest discovery spiraling the community into deeper turmoil. Streetlights flickered as if they too were afraid to illuminate the truth lurking in the shadows. A crowd, faces pale and anxious, gathered near the crime scene, murmurs spiraling into a cacophony of conjecture. Elizabeth Stride's life had been cut short, leaving behind an echo of despair clamoring for justice. Grayson sensed an urgent shift within him, the familiar obsession entwining with a renewed sense of purpose. Every scrutinized detail of the crime had ignited a fierce determination in him. He was rapidly losing patience with the bureaucracy that bound his hands. Resolute, he turned to Sarah, their past conversations swirling in his mind like fragments of a teetering puzzle. Tomorrow, he vowed under his breath, we venture deeper. With that, he stepped resolutely into the night, the looming specter of the Ripper urging him onward. The night wrapped Whitechapel in a shroud of uncertainty, the air heavy with tension as Grayson navigated the labyrinthine alleys. Every shadow seemed to breathe with the essence of dread, the whispers of frightened women echoing off the cobblestones. His thoughts were consumed by the haunting wails of the last victim's family, their grief igniting a fire within him to unearth the truth. He felt Sarah's presence beside him, her insight a guiding light amidst the darkness. "There's talk of a meeting tonight," she murmured, glancing around like a bird sensing a predator. Grayson's pulse quickened. A covert gathering held potential, a place where the desperate might divulge secrets or strike deals in exchange for protection. The streets beneath his boots pulsed with life, each footfall drawing him deeper into the intricate web of fear and resilience that bound the community together. This was his chance, but as he moved forward, a sense of foreboding loomed, whispering that the night held more than just revelations. It threatened to unravel everything he had come to stand for. Elias Grayson lingered in the flickering shadows of a lamplight, his mind racing with the latest revelation. The streets of Whitechapel buzzed with hushed whispers of the latest murder, each tale more grotesque than the last. He felt the weight of the community's despair pressing heavily upon his shoulders. Tonight, he would not be deemed idle. Instead, he painstakingly retraced the footprints of the killer, studying the patterns that emerged with each grim discovery, a chilling game of cat and mouse unfolding in the darkness. As he traversed the maze of narrow alleyways, the delicate scent of fear lay thick in the damp air. The flicker of a nearby window caught his eye. There stood Sarah, her face a mix of determination and concern. She grasped a tattered notebook, its pages stuffed with potential leads and whispered confessions gleaned from the fearful residents. Together, they would chase the shadows that enveloped their lives, uncovering the truth lying just beneath the surface. The past's ghosts beckoned, and it was time to answer their call. The air hung thick with an unshakable tension as Grayson stepped onto the cobblestone streets, shadows playing tricks in the faint lamplight. The aftermath of Mary Jane Kelly's murder had cast an impenetrable gloom over Whitechapel, one that seemed to seep into the very bones of its residents. Whispers intertwined like a thick fog, obscuring truth amid fevered gossip. Huddled together in clusters, women with red-rimmed eyes shared their fears, each tale woven with strands of desperation and an acute awareness of their vulnerability. Drawing closer to the heart of the community, Grayson searched for answers beneath the layers of panic. His instincts tingled as he noted the subtle changes in demeanor among the locals, the deeper glances, the furtive whispers. Their fear morphed into something more dangerous, a breeding ground for suspicion and violence against perceived enemies. Determined to pry open the secrets festering within the shadows, he knew he must tread carefully, for trust in such perilous times could easily unravel, leading him down an even darker path. The weather had turned brisk, a biting chill seeping through the cobblestones as Grayson continued the investigation. He walked the labyrinthine alleys of Whitechapel, the weight of despair heavy on his shoulders, each shadow stretching out like a whisper of the lives lost. Rumors had begun circling like vultures drawn to the scent of death, and trust was fraying within the community. Just 2 nights ago, a figure had approached Grayson in the dark, a voice trembling with fear, warning him of unseen dangers lurking nearby. As Grayson pondered the implications, the sharp crack of a newsboy's cry shattered the quiet. "Another murder! Read all about it!" The fleeting glances of passing women deepened his concern. Their faces told stories of fear that words could never capture. Tonight, the streets would bear witness to something more than mere shadows, a gathering storm of secrets, and he would stand at the center, forcing the truth to surface, no matter the cost. A heavy fog settled over Whitechapel, muffling the sounds of the night as Sarah wandered through the alleyways, her heartbeat echoing the trepidation in the air. She felt the weight of the city pressing down on her, a constant reminder of the menace lurking in the darkness. With each step, whispers of the latest victim sent shivers through her spine, igniting her resolve. The grim fate of Mary Jane Kelly haunted her thoughts, a veritable tableau of terror and vulnerability. Tonight, Sarah needed answers, information that could possibly illuminate the shadowy paths of the murderer. As she neared a gathering of her acquaintances, she spotted a familiar figure hunched in the flickering lamplight. It was Reggie, a streetwise fellow known for his loose tongue and connections in the underworld. With a cautious glance around, she approached him, her voice barely above a whisper, sensing that the night held secrets that could either shatter them all or offer a flicker of hope in their desperate fight for survival. As the first rays of dawn dared to break over Whitechapel, a heavy fog lingered, wrapping the streets in an eerie embrace. Elias Grayson remained sleepless, consumed by a tempestuous mix of doubt and determination. His thoughts swirled around the victims, their shattered lives, their whispered stories echoing in his mind. The chilling reminder of the recent atrocities gnawed at him, fueling his resolve to piece together the fractured fragments of their existence. Across town, Sarah moved through the shadows, her keen instincts guiding her through the tangled web of alleys that thrived in vulnerability. She felt it, a palpable shift in the air. The community's fear transformed into a quiet, simmering rage. Each whispered conversation among the women she encountered reflected their shared pain and abandonment, and she vowed to amplify their voices. Grayson, meanwhile, felt a tug towards deeper alliances, a recognition that they needed to stand united against the encroaching darkness. With renewed focus, he prepared to confront the fierce tide of suspicion that threatened to drown Whitechapel, and uncertain yet unyielding, he braced for what lay ahead. The air was thick with unease as Grayson stepped through the damp streets, his mind racing with the latest revelations. In the wake of the fifth murder, an unsettling silence gripped Whitechapel, disrupted only by hushed whispers and the occasional scuffle in the dark alleys. Women moved in furtive haste, eyes darting, haunted by the specter of the Ripper stalking them. Grayson paused at the corner where Sarah last shared her insights about the victims' connections. Each fragment of information seemed to weave an intricate tapestry, one that hinted at deeper entanglements and darker truths lurking beneath the surface of despair. As he rubbed his temples in frustration, the echoes of laughter from a nearby pub reminded him of the bittersweet contrast between life and death that defined their world. Desperation clawed at his resolve. He had to act fast. The truth awaited, hidden among the shadows, and Grayson was determined to pull it into the light before it was too late. Elias Grayson stood at the edge of the East End's gloom, his heart heavy with the weight of unanswered questions. Night hung thick like a suffocating shroud, blending with the cries of distant revelers whose laughter stood in stark contrast to the caution that knotted in his gut. The flickering gaslight illuminated alleyways teeming with shadows, each corner whispering secrets yet to be unearthed. He had just returned from a meeting with Sarah, her fierce determination igniting a hope he hadn't felt in days. Together they had scoured the streets for connections among the victims, piecing together the fragile tapestry of their lives. The bond forged between them deepened as they shared their dreams and fears beneath the watchful gaze of a looming moon. But darkness lurked closer than he realized. Rumors swirled, twisting the air around him like a serpent. Grayson felt the heat of eyes upon him, a reminder that trust was a currency as rare as the compassion the victims had been denied. The night air hung heavy with an unnerving, lingering dread as Grayson navigated the dimly lit streets of Whitechapel, his senses heightened by the disquiet that clung to every shadow. The rumors spread like wildfire. Salvaged whispers ignited fresh fears within the community, each corner seeming to hide its own secrets. As he approached the heart of the precinct, Grayson's mind remained a tempest of thoughts. The mounting pressure from his superiors, the anguished faces of the victims' families, and above all, the enigma of the Ripper. Dread coiled in his gut, gnawing away at his resolve. A small flickering light caught his attention. Sarah stood waiting under a weathered awning, her silhouette stark against the pounding rain. Her eyes, filled with a mix of caution and urgency, conveyed that vital information lay ahead. The pact they forged in pursuit of truth deepened, entwining their fates further in this sprawling tapestry of despair, dark purpose, and unyielding strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fog crept in like a shroud, wrapping Whitechapel in a veiled suspicion. Grayson paced the streets, the distant murmur of hushed voices gnawing at him. The latest murder had sent shockwaves through the community, and the air thickened with unease. It was a chilling night, the kind that drove men to madness and women to desperation. Facing a growing sense of urgency, Grayson instinctively turned to the alleys he knew too well, where whispers of the past mingled with the present. Sarah joined him, her eyes scanning the shadows, reading the fear etched on each face they passed. "They're scared, Elias," she whispered, shiver creeping through her voice, "and they're pointing fingers at anyone they can." The weight of his responsibility pressed heavily on Grayson, tightening his resolve. With every step, he understood that surrendering to the darkness was far more dangerous than chasing the Ripper himself. The truth lingered just out of reach, but he would find it, even if it cost him everything. In the dim glow of gas lamps, whispers of a community in turmoil filled the air, and the streets of Whitechapel seemed to pulse with an oppressive dread. Grayson paced outside the local tavern, each footfall echoing the chaos of his thoughts. The sixth murder loomed like a specter, uncertainty gnawing at his resolve. His hand brushed against the cold metal of the notebook in his pocket, a lifeline to clarity amid the tumult. As he entered, the murmur of voices faded into tense silence. All eyes turned expectantly. Sarah was recounting the chilling rumor that had taken hold of the neighborhood, sightings of a cloaked figure moving stealthily through the shadows. Grayson felt a surge of unease as he shifted beside her. He leaned in, catching a glint of determination in her gaze, and knew they were on the precipice of a truth that could shatter fragile lives or unveil the killer lurking in plain sight. Grayson stood in the shadows of the alleyway, the lingering stench of decay mingling with the crisp autumn air. He clutched a crumpled note found among the victim's personal effects, its cryptic message intertwining various threads of his investigation. The murmur of the nearby crowd faded as he replayed Sarah's words in his mind, a revelation that ignited a flame of determination within him. The connection he had unearthed sent waves of unease through him. It was not just a list of names, but a map leading to hidden truths and unresolved grievances. As he ventured deeper into the maze of twisting streets, flickering gaslights illuminated fragments of a fractured community, each face telling a story marred by fear and desperation. The weight of their sufferings pressed heavily upon him, fueling his resolve. Grayson wasn't merely hunting a killer. He was digging for the very soul of Whitechapel, desperate to uncover a narrative that intertwined justice with the shadows of its past. The autumn air hung thick with a sense of impending dread as Grayson ambled through the shadowed alleys, each echo of his footsteps drowned by the palpable tension swirling around Whitechapel. The latest victim's gruesome fate loomed like a specter over the community, and whispers of fear reverberated through the cracked walls of nearby tenements. As he approached a group gathered outside the butcher's shop, their faces were etched with horror and suspicion, eyes darting from one shadow to another, as if the Ripper himself might materialize amidst them. "He's watching us," murmured an elderly woman, her voice trembling. Grayson felt a pang of unease. Paranoia festered in the minds of the residents, turning neighbor against neighbor. The air was thick with the stench of fear, but beneath that he sensed a brewing desperation for justice. With renewed determination, he trudged onward, promising himself that he would unearth the monster lurking in their midst, no matter the cost. His obsession now felt like a curse, binding him to a path of relentless pursuit. The air hung heavy with the stench of fear and despair as Grayson emerged from the dim confines of the local pub, where whispers of the latest murder had erupted into frenzied rumors. The streets of Whitechapel, influenced by the frigid night, bore an unsettling silence that felt almost conspiratorial. Each footstep echoed as Constable Grayson navigated the cobbled paths, his mind racing through the pieces of the puzzle that refused to coalesce into clarity. Tonight, under the flickering lamps, he recalled Sarah's hidden strength, the way her eyes shone with determination amidst the shadows. Their pact to uncover the truth bound them tighter with each grim revelation unveiled, each victim a testament to the violence that simmered beneath society's fragile facade. Yet, the weight of a city gripped by terror sharpened their resolve. As he turned a corner, startled gasps erupted nearby. Another sighting? Was the cloaked figure haunting the streets about to reveal more secrets? Grayson felt an electric thrill that only the hunt could ignite, prompting him to quicken his pace into the darkness ahead. The moon hung low and ominous over Whitechapel, casting ghostly shadows that danced along the cobblestone streets. Constable Grayson, his brow furrowed with the weight of the city's terror, revisited the grim scene of Mary Jane Kelly's murder. Each step through the alley felt like a descent into the heart of darkness, where whispers of the Ripper echoed, taunting him. The investigator's mind raced, piecing together fragments of the past. The familiar faces of the victims loomed large, reminding him of their struggles, their dreams deferred or extinguished. As he knelt to examine the ground once more, a flicker of movement caught his eye. In the shadows, Sarah emerged, her presence both a comfort and a complication. "You're going too deep, Elias," she warned, her voice low, heavy with concern. "You don't know what you might unearth." Grayson met her gaze, resolute. "But if I don't try, who will?" Their eyes locked, the unspoken bond between them growing stronger amid the roiling chaos of Whitechapel. Grayson wandered through the shadow-laden streets once more, the heavy fog curling around him like a shroud, each step echoing with a sense of urgency he could no longer ignore. He felt the weight of every whispered name, every mistrustful glance exchanged among the community. Just days earlier, Eleanor had shared insights from her reformist gatherings, where she advocated for safe havens for women. Her passion ignited a fire in him, yet Grayson could not eradicate the gnawing anxiety that invaded his thoughts. Driven by a need for answers, he sought out Sarah in her usual haunt, the ragged tavern where secrets flowed as freely as the ale. When he found her, her eyes glimmered with both determination and fear as she recounted disturbing rumors surrounding a new victim. "Something's changed in the dark, Constable," she murmured, her voice laced with urgency. "It's not just the murders, it's the feeling that something worse is coming." The haunting echoes of Whitechapel's shadows enveloped Grayson as he paced the narrow alleyways, each step heavy with dread and guilt. The media frenzy had surged to a fever pitch, each new report further complicating the investigation. Yet beneath the cacophony of sensational headlines lay a grim truth. Fear had grown razor-sharp, slicing into the very fabric of the community. Grayson could feel the eyes of the townsfolk on him, casting judgment heavier than the fog that clung to the streets. Meanwhile, Sarah had ventured into the heart of Whitechapel's underbelly, gathering whispers from those who dared not reveal their truths. It was during one of their hushed meetings that she divulged a name that sent shivers down Grayson's spine, a figure intertwined with both crime and charity. The potential leads expanded, weaving through the blood-stained echoes of the past. Resolute, Grayson prepared to chase this new thread, knowing full well that it may be the key to unlocking the darkness that wrapped around Whitechapel like a noose. Underneath the murky pall of night, Elias Grayson's mind buzzed with fragments of evidence, yet to coalesce into clarity. The air was thick with tension, each passing murmuration of the wind echoing the cries of Whitechapel. As he wandered the labyrinthine alleys, a chill settled in his bones, but not from the cold. It stemmed from an unfamiliar sense of urgency deep within. A fleeting shadow flitted just beyond his periphery, stirring instincts honed by years of navigating both the streets and the human psyche. He paused, heart thundering against his chest, grappling with the growing fear that the killer might be closer than he had ever imagined. The investigation had led him to dark places, unveiling secrets bruised by shame and neglect. His burgeoning alliance with Sarah weighed heavily on him. Her revelations ignited a fire of determination within, yet he feared for her safety amid rising chaos. Each step he took reverberated with the promise of uncovering not just a murderer, but a truth buried beneath the shadows that draped Whitechapel. The echoes of the past whispered warnings, beckoning Grayson onward into the heart of darkness. With the sun dipping low behind the tenements of Whitechapel, the air thickened with a spine-chilling dread. Grayson, bearing the weight of his obsessive pursuit, sprinted down the claustrophobic alleyways cloaked in gloaming shadows, following a new lead whispered through Sarah's network. The mere thought of another murder ignited a fire in his chest, blending determination with sorrow as he relived the faces of the lost women. Each victim now felt like a wraith haunting his steps, urging him to uncover the truth buried beneath layers of secrecy. As he reached the corner of Buck's Row, a flickering lamp cast distorted shadows on the cobblestones, seemingly alive with the stories of the night. There a figure emerged, cloaked and hunched, their presence an unsettling reminder of the violence stalking these streets. Grayson's heart raced. Could this be the break he desperately sought, or merely another false hope? With resolve hardening in his gut, he stepped forward, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited him. The streets of Whitechapel echoed with a charged stillness, broken only by the muffled footsteps of an anxious community as dawn crept over the horizon. The aftermath of Mary Jane Kelly's murder lay heavy in the air, each soul trapped in a shroud of dread. Constable Grayson, his heart racing, examined the scene anew, searching for clues amongst the shadows. He could sense despair seeping from the very cobblestones, the grief of mothers, daughters, and lovers intertwining, becoming a tapestry of loss that pressed on him like a vice. A sudden rush of urgency coursed through him as he recalled Sarah's words, her past interlinked with those of the victims. He needed to understand this twisted web fully if he hoped to expose the darkness that lurked among them. As he turned to leave, a commotion erupted nearby, a voice rising above the others, daring to demand justice for their fallen. Grayson quickened his pace, an unexpected spark igniting within him, motivated not just by duty, but by something deeper, a visceral need to protect those whose stories had been extinguished. Fog curled through the streets of Whitechapel, thick and oppressive, as the weight of fear settled deeper into the hearts of the residents. Constable Elias Grayson, weary yet resolute, relentlessly pursued leads that seemed perpetually shrouded in darkness. Each shadow cast by the flickering gas lamps whispered tales of despair, yet Grayson remained undeterred, driven by an unwavering sense of duty. In the makeshift shelter of a derelict warehouse, a gathering of women strung together stories of murky alleys and late-night encounters, their voices a blend of resolve and apprehension. Among them was Sarah, whose eyes glimmered with newfound purpose. Sharing her revelations about the elusive syndicate that preyed on the vulnerable, she recognized that their strength lay in unity. As the night deepened, Grayson felt a surge of determination igniting within him, a flicker of hope amidst the ever-looming dread. The thread their lives now wove together grew taut, drawing them closer to a truth hidden beneath the blood-soaked cobbles of Whitechapel. Grayson stood beneath the flickering gaslight, the shadows of Whitechapel cloaking him in uncertainty. Whispers carried through the night air, mingling with the sharp scent of damp earth and fear. The community, once a tightly woven fabric, now felt frayed, each thread pulling away as paranoia and grief resonated through its streets. He pondered the latest discovery, a blood-stained handkerchief found near Mary Jane's murder scene, its fabric an ominous thread woven deeper into the tapestry of dread enveloping the neighborhood. He couldn't shake the image of Sarah's face as she had recounted her memories of the fallen women, her voice laced with both sorrow and defiance. In those stories lay the unearthing of forgotten dreams. A thought pressed against his mind, a possibility both chilling and invigorating. What if the killer had not just sought victims, but had been ensnared by interconnected tales of desperation and survival? As Grayson reflected on this, the distant sound of a commotion broke the stillness, pulling him back to the reality simmering dangerously on the surface. With resolve tightening his chest, he pushed through the throng, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The murmur of the street echoed with a palpable fear, a silenced dread that clung to the narrow alleys of Whitechapel like a dense fog. As Elias Grayson peered into the shadows, the weight of despair pressed against his chest, a constant reminder of the lives extinguished too soon. In his mind, the images of the victims flickered like candle flames, each flicker a life story abruptly halted. Tonight, the pale moon gleamed overhead, casting a cold light on the cobblestones, illuminating the path he followed in pursuit of truth. Sarah, ever resourceful, had uncovered a lead whispering promises of answers hidden in the foggy depths of the night. He recalled her message, spoken with urgency, laced with the edge of fear. "Meet me by the old warehouse," she had said, her eyes glinting with determination. An unsettling premonition gripped him as he quickened his pace. In a place where shadows danced with secrets, the next discovery might come at a dire cost. The night was unfurling its wings, shadows growing long and deep, as the unsolved mystery of the Ripper loomed closer, an ever-evolving nightmare. Elias Grayson found himself standing outside the crumbling tenement, the shadows longer now as dusk settled over Whitechapel. The oppressive air was thick with tension, suffocated beneath the weight of whispered fears exchanged among neighbors. Today would mark another evening of unease, the specter of the Ripper unyielding in his grip on the community. The clock in the distance chimed ominously, echoing like a warning bell through the narrow streets. Elias's heart raced as he recalled the horror of the latest murder, a fresh reminder of the toll this investigation had already taken on the fragile spirit of the town. Determined to break through the wall of silence, he made his way to the newsstand, where the sensationalist headlines screamed for attention, further inflating the public's terror. As he approached, he spotted Sarah, her keen eyes flitting nervously across the street. Grayson beckoned, realizing only she held the insight to navigate through the despair that engulfed them both. Rain pattered against the cobblestones, a soothing rhythm overshadowed by the silence of a community gripped by fear. As Grayson traversed the dimly lit streets, the whispers of the townsfolk echoed in his mind, a cacophony of dread and disbelief. Each step he took felt heavy, burdened not only by the weight of his task, but also by the palpable loss that enveloped Whitechapel. Sarah had shown him a hidden side of the city, one filled with shadows and flickering hope, but the grim reality of their predicament pressed upon him like a vice. Tonight, he had returned to speak with the local seamstress, a woman whose needle had often stitched together the frayed lives around her. As he approached her shop, he glimpsed the flicker of candlelight bouncing off the windows. The seamstress had hinted at knowing more about the victims, a connection entwined in fabric and fate that could illuminate the darkness shrouding the Ripper. With renewed determination, Grayson steeled himself for whatever revelations awaited within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting deep shadows along the crumbling cobblestones, Grayson felt the weight of despair settling over Whitechapel like a suffocating fog. Tonight, the streets felt particularly haunting, whispering secrets of the past and the restless souls lost to the Ripper's cruelty. With each step, the echo of anxious murmurs filled the air, a lament for lives unfairly stolen. He paused at the corner of Hanbury Street, where laughter once danced freely, but now lay heavy with sorrow. The flicker of a gas lamp caught his eye, illuminating an all-too-familiar silhouette. It was Sarah, her usual bravado dimmed this evening. Their eyes met, and he sensed her unease. Instead of revealing her thoughts, she simply nodded toward the shadows, as if beckoning him into a deeper understanding of the haunting world around them. The night tightened its grip, and Grayson steeled himself for the revelations yet to unfold. As the weight of despair settled heavier on Whitechapel, Grayson felt the chilling grip of paranoia envelop the streets. The whispers of the butcher's alleged involvement echoed through the air, fueled by fear and gossip that crackled like dry leaves in the wind. Determined to untangle the web of suspicion, Grayson strolled down the alleyways lined with flickering gas lamps, shadows dancing against the cobblestones beneath his feet. With each step, he recalled Sarah's words, the fragments of truth she shared revealing the segregation of lives lived in shadows. Her knowledge of the street fissured into his mind like vines creeping through the cracks of despair. He wanted to find her again, to harness her insight into the pulse of the community. Just as he contemplated their next meeting, the cry of a woman pierced the night, sending a shiver racing down his spine. He rushed toward the sound, knowing that in the search for answers, time was more precious than ever. As the sun dipped below the crumbling shanties of Whitechapel, a palpable tension enveloped the streets, as if they too felt the weight of despair pressing against their cracked facades. Constable Elias Grayson traced the path he took to the alley where the latest victim lay, that ghostly presence of her blood still echoing in his mind. The whispers of the townsfolk, each tremor of their voices painted with dread and frustration, haunted him like the shadows lurking in every corner. When Sarah approached him, her eyes glinting with an urgency that could not be ignored, he sensed she carried more than mere gossip. She held pieces of the puzzle. "Elias," she whispered, glancing nervously around. "There's a name they're speaking of, someone who knew them all." Grayson's pulse quickened, the flicker of hope igniting a spark in the darkness. "What have you heard?" As Sarah leaned closer, the chill in the air thickened, weaving a web of intrigue that drew them deeper into the night. Grayson stood beneath the flickering gaslight, the cold biting at his fingertips as the weight of the city pressed down upon him. The reports of the fifth murder had stirred more than mere panic. They had ignited a furnace of fury among the residents. In the shadow of the last victim, Mary Jane Kelly, whose fate had been mercilessly brutal, the whispers of revenge began to slither through the alleys. Families huddled in their homes. Mothers whispered grim tales to children who, despite their innocence, were haunted by the specter of the Ripper. With the townsfolk's spirits fractured, the community sought solace, yet also vengeance. Grayson felt the pulse of this gathering storm, a relentless yearning for justice, tangled with the fear of their own darkness. As he moved through the streets, encountering haunted faces and desperate eyes, an unsettling thought gnawed at him. What if the real monster lurked closer than anyone dared to believe? This enigma pressed upon him as he prepared for the day ahead, knowing it would shape not only his destiny, but the fragile hope of Whitechapel. The lanterns flickered along the narrow streets of Whitechapel, their dim glow failing to dispel the oppressive atmosphere hanging heavily in the air. Grayson's thoughts raced as he stood outside the dilapidated boarding house, a tangle of conflicting emotions swirling within him. Sarah had just shared a piece of her past, a narrative woven with loss and despair that tugged at his heart. In this unforgiving world, the streets were not merely a backdrop to the killings. They were a living tapestry of the lives that had intersected with fate, each thread telling a story of survival. With renewed determination, he knew that uncovering the truth about the Ripper required not just forensic evidence, but an understanding of the emotional landscape navigating these women's lives. As he turned to leave, the distant sounds of a scuffle echoed through the alley, a reminder that danger lurked just beyond the shadows. Fate, it seemed, was not done testing him yet. The late autumn air of Whitechapel crackled with tension, whispers floating through the fog like wraiths among the frightened crowds. Grayson stood at the crossroads of decisions. Every face in the gathering thrummed with anxiety, each one hunting for answers. Fear had woven itself into the very fabric of their lives, threatened by an unseen predator lurking in the shadows. As he met the gaze of Sarah across the makeshift gathering, he could almost sense the urgency coursing through her veins, a shared resolve burning. Tonight, the community sought resolve, a flicker of hope amid despair, flickering against the encroaching darkness. In hushed tones, mothers recounted tales of the dead, weaving together the lives of women shattered by violence. Grayson knew the killer was among them, his heart pounding with the gravity of their plight and the growing number of victims. As lanterns flickered above, he took a determined step forward, ready to dive back into the depths of Whitechapel's secrets where unexpected truths awaited. The hunt was far from over. It had just begun again. As the sun sank lower in the murky London sky, casting long shadows over Whitechapel, the air thickened with a sense of impending dread. Grayson found himself questioning the very fabric of his beleaguered community, each face a portrait of terror, each whisper a stranglehold on hope. The pieces were beginning to align like a grotesque puzzle. He clutched the tattered edges of a newspaper article, its sensationalized headlines hammering nails into the collective anxiety of the people. That Jack the Ripper taunted them all, his name wrapped in sorrowful tones, invoking nightmares that crept down the alleyways. Standing in the midst of the chaos, an unrelenting hunger for truth gnawed at Grayson's resolve. With Sarah by his side, she provided a rare glimpse into the hidden stories of women who walked those haunted streets. It was then that Grayson realized each revelation only deepened the mystery, weaving the victims' lives into a narrative far more intricate than he had ever imagined. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, a rare stillness clung to the air, albeit momentarily, as if the shadows themselves hesitated. Somewhere in the distance, the tolling of the church bell echoed like a somber warning, a reminder of the lives lost to the darkness creeping through the streets. Grayson, weary yet resolute, paced within the dim confines of his office, poring over the mounting evidence. His mind, a labyrinth of connections and doubts, flickered between hope and despair as he replayed Sarah's recent revelations. That night, she had spoken of a hidden gathering, a clandestine meeting of women seeking safety amid the chaos, discussing ways to protect one another. The thought ignited a spark in Grayson's chest. The courage they displayed shone brightly against the backdrop of terror. Compelled by their determination, he resolved to infiltrate this sanctuary. Perhaps, within their whispered conversations, lay the key to understanding the Ripper's terrifying grip, drawing him deeper into their world, where fear and resilience danced hand in hand. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, the air heavy with the scent of coal smoke and despair, Grayson found himself drifting through a maze of half-formed thoughts. The madness that had consumed him felt both familiar and unsettling, the streets alive with whispers of the last victim gnawing at his resolve. With each step he sensed the weight of unseen eyes, the unyielding burden of expectation from his superiors, and the restless fear lying dormant in the hearts of terrified citizens. Seeking solace, he revisited the alley where Marianne had met her tragic fate, envisioning the flicker of her shadow against the cobblestones. Each echo resonated with unspoken stories, the cries of lost souls intertwining with his unraveling psyche. Just then a soft rustle broke the ominous silence, pulling him from his reverie. Sarah emerged, her expression a mix of determination and dread, carrying news that could tip the scales of their investigation. Together they ventured deeper into the shadows, propelled by an unrelenting quest for truth. As the evening shadows draped over Whitechapel, whispers of fear echoed through the narrow alleys. Grayson found himself afire with an unsettling urgency, every heartbeat resonating with the solemn weight of his mission. He paced the grimy floor of his modest lodgings, the flickering candle casting elongated shadows that danced eerily, mirroring the darkness encroaching on the community. The very air felt thick with dread, the oppressive silence broken only by stray cats yowling in the distance. Sarah's revelations clung to him like a suffocating fog. The threads of her history intertwined with the victims served as both a guide and a curse. What if the key to unmasking the Ripper lay hidden within her memories? The thought ignited a fire within him. Determined, he resolved to visit Sarah at first light, knowing that in her struggle, resilience flickered like a lone candle amidst a tempest. Hope surged within him, igniting the path forward, as the rise of dawn promised new revelations in the hunt for justice. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, a sense of foreboding hung in the air, a reminder that the night was far from safe. Grayson pulled his collar closer, irritation rising as he spotted yet another report in the hands of a newspaper vendor. The sensational headlines blared details of the latest gruesome act, and each word seemed to tighten the noose around his investigation. Desperation gnawed at him, each flash of ink revealing not just the frustrations of the public, but an unsettling truth. The press was weaving a narrative far beyond the reality he encountered. Sarah had warned him, their earlier cooperation had drawn attention, and now even shadows seemed to whisper twisted tales. "Elias!" a voice interrupted his thoughts. Inspector Barrow, with his sharp eyes and an even sharper tongue, approached. "We need to talk about the butcher's alibi." Grayson felt a rush of urgency. Every minute spent arguing over conjectured truths pulled them further from finding the real killer. With the stakes rising, he turned toward Barrow, determined to discern fact from fiction in the increasingly convoluted web of deceit. An uneasy silence enveloped the trembling streets of Whitechapel as night descended, the gas lamps flickering like distressed souls against the encroaching darkness. Constable Grayson's instincts prickled with the weight of dread. The community was once again on edge, the recent tragedy of all too familiar echoes haunting their lives. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the grim task ahead. As he walked the cobblestones, he recalled the faces of the victims he had come to know so intimately, their laughter, their struggles, their stolen dreams now marred by the specter of death. Just then, a sharp scream shattered the stillness, reverberating through the alleyways. Heart-pounding, Grayson sprinted towards the sound, knowing every second counted. As he neared the source, he spotted Sarah, her eyes wide with terror, clutching a tattered parcel against her chest. "They're watching us," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper, sending a chill coursing through Grayson's veins that matched the icy air of the night. The stifling air of anticipation thickened in the alleys of Whitechapel as rumors swirled about yet another imminent tragedy. Constable Grayson paced in his dimly lit office, echoes of the latest findings reverberating in his mind. He'd been poring over notes, desperately connecting disparate threads that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The pattern lay before him, a map drenched in blood, intricately woven with the fates of the women he struggled to protect. Sarah's voice broke through his reverie, filled with urgency as she burst into the room. "Elias, you need to see this," she breathed, unfolding a battered letter with trembling hands. The words scrawled upon it hinted at something darker, an unholy alliance lurking in the shadows of the syndicate. Grayson leaned closer, his heart racing. This could unravel the answers they'd sought. As he contemplated the daunting implications, a chill crept through the window, carrying whispers of dread that bypassed reason and plunged straight into their souls. As the fog thickened, wrapping around the figure of Constable Elias Grayson, a sense of foreboding gripped him tighter than ever. He paced the dimly lit streets of Whitechapel, wrestling with the latest findings. Each murder seemed to pull the community further into despair while revealing the numerous fractures within their fragile lives. He could hear the hushed whispers of fear drifting through the alleyways, mingling with the sharp scent of decay. The victims were not mere names, they were echoes of lost dreams, each life snuffed out revealing a chilling pattern. Grayson paused as a familiar figure appeared at the edge of the shadows. Sarah, her eyes wide with something unspoken. Their connection had deepened, forged in the fires of suffering and resolve. "I have something," she murmured, her voice tremulous yet determined. With that, she stepped closer, drawing him into a risky exchange that could hold the key to unraveling the Ripper's web. As the murky dawn broke over Whitechapel, an uneasy quiet hovered in the air, punctuated only by the distant lament of a mourning widow. Grayson, weary yet relentless, gathered his thoughts amid a cacophony of wretched whispers that seemed to breathe life into his doubts. The chalk outline of the latest victim haunted him, each stroke a stark reminder of failure. He clenched his fists, vowing to piece together the fragmented stories of the women who had become mere statistics in the eyes of the authorities. Just then, Sarah's voice cut through his reverie, her tone sharp with urgency. "Elias, you need to see this." She beckoned him into the shadows of a narrow alley, revealing a crumpled letter, its ink blurred, but its message startlingly clear. Buried within the scrawl were names and addresses, potential links that could unravel the web of terror clinging to Whitechapel. The tension in the air thickened. They were on the cusp of something monumental. A spark ignited within Grayson, urging him to chase not just a killer, but justice for the silenced, a pursuit that might lead them directly into the lion's den. In the dim light of early morning, Constable Elias Grayson stood at the edge of Mitre Square, his breath forming small clouds in the chilly air. The grim reality of another murder weighed heavily on his shoulders, each lifeless body a new pain etched in his memory. He could still hear the frantic whispers of the crowd, a relentless tide of fear washing over the alleys of Whitechapel. In the wake of Mary Jane Kelly's horrific death, the community's pulse quickened, each heartbeat echoing a question that hung heavily in the air. Who was the fiend haunting their streets? Grayson's resolve hardened as he considered the police's recent missteps and the urgent need for answers. No longer could he rely solely on uncooperative colleagues. He would forge deeper connections with the very community he sought to protect. The memories of the victims swirled in his mind like a dense fog, propelling him towards the next lead, determined to piece together the macabre puzzle the Ripper had laid before him. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the shadows of Whitechapel deepened, cloaking the streets in an unsettling gloom. The weight of dread seemed to settle anew, heavy in the air, as Grayson traversed the cobbled pathways, his mind racing with fragmented memories of the victims. In the distance, he heard the anguished wails of a woman echoing through the alleyways, a sound that conjured painful images of loss and despair. Fueled by a mix of determination and trepidation, he approached the source, finding Sarah huddled against the damp wall, her expression a mask of horror. "Elias," she breathed, her voice trembling, "they've found another body." The words hung between them, heavy with meaning, deepening the chasm of fear that had come to define their lives. Grayson could already sense the community's pulse quickening with fear, a subtle shift igniting an urge to protect those still breathing. Determined, he nodded, drawing on the well of courage in his heart, ready to face the chaos that loomed before them. The autumn chill wrapped around Whitechapel like a suffocating shroud as Grayson stood outside the dilapidated tenement where Mary Jane Kelly lived. A gnawing unease settled in his gut, the echoes of her name reverberating through his mind as he recalled the horrors he had witnessed. The streets whispered with tales of her vibrant spirit, now extinguished, and Grayson felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. Determined to honor her memory, he ventured inside, each creaking floorboard a lament for the lives lost to darkness. Inside, a single flickering candle cast eerie shadows on the walls, illuminating remnants of a life once filled with laughter and dreams. Grayson rifled through forgotten belongings, letters stained with tears and photographs marred by age, each item a testament to the fragility of existence. As he pieced together fragments of her story, a chilling realization struck him. These young women were not merely victims. They were voices that demanded to be heard. Empowered by their silent cries, Grayson knew he must dig deeper into the shadows that sought to silence them. As the chilly dawn crept over Whitechapel, Grayson stood alone at the threshold of the alley where the latest victim had been found. The police tape flapped eerily in the wind, a stark reminder of the horrors that lurked just beyond the daybreak. He felt the weight of the world pressing upon him, compounded by the knowledge that another family would soon be shattered by grief. The faces of the victims haunted him, their stories intertwining in a tapestry of despair and resilience. Determined to uncover the truth, Grayson returned to Sarah, hoping she could shed light on the secrets hidden in the shadows of this fractured community. With each revelation she offered, he sensed their bond strengthening, a partnership born of desperation and an unyielding pursuit for justice. But as he met her piercing gaze, he couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that the killer was always one step ahead, lurking just outside the reach of their grasp. As dawn broke over the murky streets of Whitechapel, a muted glow highlighted the shadows lingering in alleyways. Grayson found himself at the edge of a crime scene once more, the cold grip of dread tightening in his chest. This time, the deprived remnants of another victim lay in stark contrast to the vibrant morning light. The hurried whispers of a growing crowd echoed around him, blending with the morning's biting chill. In the chaotic aftermath of the latest murder, Sarah's voice resonated through his mind, reminding him of the untold stories buried beneath the fear. While the city's pulse quickened with rumors, he felt it now, an urgency spurred by not just duty, but a quest for understanding. Through clenched teeth, he vowed to unearth the truth, not merely of the Ripper's identity, but of every lost voice that had fallen silent. The hunt was far from over. It was evolving, and so was he. As the chill of autumn settled over Whitechapel, the grim anticipation in the air thickened like fog. Grayson moved through the procession of shadows, each step weighted by the burden of unanswered questions and the community's rising frenzy. Overhead, the gas lamps flickered like dying stars, struggling against the encroaching darkness that mirrored the turmoil beneath the cobbles. The latest murder had stolen the breath from their souls, and the constable found himself standing aghast before the latest crime scene. A crowd had gathered, whispering in hushed tones, their faces awash in fear and curiosity, desperate for clarity in the midst of chaos. Grayson's heart raced as he recalled Sarah's last words, her voice haunted by shadows. "They're all connected. You must see it." The notion sank in deep, igniting a fierce determination within him. No more could he let the darkness claim their sisters. With renewed focus, Grayson plunged deeper into the depths of Whitechapel, resolutely prepared to unravel the sinister threads binding the lives and deaths around him. The rain drummed persistently against the cobblestones, casting a somber rhythm over the damp streets of Whitechapel, where shadows clung to every corner like the lingering whispers of the dead. Constable Elias Grayson moved stealthily, each step a blend of determination and dread as he retraced the last known steps of the victims. In the flickering gaslight, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Sarah, her brow furrowed with worry. "Elias," she called, her voice a mixture of urgency and fear. "There are whispers in the alleys, rumors that the Rippers returned." His heart raced as he felt the weight of those words settle like a leaden shroud. Each murder had unraveled ties in the community, but the last attack had plunged them deeper into chaos. With renewed resolve, Grayson turned to Sarah, her resilience reminding him that hope, however frail, still flickered in the dark. Their investigation had to press forward. Each clue, each heartbeat, a step closer to unveiling the chilling truth hidden in the shadows. As the murky fog enveloped Whitechapel, Grayson huddled in the shadows, the weight of his investigation pressing down on him like a shroud. His mind raced, entangled in the chaos of overlapping rumors and growing despair among the women of the night. Each face he encountered seemed etched with fear, mirroring the anxiety that nibbled at his resolve. That evening, as muffled whispers threaded through the alleys, he spotted Sarah at the corner of the market, her eyes glinting with urgency. She dashed towards him, breathless from the relentless pace of the streets. "I've heard something," she murmured, glancing around as if the very walls had ears. "There's talk of a hidden meeting among the men, just after dark." Intrigued, Grayson felt a surge of adrenaline course through him. This could be a key, an insight that might unravel the syndicate's grip on the community and guide him closer to the truth behind the Ripper. The night was deepening, and time was running out. As the streets of Whitechapel groaned under the weight of despair, Constable Grayson found himself drawn into yet another dark corner of the investigation. The whimpers echoing from behind a dilapidated tenement caught his attention, an unsettling reminder of the fragile lives that populated these alleys. Shadows lingered where hope had once thrived. But even amid such gloom, Grayson sensed a flicker of determination within himself rising against the bleakness surrounding him. He approached cautiously, surveying the scene. The figure of a woman emerged from the shadows, Eliza, a fellow inhabitant of the streets, gaunt and wary, yet resolute. "You're looking for answers, aren't you?" she inquired, her eyes gleaming with a curiosity sharpened by survival. In that moment, Grayson recognized her strength, the kind born not from desperation, but resilience. He nodded, and as their shared sense of purpose blossomed, fragments of truth began to unravel, illuminating the complexities of the deadly game of cat and mouse in which they found themselves entangled. The investigation deepened, knitting their fates together with whispers of the Ripper's next move. The fog clung to the cobblestones like a shroud as Grayson trudged through the alleys of Whitechapel, the weight of despair heavy on his shoulders. Each body unearthed sparked a restless fury within him, but it was the haunting face of Mary Jane that lingered most in his mind. The investigators had finally linked her murder to the others, the ugly pattern sharpening with grim clarity. Whispers about an elusive figure, rumored to hold dark connections with the crime syndicate, slithered through the streets like smoke from a dying fire. Grayson's nights had become riddled with insomnia. Questions twisted through his thoughts until the chilling truth began to unfurl before him. As he sought answers, Sarah's voice echoed, reminding him of her network and the secrets she had sworn to protect. Encouraged by their alliance, he resolved to delve deeper into the syndicate's shadows, understanding the dangers lurking in their grip. Justice, he knew, was not easily won, but the stakes had never felt higher. The night held many secrets, and he would not rest until he uncovered them all. The moon hung low, casting a silvery pallor over Whitechapel as Grayson navigated the narrow, shadow-cloaked streets. Each corner harbored whispers of dread, echoing the fears of the latest victims. He shivered, not only from the chill in the air, but from the gnawing realization that time was slipping through his fingers. The Ripper's presence loomed larger every day, ensnaring the community in an ever-tightening noose. As he approached the dimly lit entrance of a local tavern, faint laughter spilled onto the street, a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere surrounding him. Inside, Sarah leaned against the bar, her eyes scanning the room, an oasis of defiance amid the gathering storm. "Did you find anything?" she asked, her voice barely rising above the din. Grayson leaned in, urgency sparking in his veins as he recounted the latest leads, aware that revealing any detail could tip the scales of danger. Outside, a cloaked figure slipped into the shadows, watching. The howling winds whipped through Whitechapel, amplifying the uneasy whispers coursing through the grimy streets. Grayson felt the palpable tension, thick as fog, weaving its way into the hearts of the residents. As news of the latest murder spread, it slithered into the very fabric of the community, leaving fear and resentment in its wake. He climbed the creaking stairs to the small flat shared by Sarah and her fellow street workers. Inside, shadows danced across the walls as candlelight flickered, illuminating the worry etched on their faces. The weight of despair hung heavily in the air. They were wary of him, an outsider in their world of survival. "Another one gone, love," Sarah murmured, looking downcast yet fierce. "They're all saying it's the butcher who did it." Grayson's stomach churned at the accusation. What if there was truth buried among the rumors? Driven by a sense of urgency, he reached for his notebook, eager to document every clue, every whispered secret. Each thread would bring him closer to unraveling the nightmare that had engulfed them all. The hour was late, but determination burned brightly in his chest. Whitechapel demanded justice, and he would not rest until it was found. With the chill of the autumn night enveloping Whitechapel, Grayson stood at the edge of Mitre Square, the air thick with fear and anticipation. The fifth murder had left an unmistakable scar on the community, as whispers of impending doom echoed in the alleyways. He paced, restless shadows flickering in gaslight, the weight of recent events pressing heavily on his shoulders. Every face he passed bore not just despair, but a haunting recognition of vulnerability and temptation. Through the haze, Sarah emerged, her silhouette cutting through the gloom. "Constable," she called, her voice laced with urgency. "I think I might know where he'll strike next." Grayson's heart raced, the rhythm of her words igniting a spark of hope amid his spiraling obsession. They shared a quick breath, understanding that the chase for truth entwined them deeper than they'd anticipated. With unshed tears sparkling in her eyes, Sarah took a step closer, beckoning him into the dark unknown, a pact forged in the shadows of fear. The air in Whitechapel thickened with a blend of fear and resentment, as whispers of the butcher's guilt spread like wildfire through the narrow streets. Constable Grayson, already worn from sleepless nights of investigation, found himself spiraling deeper into the labyrinth of suspicion. With each shadow that flickered in the gaslight, he felt the weight of unsaid truths pressing heavily on his chest. The butcher, once merely a shopkeeper preoccupied with cuts of meat, now bore the scrutiny of a community on the precipice of hysteria. As Grayson walked past the butcher's shop, the sharp smell of blood lingered in the air, stirring memories of the crime scenes that haunted him. An unexpected visit from Sarah, her eyes alive with urgency, broke the tide of his thoughts. "You need to see this," she urged, revealing a crumpled letter that had surfaced from the depths of the Ripper's grim tapestry. It bore a message that threatened to upend everything Grayson thought he understood about the investigation, leaving them both wrestling with a renewed sense of dread and determination. The air hung thick with apprehension as Grayson meticulously surveyed the small, cluttered office of the syndicate's front. The shadows cast by flickering gas lamps danced ominously across the walls, amplifying his unease. He had received a tip that a gathering was taking place tonight, where underworld whispers might reveal the Ripper's whereabouts. He settled in, his heart racing as he listened to muffled voices sifting through the veil of secrecy. Outside, the street remained eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the dark undercurrents he sought to unravel. Sarah, with her keen instincts, had informed him of this pivotal moment. As he strained to catch snippets of conversation, a name floated through the air like an unwanted specter. Murderer. Grayson felt an electric jolt surge through him, igniting the flame of adrenaline. This could be the breakthrough he desperately needed. Not all shadows were created equal. Some could illuminate the darkest truths that lay ahead. With his resolve renewed, Grayson prepared to weave himself into this clandestine world, knowing well the dangers that awaited him within the lightweight entry of treachery. The bitter chill of the early morning wrapped around Whitechapel like an unwelcome shroud. Constable Grayson's breath formed ghostly clouds in the air as he stood before yet another grim tableau, the cobblestones soaked with despair. The victim's lifeless body lay sprawled next to an empty wine bottle, her sorrowful expression frozen in time. Elizabeth Stride, the haunting afterglow of her transient life now extinguished, served as a macabre reminder of the city's savage heart. A knot tightened in Grayson's chest. Each murder unveiled a piece of a disjointed puzzle, further revealing the desperation of women forced to navigate this treacherous world. They were victims, yet each held their own story, a tale of survival buried beneath layers of societal neglect. As Grayson took a step forward, determination surged within him. The truth called out like a siren, echoing through the alleyways, urging him to delve deeper into the shadows that cloaked the Ripper's haunting presence. The chase was far from over. Every alley whispered secrets waiting to be unearthed. As the fog rolled in thick and suffocating, obscuring the lanterns that flickered like ghosts against the darkness, Grayson felt the weight of despair resting heavily upon his shoulders. Each night was a battle, not just against the chill that settled into his bones, but against the gnawing fear that he had not done enough to protect the very souls who lingered in the shadows of Whitechapel. Drawing in a deep breath, he ventured deeper into the alleys, the echoes of distant whispers haunting him, the murmurs of a community on the brink of rebellion. While canvassing the street, Sarah appeared, her silhouette framed by the dim light. She approached him with urgency, her expression a blend of fear and determination. "I've heard things," she said, her voice trembling as she glanced around. "There are those who believe they can take matters into their own hands. We need to act before it's too late." Grayson's heart raced. A new urgent pulse coursed through him, igniting both dread and a flicker of hope as he contemplated the potential for justice. In the somber light of dawn, shadows stretched like fingers across the cobbled streets of Whitechapel, whispering secrets of the night as Grayson pored over the convoluted threads of the case. With the city still draped in a shroud of unease, he found himself haunted not just by the victims' faces, but also by the weight of the expectations that pressed down upon him. Sarah, her eyes reflecting both resolution and vulnerability, approached him with newfound urgency after weaving her way through the narrow alleyways, rumors swirling around her. "I've heard something," she said breathlessly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet heavy with significance. The murmurs spoke of a witness, a terrified woman who had seen the cloaked figure one fateful night, a woman too afraid to speak until now. Grayson's heart quickened, each beat echoing the dwindling hope that justice could still prevail in the darkness where fear reigned supreme. The dawning day brought not only light, but also a glimpse of truth that had long eluded them both. The air was thick with tension as Grayson stood on the rain-slicked cobblestones, the murmur of gathered townsfolk washing over him like the relentless drizzle. Every flickering lamplight cast shadows that danced with unease, echoing the fears shared in hushed tones. They spoke of prophecies, of the Ripper as a specter haunting their nights, preying on their vulnerabilities. Grayson's heart raced. The men he questioned failed to offer him solace, their eyes darting away, shunning responsibility. He thought of Sarah's tenacity, her fierce spirit ignited by grief, spurring him to dig deeper. With each step, he felt the weight of unspoken truths pressing at his back, urging him to unravel the sinister threads binding the community. Just as he was ready to confront the butcher again, a scream cut through the damp air, slicing through the fog of uncertainty that shrouded Whitechapel. It was a call for help, one that could not be ignored. In those desperate cries, he sensed the pulse of the city, bleeds and binds unraveling under the Ripper's malevolent grip. Grayson stood at the edge of the crime scene, the acrid scent of blood still lingering in the air, mingling with the dampness of the fog that clung to the cobblestones like a shroud. Another life had been extinguished, another victim claimed by the shadows that crept through Whitechapel's dark alleys. He felt a gnawing urgency to piece together the fractured puzzle of these heinous acts, yet the rising tide of fear among the community threatened to drown his resolve. The whispers of the syndicate echoed in his mind, a reminder that the fight for justice was fraught with peril. As he turned back to the constables bustling behind him, he caught sight of Sarah, her expression a blend of determination and despair. She was more than a partner now. She was a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Together, they would navigate this treacherous mire, for beneath the grim surface of Whitechapel, lay hidden truths waiting to be unearthed. In the dimly lit back room of a dilapidated pub, the air thick with smoke and whispered fears, Grayson sat across from Sarah, their alliance forged in shadows and trust. The muffled sounds of revelry above contrasted sharply with the grim reality they faced, a chilling reminder of the darkness lurking just beyond the flickering gaslight. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, revealing more of the web of secrets that bound the victims, a connection rooted not just in despair, but also in the fragile threads of loyalty forged on the streets. Each word sparked a fire in Grayson's gut. The links were becoming undeniable. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the front of the pub, jolting their thoughts. Without hesitation, they exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement communicated in an instant. This was Whitechapel, where danger often crept closer than expected. Grayson steadied himself, readying for what lay outside, aware that each step taken in pursuit of the truth could lead them down an even darker path. As the dawn broke over Whitechapel, a heavy fog clung persistently to the cobblestones, muffling the distant cries of hawkers pushing their wares. Constable Grayson trudged through the clammy streets, haunted by the faces of the victims swirling in his mind, all too vivid against the backdrop of his growing obsession. Each murder felt like a grim puzzle piece snapping into place, unveiling a landscape of terror and despair that suffocated the very breath from the community. Today, however, was different. A new tip had arrived, one that spoke of a shadowy figure seen lurking near the darkened alleys where tragedy frequently struck. With his heart racing, Grayson approached Sarah, whose resourcefulness had become indispensable to him. As they huddled together, whispers of secrets exchanged between the shadows, hope flickered faintly amidst the growing dread. The investigation demanded fresh resolve. Lives hung in the balance, and every second counted. Together, they prepared to dive deeper into the underbelly of Whitechapel, where danger and intrigue wove a tapestry of darkness waiting to be unraveled. The air hung thick with tension as Grayson observed the gathering crowd on the corner of the alley. Whispers weaved through the anxious townsfolk like a chilling breeze. "Another sighting!" they murmured, recounting tales of the cloaked figure spotted lurking in the shadows. With every retelling, the fear morphed into terror, and Grayson found himself caught between the raw urgency of their convictions and the grim reality of his investigation. His thoughts drifted to Sarah, now a crucial ally, and the insights she offered. Just hours ago, she had spoken of a hidden network among the women, a delicate web of trust that connected them through their shared tragedies. They had been willing to protect each other at all costs, yet the threat of the Ripper loomed large. It was clear he needed to establish not only their narratives, but to harness their collective strength. In their resilience, perhaps lay the key that would unlock this nightmarish puzzle. As darkness enveloped Whitechapel once more, whispering tales of fear, Constable Grayson found himself shadowed by an unsettling silence. The weight of unrest buoyed through the cool air, his heart racing as he paced along the cobbled streets, each footfall stirring memories of the women lost to the night. The flicker of gaslights illuminated the faces of passers-by. Some bore wary glances, while others wore expressions of stoic determination. Revisiting the last known whereabouts of the victims, Grayson mastered his mounting dread. He had pieced together the clockwork of the killer's movements, but every tick echoed like a warning in his mind. Sensing Sarah's presence beside him, he turned. Her features, sculpted by hardship, revealed an unexpected resolve. They exchanged a knowing look, their bond growing stronger amid the chilling winds and moist earth. Together, they would navigate the seething currents of danger, seeking not just a killer but hope amidst despair, igniting a flicker of resistance in the depths of Whitechapel's shadows. The chilling winds of Whitechapel clawed through the night, tugging at the edges of Grayson's worn greatcoat as he made his way back from the latest crime scene. The shadows danced along the cobblestones, whispering secrets of fear and despair that hung thick in the air. Just hours prior, they had pulled a woman's body from the depths of that unforgiving alley, her torment echoing through Grayson's mind. It was the sixth murder, a cruel progression that harrowed his heart and mind alike. He could see it now, the small flickering lights of Sarah's window, a beacon of warmth amidst the consuming darkness. With each step toward her, memories of shared laughter and stories converged with his overwhelming resolve to protect her. Entering her cramped room, he was greeted not just by her presence, but by the weight of her conviction, which matched his own. Together, they forged an alliance, steeled by sorrow, a determination to unmask the monster that haunted their home. In the heart of Whitechapel, the murmur of fear twisted through the fog-laden streets, as whispers of the latest murder echoed ominously in every corner. Grayson, steeling himself against the oppressive dread, found solace in the sanctuary of his small, cluttered office. He pored over maps and reports, searching for threads that could weave a clearer picture of the chaos unfurling around them. Each page turned felt like a step deeper into a morass of despair and desperation. Outside, static anticipation gripped the air, electric and suffocating. As night descended, a flickering gas lamp cast ghostly shadows that danced along the alley walls, conjuring memories of laughter and life now silenced forever. Sarah's voice, emboldened with urgency, pierced through the shroud of grief. She had discovered something, a connection that could unravel the killer's pattern. It was a chance, however faint, to break the cycle of terror gripping their lives. With a synchronized heartbeat of hope and trepidation, Grayson met her gaze, determination reflected in his eyes. This could be the lead they desperately needed. With the faint glow of dawn creeping over the rooftops of Whitechapel, the streets lay cloaked in an uneasy stillness. Grayson, weary from endless nights of chasing shadows, found himself back at the scene where Mary Jane Kelly had met her tragic end. The whispers of the night before echoed in his mind, a cacophony of doubt and fear. He felt the weight of expectation pressing down upon him. The community's hopes rested precariously on his shoulders. As he leaned against the weathered brick wall, he glanced at Sarah, who stood a few paces away, her eyes reflecting both determination and vulnerability. "We need to delve deeper," she urged, her voice steady yet laced with urgency. "There's more to the killer's motives than we realize." Grayson nodded, resolve igniting within him. They were connected by more than just their shared grief. They were allies in a dark dance against a monstrous foe, and the shadows surrounding them might yet reveal truths long concealed. The atmosphere in Whitechapel turned electric with anxiety as the latest victim's funeral approached. Grayson found himself standing at the entrance of the church, the weight of the community's grief pressing down on his shoulders. Muffled sobs and whispered conversations filled the air, each voice steeped in fear and sorrow. He caught sight of Sarah, her eyes glistening with unshed tears yet aflame with determination. Together, they resolved to speak not just for the fallen, but for all the women whose lives had been stolen in the gripping shadows of the city. As the funeral procession began, the streets echoed with the solemn march of mourners, their faces a tapestry of despair and anger. Having gathered before the altar of hope, they listened intently to the words of the Reverend, a plea for justice wrapped in the vulnerability of shared pain. In that moment, Grayson grasped the urgency of their fight, sparking a conviction within him that pushed him closer to the heart of the mystery he had sworn to unravel. He knew then that they were not just seeking answers, they were demanding a reckoning. The air was thick with tension as Constable Grayson painstakingly pored over the details of the latest murder, the grotesque aftermath of Mary Jane Kelly gnawing at his senses. Each solved aspect seemed to unveil a new layer of madness, a pattern both chilling and tantalizing. The whispers of the shadows, once merely nuances of the case, had grown louder, taunting him with implications that hovered just beyond his grasp. He turned to Sarah, seated across the dimly lit room, her eyes alight with determination. They had forged a bond, tethered by tragedy and a shared pursuit of justice. These victims, there must be a thread connecting them, he murmured, frustration simmering just beneath the surface. Sarah nodded, her hands trembling slightly as she placed a worn, folded letter before him. "I found this among Mary Jane's possessions," she said, her voice steady yet urgent. "It might lead us closer to the truth." The specter of the Ripper loomed larger, each revelation tightening the noose of urgency that enveloped them both as they stepped further into the abyss. As dawn broke over the crime-riddled streets of Whitechapel, a tension hung palpably in the air, thick as fog. Garbled whispers of suspicion coursed through the community, while Constable Elias Grayson, weary but resolute, sifted through the mounting evidence. The burden of the investigation gnawed at him. Each victim bore the weight of untold stories, lives extinguished before their time. Among the remnants of a witness statement, a haunting detail caught Grayson's eye, a floral brooch, the very same cherished by the latest victim. His mind racing against the clock as he recalled Sarah's warning about the hidden networks that fluttered in the shadows of Whitechapel, a world he had only glimpsed through her eyes. Resolute, Grayson decided to visit the local tavern, a place where secrets were bartered over drinks. Perhaps there, in the clinking of glasses and shadows of laughter, lay the clues that would untangle the macabre threads he so desperately sought to unravel. The air hung heavy with a foreboding dread as Grayson walked the shadowy streets of Whitechapel, the cobblestones glistening with the remnants of the recent rain. Each step echoed a chilling reminder of the lives lost, the cries of the silenced still whispering through the alleyways. He clutched the latest coroner's report tightly, his heart pounding in sync with the relentless rhythm of his thoughts. A new lead had emerged, a faint thread weaving through the web of desperation that enveloped the district, suggesting the killer might not be a solitary ghost lurking in the dark, but instead part of a sinister congregation. On the other side of the square, Sarah observed him with her keen, observant eyes, contemplating the way his determination brushed against fatigue. Their fates intertwined deeper than either could admit. Grayson was not just chasing a shadow, but a specter interwoven with her own past. She steeled herself, ready to confront the specters they both feared, yet knew they must face together. As the chill of early autumn gripped Whitechapel, the weight of uncertainty hung heavily in the air. Constable Grayson, fingers trembling slightly from the cold, traced the outlines of the latest evidence he had so meticulously collected. Each piece whispered secrets of its own, echoing the desperation and betrayal woven into the tapestries of the victims' lives. The local butcher, once a mere passerby in Grayson's thoughts, began to morph into a figure of sinister curiosity. Rumors were now laced with dark jest, but Grayson could not shake off the nagging feeling that there was more lurking beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Sarah traversed the dimly lit alleys, searching for stray whispers that could lead to crucial information. Each encounter, dripping with fear and trepidation, fueled her resolve as she navigated the shadows. With danger tightening its grip on Whitechapel, they both understood that time was slipping away. The truth waited in the darkness, and they were determined to uncover it before it slipped further into the night. The flickering gaslights cast trembling shadows along the narrow alleyways of Whitechapel, each corner a hiding place for fears that had settled alongside the grime. As Grayson navigated the labyrinth of secrets, a raw ache pierced his heart. He recalled Sarah's words, how she effortlessly intertwined her survival with the stories of those lost to brutality. Her visage, ever present in his mind, had become a haunting melody urging him to dig deeper. He stood outside a crumbling tenement, the scent of decay wafting heavily, grounding him in the grim reality that this investigation was not only about the Ripper, but about the very lives that had slipped through the cracks of society. Suddenly, a cry shattered the stillness, echoing through the cobblestones, prompting Grayson to sprint toward the sound. Perhaps this time, this moment, could unveil yet another thread in the tapestry of despair gripping Whitechapel, a chance to find salvation amidst the shadows. The tension in Whitechapel had reached a crisp climax since the last murder dismantled any semblance of normalcy. Grayson, weary yet resolute, leaned against the damp brick of a nearby pub, his thoughts heavy with the faces of the victims that haunted him. The chilling winds carried muttered suspicions from a few loitering on the corner, their expressions wrinkled in fear and unrest. Would the murderer strike again tonight? Sarah slipped through the throng like a shadow, silent yet potent. Her keen eyes, glinting with a mix of defiance and dread, caught Grayson's. With a subtle nod, she beckoned him into the recesses of the alley, where whispers of information awaited. "The butcher. He's hiding something," she murmured, urgency lacing her tone. Grayson's heart quickened at the thought. A gnawing hunger for resolution ignited within him. Time pressed on. He had to act before another life slipped away into the night, consumed by darkness. The streets of Whitechapel echoed with whispers of fear. and Constable Elias Grayson could sense tightening knots of anxiety within the community. As he made his way through the shadowed alleys, the lanterns flickered ominously, their glows barely pushing back the oppressive gloom. He reflected on Sarah's recent revelations, the painful truths she had shared about her connection to one of the victims. How could the darkness of their lives be intertwined so tragically? Each step felt heavier, a reminder of the lives lost and the rage brewing among the residents, eager for retribution. Navigating through the thrumming heart of the distraught community, Grayson caught sight of a meeting of local women gathered around a simmering pot of hope and defiance. Eleanor, the social reformer, stood amidst them, inspiring courage in their collective dreams of a safer tomorrow. But as she spoke, a distant scream punctured the air, shattering their resolve. He grasped his truncheon tighter, a spark igniting within him, compelling him to uncover the truth that continued to elude them all. The shadows of Whitechapel grew longer as the sun dipped below the rooftops, casting an oppressive gloom over the already beleaguered streets. Constable Grayson lingered outside the local tavern, the conversations within mingling with the damp air. Here, whispers of the latest murder fueled suspicions, but they also birthed an unexpected alliance. He spotted Sarah through the grimy window, her eyes flickering with a mix of defiance and determination as she engaged in hushed dialogue with another woman. Tonight, she held vital information, a breadcrumb that might guide Grayson further into the murky depths of the Ripper's world. As he pushed through the door, the scent of spilled ale and sweat enveloped him. Sarah beckoned him over, her expression grave yet fierce, and as he leaned closer, the tension in the room thickened. The walls seemed to hum with secrets, and Grayson felt the undeniable pull of a truth long buried, unraveling beneath the weight of their shared fear. The night air in Whitechapel hung heavy with dread, the whisper of impending doom cloaking the streets like fog. Constable Grayson, weary yet resolute, paced beneath the flickering gaslights, his mind a tumult of unsettling thoughts. With each step, the shadows seemed to stretch and warp, as if the very darkness conspired against him. The butcher's shop, still imbued with the stench of blood, loomed ominously at the corner, memories of accusations swirling within its walls. Sarah's words echoed in his mind. "Look closer, Elias," she had urged, her voice a haunting reminder of all he had yet to uncover. Suddenly, a shrill cry shattered the tension. It sliced through the night like a jagged blade. Heart racing, Grayson lunged towards the sound, his instincts electrified. Was it another victim, another soul consigned to despair? As he sprinted into the abyss, the weight of expectancy crushed down on him. It was a night unlike any other, where hope clashed with the relentless shadow of uncertainty. The night air hung heavy with tension, suffocated by unyielding silence, an unsettling contrast to the cacophony of whispers and rumors that had filled Whitechapel's narrow streets. Constable Grayson, wearied by sleepless nights and relentless questions, paced the dimly lit confines of his modest office. The flickering lamp cast dancing shadows, a reminder of the darkness closing in on him. He mulled over the fragmented pieces of evidence, each morsel whispering secrets and threats alike. His thoughts drifted to Sarah, her face etched with the resilience that marked her journey through a world fraught with danger. She had become his confidante, her insights cutting through the murk of despair surrounding the investigation. Just as his resolve began to wane, a loud rapping at the door jolted him from reverie. Grayson opened it to find Eleanor, her usually composed demeanor replaced by urgency. "They've found another body," she gasped, "and it's worse than we imagined." The chill of premonition gripped him. They were running out of time. The rain poured relentlessly over Whitechapel as Grayson stood outside the dilapidated building that housed whispers of violence and sorrow. The faint cries of children echoed through the winding streets, a haunting reminder of the innocence tarnished by the lurking threat of the Ripper. Inside, he found Sarah, her face pale but resolute, clutching a letter that had changed everything. The words scrawled in a frantic hand spoke of fear, desperation, and a name, a witness who claimed to have seen the cloaked figure on the night of Edo's murder. "Grayson," she murmured, her voice trembling. "This could lead us closer to him." With every syllable, hope flickered like a candle in the storm. As they pieced together new clues, the tension in the air thickened. Danger was a constant companion, lurking just beyond the fog. The weight of the investigation pressed down on Grayson, but with Sarah by his side, he felt a surge of determination. They were not merely chasing shadows anymore. The fog clung to the streets of Whitechapel like a restless spirit, wrapping each alley in an unsettling embrace. Constable Grayson stood at the entrance of a narrow lane, heart pounding as he replayed the details of the latest victim's demise in his mind. The lifeless body of Elizabeth Stride lay hauntingly still, her eyes forever closed to the world's cruelty. As he knelt to examine the scene, his thoughts drifted to Sarah, her fierce spirit warming his otherwise cold resolve. He couldn't shake the feeling that their fates were tangled like threads in a tapestry, each thread revealing another layer of despair hidden within the community. Every face he encountered told a story, a tale of struggle, perhaps intertwined with the Ripper's insatiable thirst for blood. The weight of his growing obsession hung heavily upon him, yet it was the stories of these women that ignited a fire within, propelling him deeper into the investigation. With a deep breath, he turned back toward the shadows, determined to uncover the truth that lurked just beyond the veil of darkness. The night hung heavy over Whitechapel, its streets shrouded in an oppressive silence that seemed to bow under the weight of fear. Constable Grayson, tension coiling in his gut, stood at the edge of the alleyway where the latest victim had been discovered. Each murder felt like another dark chapter in a story that twisted tighter around his conscience, a narrative written in blood and desperation. He let out a breath, remembering the faces of the women lost, their lives reduced to mere statistics in the eyes of a society too preoccupied with its own concerns. As he inspected the scene, a flicker of movement caught his attention, a shadow darting behind a crumbling wall. Heart racing, Grayson approached cautiously. It could be a witness, or perhaps another veiled figure from the syndicate lurking in the darkness. The echoes of hurried whispers danced through the air, teasing hints of information yet to be unearthed. Determined, he pushed forward, convinced the truth, elusive and haunting, awaited him just beyond reach. As darkness settled over Whitechapel, a murmur of unease rippled through the narrow alleyways. Grayson stood at the edge of Mitre Square, the cold air swirling with whispers of uncertainty. Just days after the traumatic discovery of Mary Jane Kelly, his thoughts raced, not just with evidence, but with guilt. Had he missed a clue? A fleeting shadow in the night, a dark figure that loomed larger in his mind than the specter of the Ripper himself. With every brutal revelation, the streets seemed to shrink, cloaking the town in a paralyzing fear. The denizens preferred stories of phantoms over facing the harsh truth of human wickedness, an irony that twisted Grayson's gut. Suddenly a cry broke the silence, a desperate plea echoed from a nearby alley. Adrenaline surged as he raced toward the sound, his instincts ignited by the knowledge of what lurked just out of sight. The hunt was far from over, and the city held its breath in anticipation. Fog cloaked Whitechapel, thickening the air and stifling sounds to mere whispers. Constable Grayson paced the shadowy streets, the lantern light flickering against crumbling walls, illuminating memories as he retraced his steps to Mary Jane Kelly's haunting abode. Each corner held echoes of lives silenced too soon, the weight of their losses pressing heavily on his heart. He thought of Sarah, her fierce spirit, a flicker of defiance in this sea of despair. As he entered the dilapidated building, a sense of impending revelation filled the air. With trembling hands, he sifted through the remnants of Mary Jane's life, pieces of fabric and trinkets strewn about like shattered dreams. Just then a hidden compartment caught his eye, its edges worn from years of neglect. Behind it lay a small journal, its pages yellowed and fragile. Grayson inhaled sharply. Could these be the words that would unravel the twisted truths binding the Ripper to Whitechapel's shadows? Grayson reclined in the dim light of his cramped office, the shadows flickering as the gas lamp sputtered softly. The overwhelming weight of unsolved cases bore down on him. Each murder felt like a chisel marking time, carving away at the already fragile psyche of Whitechapel. He could almost hear the whispers of the victims summoning him to action. Determined, he rifled through his notes, piecing together the tragic tapestry of lives lost. A sudden knock jolted him from his reverie. It was Sarah. Her eyes, usually sharp and filled with mischief, now reflected a deepening concern. "Elias, I've heard things," she said, her voice urgent and low. "The whispers on the street, they speak of fear spreading like wildfire. Someone is watching us." Grayson felt his heartbeat quicken. The killer's presence loomed larger, transforming the streets of Whitechapel from a mere backdrop into a living entity, one that relentlessly closed in on them both. Together, they would confront the shadows, no matter the cost. As dawn crept through the soot-stained windows of Whitechapel, it carried with it a fragile stillness, a stark contrast to the chaos that had enveloped the streets days prior. Grayson, weary yet resolute, paced the dim confines of his cramped office, his mind racing with fragments of conversations and dark musings. The identity of the Ripper remained elusive, like a phantasm slipping through his fingers, just as he thought he had a grasp of it. Outside, whispers of paranoia transformed into full-blown hysteria. Each rumor had a life of its own, electrifying the air. Pushing aside the clutter of reports and hastily scribbled notes, he resolved to find Sarah. Their last discussion echoed in his mind. Her insights held the key to unraveling the knot of fear that bound the neighborhood. He stepped into the early morning chill, the resolve of a man who believed the truth was not just a destination, but something to be hunted with relentless tenacity. The moon hung low over Whitechapel, shrouded in a veil of fog as Grayson combed through the grim alleys, his heart pounding with renewed urgency. Armed with a map of the murder sites, he tracked the Ripper's presence, each pinhole piercing through the community's facade of safety. Shadows flickered at the edges of his vision, but amidst fear lurked a flicker of resolve. Night after night, Sarah had proven invaluable, providing whispered insights and haunting connections among the victims. Tonight was different. Desperation coursed through the streets like an unshakable whale. As he crossed paths with Sarah, a figure darted from a dark corner, spurring Grayson into action. She gasped, grasping a worn locket she'd found near the latest crime scene. A clue, a lifeline. He locked eyes with her, shared a silent understanding. They were entwined in a web far thicker than either had anticipated. Immediately, an old dread resurfaced in Grayson, but so too did a flicker of hope. The chilling truth was within reach. As the fog clung to the cobblestone streets, reeked of despair, Grayson turned the corner into a narrow alley he had yet to explore. The whispers of the past echoed around him as he recalled the chilling tales of the victims he had come to know intimately. Shadows danced against the walls, orchestrating a sinister ballet that fed his obsession. Suddenly, an urgent figure darted from the darkness, a familiar silhouette that made his heart race. It was Sarah, her face pallid and drawn, a stark contrast to her usual fire. "Elias, you need to see this," she gasped, urgency lacing her voice. She produced a crumpled note, stained and barely legible, but the words burned like fire in his mind. "The fiend shall strike where the crows gather." Each heartbeat thudded against the weight of possibility, knowing the streets were teetering on the brink of terror once more. Grayson felt the tether of fate tighten. With Sarah by his side, the quest for truth veered into new territory, a dark promise looming ever closer. The biting winter wind swept through the narrow streets of Whitechapel, tugging at the hems of coats and carrying whispers of fear like a ghostly escort. Constable Grayson found himself standing before the flickering gaslight, contemplating the evidence that hours of sleepless nights had unearthed. His thoughts danced between sheer obsession and the gravity of responsibility as he reviewed the patterns formed from the gruesome murders. What haunted him, however, was not merely the chilling similarity of the crimes, but the solemn faces of the victims emerging in his mind, each story a delicate thread in the broader tapestry of Whitechapel's despair. With a weary sigh, he turned, making his way down the alley where Sarah awaited. Their clandestine meetings had birthed a fragile bond, yet tonight their exchange weighed heavier. He sensed something shifting in her demeanor, an unspoken tension lingering like fog. Just as he reached her, the tension snapped, revealing secrets that could change everything. The night hung thick with dread as Constable Grayson walked the gloom-laden streets of Whitechapel, the echo of his footsteps the only testimony to his solitude. A heavy mist clung to the cobblestones, lending an ethereal quality to the shadows that danced around him, and with each step, He could feel the weight of the city's despair pressing upon him, a palpable reminder of the horrors he sought to unravel. Earlier that evening, the whispers had reached him, murmurs of a confrontation on the very alleys he patrolled. Rumors spoke of vigilante groups intending to take justice into their own hands, driven by fear and desperation. As he approached the heart of the murmuring crowd, Grayson felt an uneasy tension. The faces illuminated by flickering gaslights bore the marks of anguish and anger blended together, a volatile mix that could spark chaos. He was a man caught in the crucible of justice and public outcry, needing to confront not just the specter of the Ripper lurking in the shadows, but the darkness growing within the community itself. The streets of Whitechapel lay thick with an air of palpable dread as Grayson paced back and forth in the dim candlelight of his modest office. The whispers of the townsfolk haunted him, each rumor painting the killer with a fresh hue of menace and malice. A striking notion gripped him. Could the community's ever-growing theories hold an inescapable truth? He thought of Sarah, the complexities etched on her brow, and of Eleanor's relentless ambition to empower women in this fractured world. The two women, so different yet connected by pain, had become integral to his understanding of the darkness they faced. A soft rapping disrupted his racing thoughts. With a quiet nod, Sarah slipped into the room, her expressive eyes glimmering with urgency. "I've learned something," she confided, hesitation trailing her words. "You need to hear this." In that instant, the fraying threads of the investigation curled tighter around him, pulling him into a web woven from fear, fury, and the intoxicating scent of revelation. The fog curling around the gaslit street lamps only thickened the unease that hung over Whitechapel. Grayson paced the damp cobblestones, the cacophony of distant voices fading into an unsettling silence. He clutched the crumpled letter found at the last murder scene, its words forming a cryptic puzzle he could not yet decipher. The community grew restless, eyes darting from shadow to shadow, burdened by the weight of insecurity that intensified with each additional death. As he brushed past a group of huddled women, whispers tinged with fear rippled through them, hinting at his growing notoriety among the very people he sought to protect. In his heart, he carried an ache, an urgent need to shield them, to unravel the horror that spun their lives into chaos. But the truth eluded him, obscured by layers of deception. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the mist, Sarah, her eyes narrowed with urgency and determination. "I have a lead," she declared, her voice steady, igniting a flicker of hope. The alleyways of Whitechapel held their breath, a heavy silence cloaking the startled streets as Constable Grayson stood at the edge of the crime scene, pondering not just the evidence before him, but the ghosts of the past that haunted him. The bloodstains, mingled with the grime of the cobblestones, whispered tales of anguish and loss, their dreadful tableau echoing the cries of the victims. With each new wound inflicted by the Ripper, the fabric of the community frayed further, and he felt the weight of their despair resting squarely on his shoulders. Sarah, having ventured timidly into the circle of light cast by the flickering lamppost, caught his eye. Her gaze, a mixture of fear and determination, ignited a spark within him, one he believed had long flickered in the shadows of his growing obsession. "We need to dig deeper, Elias. There are more threads to unravel," she urged, her voice steady against the backdrop of despair. Grayson nodded, his heart racing as they solidified their pact, ready to unearth the darkness lurking behind every corner of Whitechapel, each step further entwining their fates in a dance with shadows, urgency coursing through their veins. The rain drummed steadily on the cobblestones, a melancholic rhythm that mirrored the despair settling over Whitechapel. Constable Grayson stood at the corner of a fog-laden street, enveloped in darkness, as echoes of hushed whispers swirled around him. The relentless pursuit of the Ripper seemed to gnaw at his very soul, each victim a haunting reminder of the urgency behind his search for justice. Tonight, however, a new thread pulled at his attention, a flickering lantern in a dimly lit shop, frequented by the women he had come to know too well. As he ventured inside, the faint scent of tobacco mingled with the stale air, revealing faces illuminated by uncertainty. Sarah sat at a worn table, her brow furrowed, an urgency in her voice that demanded his attention. "Grayson," she whispered, glancing over her shoulder, I have information that could change everything. The weight of her words pulled him deeper into a world where shadows danced with secrets, unveiling truths that could either save or destroy them all. The air in Whitechapel grew thick with tension as rumors swirled like fog, each murmur gripping the streets tighter. Constable Grayson felt the weight of anxious eyes upon him, knowing that the community bristled with frustration and fear. He couldn't shake the nagging sensation that the pieces of the puzzle were just out of reach. In the dim light of the station, he unraveled the fragments of the Ripper's twisted mind, a mind echoing with sorrow and rage. Eleanor, her resolve unbroken by the mounting dread, entered with news of another meeting, a gathering of women determined to reclaim their voices in this storm of silence. Grayson sensed the shift, the desperation of the streets fueling their newfound courage. As shadows danced around them, he knew they must navigate this perilous world together, weaving hope from the fragments of loss. Unwittingly, each step forward into the dark revealed deeper truths about the victims, the perpetrator, and the spirit of a community rising to defy the night. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, the first hints of light cast a ghostly pallor upon the cobbled streets, where shadows of dread lingered long past midnight. Constable Grayson stood outside the remnants of yet another crime scene, heart pounding beneath his uniform as memories of the victims danced before his eyes. Each life snuffed out too soon whispered their tales, a cacophony of grief that echoed against the grimy walls of the alley. Today, he resolved he would delve deeper into the abyss. Sarah's latest revelation gnawed at him, the identity of a witness who had inadvertently caught glimpses of suspicious figures flitting through the darkness that fateful night. Driven by a relentless urgency, he vowed to find this witness, to thread the scattered strands of hope through Whitechapel's murky fabric. As he turned to engage with the gathering crowd, he felt their eyes, a mixture of fear and expectation, and the weight of their collective despair pressed down on him, forging an unbreakable bond. In that moment, Grayson understood that though the Ripper haunted their streets, the true strength of the community would emerge from the shadows, demanding justice in a world where silence had far too long reigned. Grayson paced the dimly lit confines of his cramped office, the flickering gaslight casting long shadows against the grimy walls. Outside, the whispers of Whitechapel grew restless, an undercurrent of agitation rippling through the streets. His mind raced with the connections he had unearthed. The threads weaving through the fabric of the victims' lives seemed interwoven, a grotesque tapestry that hinted at something far deeper than the brutality of the killings. A sudden knocking jolted him from his reverie. It was Sarah, her face pale yet resolute. "Elias, we must talk." The urgency in her voice brooked no delay. She stepped inside, the musty air heavy with unspoken fears. "They're all connected, the victims. It's about more than the madness of a killer." Her eyes glinted with a fierce determination. "We need to dig deeper into their lives. We might uncover a motive that none have even dared to consider." With a resolute nod, Grayson gathered his notes. The clock was ticking, and every moment spent on the past would draw them closer to the truth, hidden in the shadows. An eerie heaviness hung in the air as Grayson paced the narrow, dimly lit cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, his mind racing with fragments of newfound evidence. The recent discovery of a bloody handkerchief bearing an unusual insignia had sent shivers down his spine. It suggested not merely a murderer, but a sinister network lurking in the shadows, perhaps linked to the local crime syndicate. As he turned a corner, the warm glow from a nearby tavern spilled into the night, illuminating Sarah's anxious face framed by the doorway. She beckoned him with a sense of urgency. "Grayson, you need to hear this," she whispered, glancing over her shoulder as if the walls had ears. In their secretive meeting, she revealed chilling rumors that spoke of the Ripper's next target, information gleaned from hushed exchanges in the back alleys. Time was running thin, and the clock chimed ominously, echoing their resolve to confront the impending darkness. The shadows lengthened as Grayson paced the cramped confines of his dimly lit office, the flickering oil lamp casting eerie shapes against the walls. His thoughts swirled like autumn leaves, each swirling revelation more disquieting than the last. He couldn't shake the sensation that he was being watched, a chill whispering at the nape of his neck. The street outside was abuzz with the distant echoes of unrest. Restless families convened under gaslight, clinging to their scant hopes in the face of relentless fear. As Grayson leaned over a mapping of the crime scenes, his attention was caught by a detail he had overlooked before, a small token found at one of the murders, bearing a symbol recognizable to Sarah. With newfound urgency, he dashed out, the door slamming behind him. Determined to confront her about its significance, he desperately hoped it would unlock the secrets the Ripper seemed to taunt him with, unveiling the hidden threads connecting the victims in ways he had yet to comprehend. Amid the shadowed alleys of Whitechapel, whispers wound their way through the cobbled streets, a cacophony of fear morphing into a deafening roar. Grayson paced through the twilight, his breath fogging in the cold air, burdened by the weight of unraveling lives and lost souls. The news of the latest murder had cast a pall over the community, stirring the undercurrents of rage and despair that had long brewed just beneath the surface. Sarah, ever vigilant, approached him with her shoulders squared, determination igniting her features despite the darkness that tainted the night. "You're digging too deep, Constable," she cautioned, her eyes piercing through his resolve. "They'll notice." But Grayson, gripped by an insatiable need for justice, brushed aside her fears. The shadows were his allies now, guiding him closer to unmasking the Ripper. Together, their alliance strengthened against the encroaching dread, two figures bound by purpose. They prepared to sift through the tangled web of secrets that defined their existence. The night beckoned, and with it, the promise of truth. The rain fell in heavy sheets, creating a symphony of drumming on the cobblestones, mirroring the unrest in Grayson's mind. As he paced the dimly lit room he called an office, the shadows danced, whispering secrets he longed to unearth. Doubts swirled around him like the fog outside, threatening to choke his resolve. The thought of the victims, faces full of untold stories and unrealized dreams, haunted him. Their lives had been extinguished like candles snuffed by a cruel gust, and he wrestled with a relentless guilt. Could he have saved them? Sarah's insight lingered in his ears, her conviction awakening something deep within him. He reached for his notebook, pages filled with disjointed notes and sketches of clues, threatening to reveal threads he had yet to weave together. With every drop of rain, time slipped away, and the urgency grew sharper. He would not falter. He could not. The truth was buried somewhere in this chaos, waiting for him to uncover it, waiting for the light of justice to finally pierce the shadows of Whitechapel. The chilling fog enveloped Whitechapel, a shroud of anxiety hanging thick over its weary streets. Constable Elias Grayson felt the weight of the night pressing against his chest, each shadow seeming to pulse with menace. He walked the cobblestones, thoughts racing through the carnage and secrets he had unearthed. Having traced the victims' connections deeper than ever, he knew the threads that bound them were woven not just by fate, but by the hidden hands of the syndicate that had exploited their lives. Tonight, he was not alone in the hunt. Sarah lingered close, her instincts sharp, guiding him toward a forgotten alley where whispers hinted at dark transactions. As they peered into the gloom, the tension was palpable, the night alive with the echo of footsteps trailing behind. Just as they prepared to step deeper into the shadows, the sudden clatter of hooves broke the silence. A carriage, appearing as if summoned from the depths of their fears, careened toward them, its intentions cloaked in enigma. The whispers on the cobblestone streets grew louder, echoing through the darkened alleyways where fear had woven itself into the very fabric of Whitechapel. Elias Grayson leaned against a damp brick wall, his breath mingling with the fog that enveloped him like a shroud. He replayed the haunting clues in his mind, each victim a thread in the tapestry of a larger, more sinister design. With each murder, he felt a pull toward the abyss, an obsession that clawed at his resolve. The fleeting glimpses of Sarah's unwavering strength lingered in his thoughts, fueling his determination to unearth the truth. Suddenly a shout reverberated through the night, slicing through his contemplation. Narrowing his eyes, he turned toward the sound, sensing that the answer to the elusive puzzle may lie just beyond the next turn. Heart racing, he stepped into the night, ready to confront whatever horror awaited, knowing that the shadows guarded secrets desperate to be unveiled. The air in Whitechapel was thick with tension, fevered whispers coursing through the streets like a relentless tide. Constable Grayson stood on the edge of the alley where Elizabeth Stride had met her tragic fate. Despite the dim light that struggled to breach the fog, he absorbed every detail, heart pounding beneath the weight of despair. The visceral horror of her last moments clung to the stone walls, echoing the fears of countless women who traversed these darkened paths nightly. As he knelt to inspect the ground, a flutter of movement caught his eye, a shadow darting into the depths of a nearby passageway. Quickly, Grayson pursued, fueled by instinct and desperation. The pounding of his heart matched the footfalls that seemed just ahead, growing fainter. He raced deeper, the murmur of the crowd behind dissolving into distant murmurs, unaware that each step could bridge the gap between salvation and yet another loss. The hunt was relentless, and the shadows bore witness to his growing obsession. The morning light pierced through the fog hanging stubbornly over Whitechapel, casting an eerie glow on the cobblestone streets. Constable Grayson stood at the corner of Hanbury Street, grappling with the weight of his discoveries from the night before. Whispers of the crime syndicate's involvement crept into his thoughts, each word like a dagger, suggesting darker, more nefarious connections intertwined with the Ripper's dreadful legacy. He had been piecing together a puzzle that seemed to shift with every passing moment. New revelations about the victims' relationships painted a far grimmer picture than he had imagined. As he listened to the muffled chatter of passers-by, Grayson caught sight of Sarah approaching, her eyes wide with urgency. The air shifted between them, charged with unspoken fears. "I found something," she said breathlessly, clutching a crumpled paper, the edges stained with dirt. He felt the anticipation rise within him, knowing this fragment could either illuminate the shadows they hovered within or plunge them deeper into darkness. With the clamor of the streets echoing in his ears, Grayson felt the weight of unrelenting anxiety. The reports of another suspicious figure roaming the alleys pulled at the frayed edges of his resolve. Loneliness gnawed at him, an unwelcome companion in these hours of darkness. The flickering gaslights cast dancing shadows against the cobblestones, a haunting reminder of the unpredictability lurking in every corner. As he made his way towards the hushed whispers of women sharing their fears, he spotted Sarah in the distance, her figure illuminated by the pale glow. Her determination burned brighter than the embers of their shared purpose. She approached him, eyes sparkling with urgency, clutching a tattered note that contained the whispers of danger. "Someone knows more than they're letting on, and I fear for the next victim," she whispered, her voice trembling, yet laced with resolve. Grayson steeled himself. This was no longer just about the murderer. It was about saving souls ensnared in the shadows of despair. The fog hung heavily in the air, as Constable Elias Grayson stepped through the shadowed streets of Whitechapel, the echo of his footsteps swallowed by the pervasive silence. Each corner he turned whispered of secrets, layers of life long buried beneath fear and despair. Sarah, having shared a vital insight about the latest murder, had set his mind racing with unsettling possibilities. The community's pulse quickened with each passing rumor, threading paranoia into everyday exchanges, the butcher's nervous shuffling, Mrs. Radcliffe's anxious glances. Isolated and besieged, Grayson's heart grew heavy, not just with the weight of a city in crisis, but with the gnawing realization that his pursuit of justice left destruction in its wake. He paused, contemplating those lost within this suffocating gloom. As his gaze rose to meet the soot-streaked sky, he resolved to fight not only for the victims, but for the very soul of Whitechapel itself. The night would not end without revelation, he vowed fiercely, his determination like a flame in the darkness. Beneath the pallid glow of gaslight, whispers danced like specters through the damp air of Whitechapel, where fear had become an unwelcome companion. Constable Grayson paced the narrow street, his mind a tempest of theories and half-formed leads. The recent death marked another cruel blow to a community already racked by anxiety, each fresh tragedy deepening the chasm of distrust that had formed between the residents and those charged with their protection. Shadows lingered at the edges of his vision, but he knew better than to be spooked by mere phantoms. Reality bore a far grimmer weight. As he approached a small gathering of resolute women who had banded together for safety, Their conversation flowed like a river of shared grief and defiance. Among them, Sarah's eyes locked onto his, a silent plea shimmering within their depths, a desire for more than mere justice. It was a call for change, for a reclamation of their lives against the Ripper's omnipresent threat, and Grayson felt the urgency envelop him anew, propelling him toward the heart of a chaos that demanded resolution. The flickering gaslights illuminated the wet cobblestones as Grayson pressed onward, the sharp tang of rain mingling with something darker in the air. Anxiety swelled within him. The quaint facade of Whitechapel was cracking beneath the weight of fear. Whispers of shadowed figures danced in his mind. Determined to uncover the truth, he rounded a corner only to find Sarah waiting, her eyes reflecting panic, yet tempered with resolve. "What have you found?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper amidst the threatening stillness. She hesitated, brushing raindrops from her coat with fingers that trembled slightly. "I overheard something, about the syndicate knowing more than they let on. They've been hunting down the wrong prey," she breathed, urgency lacing her words. A surge of recognition ignited within him. Perhaps the key to this chaotic puzzle lay not only in the victims' pasts, but in the web of those who exploited them. A reckoning awaited beneath the shimmering surface of despair. The air hung heavy with tension as Grayson stood at the threshold of the dilapidated warehouse, his heart racing and mind swirling with the weight of unanswered questions. The flickering gaslights cast eerie shadows that danced along the cracked walls, reminiscent of the chaos swirling in Whitechapel. Inside, whispered conversations echoed off the cold stone, signaling a secret meeting among the local crime syndicate. It was a risky venture, but desperation propelled him forward. Sarah had uncovered rumors of the syndicate's involvement in the recent spate of violence, and Grayson's determination to seek answers outweighed the potential dangers. This was not just about catching the Ripper anymore. It was entwined with the very fabric of the community he had sworn to protect. As he inched deeper into the shadows, a sudden hush fell over the gathered men, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Grayson steeled himself, aware that tonight could be the turning point in his relentless pursuit of justice. The fog lay thick over Whitechapel, enshrouding the streets in a veil of despair. Constable Grayson moved shakily through the dimly lit alleys, his thoughts grappling with the mounting list of suspects and a community gasping for justice. Each victim's story tangled itself in his mind like the cobwebs glistening in the early dawn light, spiraling lives abruptly severed. He had received an anonymous tip earlier that night, promising a lead that could change everything. As he approached the dilapidated building, anxiety thrummed through him. Shadows danced against the walls, whispering secrets of lives once lived. With a deep breath, he stepped inside, a gripping sense of foreboding enveloping him. Inside, Sarah awaited, her features pale yet determined. "I've found something," she declared, clutching a weathered letter stained with age and ink. "It's about the killer. We might finally connect the dots." Grayson's heart raced as he leaned closer, his pulse thrumming against the backdrop of looming dangers that coiled farther into the darkness ahead. As the moon hung low, cloaking Whitechapel in a veil of silence, Grayson stood at the threshold of a forgotten alley, its shadows whispering secrets of the night. The latest gruesome murder weighed heavily on his soul, spurring an obsession that threatened to consume him. With his mind racing, he replayed every detail, the victim's life, the community's despair, and the palpable fear gripping the streets. Beside him, Sarah leaned against the damp brick wall, her eyes glinting with urgency. "You can't bear this alone," she murmured, her tone both a challenge and a lifeline. Together, they uncovered whispers of an underground network, hints at a man who had long evaded justice. As they pieced together the fragmented stories of the slain women, a new thread emerged, one that connected the victims to a powerful crime ring, ensnaring the very heart of Whitechapel's darkness. In this grim theater of human longing and violence, they readied themselves for a confrontation with the shadows, not just against the Ripper, but against a system that had forsaken its most vulnerable. The stakes had never been higher, and the hunt was only just beginning. The streets of Whitechapel lay shrouded in a damp fog, the echoes of whispered suspicions clinging to the air like the scent of burnt coal. Constable Elias Grayson moved through the shadows, feeling the weight of every gaze upon him, a mix of blame and hope from a community that hungered for justice, yet trembled in fear. Last night's grim discovery had sent the already taut nerves into a frenzy. The rancid tendrils of despair and anger wove through the crowd, igniting a volatile cocktail of emotions. Resilience battled against despair, as Grayson convened with a small group of locals, seeking insight from those who understood the streets. Among them, Sarah stood defiantly, her fierce determination reflected in her sharp gaze. "We can't afford to let them silence us," she declared, her voice steady as the others nodded in agreement. Just as dawn began to break, a new clue emerged, a cryptic note, slipped beneath a shutter, promising to unravel the true nature of the Ripper's reign. Grayson felt a shiver of both dread and anticipation. The tide might finally be turning. The night was heavy with an unshakable tension, the fog swirling thick like whispered secrets waiting to be uncovered. Constable Elias Grayson strolled through the treacherous alleys, heart pounding with the uneasy blend of dread and determination. Each step echoed the fears festering in Whitechapel, illuminated only by the flickering gaslights that barely penetrated the oppressive darkness. His mind wandered relentlessly over the diverse threads of investigation. The victims haunted him, their faces flickering like specters at the edges of his consciousness. Tonight he would confront the syndicate once more, risking everything for the truths buried beneath layers of deceit. Days of treachery and darkness had woven a web so complex that it felt almost insurmountable. Yet there was something stirring in his gut, a gnawing intuition that this meeting could forge a pivotal turning point. Just as he rounded the corner, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and wary, an unexpected ally perhaps, or another danger lurking in the night. The moon hung low over Whitechapel, casting an eerie glow that danced off the cobblestones, whispering secrets only the night could hold. Elias Grayson felt the weight of impending doom as he lingered at the shadow's edge, replaying recent revelations in his mind, each one sharper than the last. The latest murder had rattled the community even more fiercely, fanning the flames of paranoia in a desperate city. Around him, the murmurs of anxious residents melded with the faint cries of the women who walked these streets, lingering like ghosts of innocence lost. Sarah stood beside him, her eyes wide and reflecting the moonlight. Her resolve burned brightly amid the gathering darkness. "You must see the connections, Elias," she urged, her voice a trembling thread of hope. The specter of the Ripper loomed larger, and in that moment they both understood. They were not just chasing shadows anymore. They were running toward the very heart of terror, determined to turn the tide of fear before it swallowed them whole. As the moon cast a pallid light across the cobblestones of Whitechapel, Grayson felt embers of despair smoldering within his chest. A sense of urgency coursed through him, ignited by a new revelation. Sarah had unearthed words of caution from the shadows, a chilling echo of the past that summoned images of fear and agony. The latest victim's lingering visage haunted his thoughts, a grim reminder that time was slipping through his fingers like so much dust. Grayson realized the killer's pattern ran deeper, linking the victims in a tapestry of vengeance and desperation. With each twist of the investigation, the pressure mounted. The constable stepped into a local tavern, hoping to glean information cloaked beneath layers of ale and despair. Tonight, beneath the raucous laughter and hushed whispers of men burdened by their secrets, he would find the spark to unravel the tangled threads binding the killer to the heart of Whitechapel. And yet, waiting in the corners of that dimly lit room, lurked shadows darker than he could imagine. As the fog rolled in thicker than ever that October night, a heavy silence enveloped Whitechapel, barely disturbed by the occasional echo of hurried footsteps. Constable Elias Grayson had gathered a few trustworthy informants, their faces illuminated only by the flickering gaslight. Sarah's network had proved invaluable, yet the closer they drew to the truth, the more perilous their encounters became. Whispers carried through the alleyways, foreboding warnings of a figure seen slipping silently between shadows, feeding the town's frenzy. Each corner turned seemed to lead deeper into a labyrinth of fear and desperation, reflecting the faces of the women who had suffered. As Grayson paused to brush a raindrop from his cheek, it struck him. These victims were not mere statistics. They carried stories, dreams, and unresolved pain. In that moment, as cracked cobblestones shimmered under the dim light, he realized that to catch the Ripper would mean understanding their lives, each cut deeper than the last. Grayson stood at the crime scene, the grim tableau laid before him feeling almost surreal against the familiar backdrop of Whitechapel. Shadows clung to the cobblestones, whispering secrets of despair and loss. Another life extinguished, another victim of the Ripper's insatiable thirst. His heart raced, not just with the urgency of the investigation, but with the ever-tightening noose of societal pressure and expectation. The community was on edge, simmering with fear and suspicion, and he felt the weight of their collective gaze. As he surveyed the surroundings, he caught sight of Sarah, her face pale but resolute, weaving through the throng of onlookers with a purposeful stride. Grayson turned toward her, recognizing the fierce spirit that burned within her, a beacon amidst the shadows. They had come to rely on one another, partners in a dance of danger and determination. This time, they could not afford to grow complacent. In the depths of their anguish, clarity beckoned, urging them further into the heart of darkness. As darkness enveloped Whitechapel, the suffocating tension in the community reached a fever pitch. Grayson lingered on the threshold of a shadowy alleyway, his heart pounding like a distant drum, each beat echoing with urgency. A chilly wind whispered through the cobblestones, carrying with it whispers of fear and despair. A cacophony of apprehensive voices filled his mind as he replayed Sarah's revelations. Her connection to the last victim gnawed at him, a haunting reminder that every life lost tugged at some frayed thread of the broader tapestry of their world. Determined, he pushed deeper into the night. Each step brought him closer to the heart of the syndicate's grip on Whitechapel, where secrets thrived like weeds in the cracks of the pavement. The faint flicker of a gaslight caught his eye, illuminating a figure that moved with unsettling grace. Was it the cloaked phantom seen in fearful dreams, or merely another ghost of the streets? Grayson couldn't shake the feeling that answers lay in the murky depths of the labyrinth ahead, just waiting to be unearthed. The air in Whitechapel felt heavy, saturated with the tension of unspoken fears. Whispers slithered through the alleyways like shadows seeking refuge. Grayson stood at the edge of Mitre Square, the site where Catherine Eddowes had met her chilling fate. The grim reminders of the Ripper's brutality lingered in his mind as he replayed the clues he had painstakingly gathered. The deeper he dug, the more elusive the killer became, a specter dancing just beyond his grasp. Sarah, her expression a mixture of determination and despair, approached. "Elias, there's something I need to tell you," she started, her voice a cracked whisper that cut through the murky silence. His heartbeat quickened. Every word they shared held the potential to unravel the twisted threads binding her past to the rampage that haunted their lives. In that fragile moment, surrounded by the weight of grief and resolve, a glimmer of hope ignited. Perhaps the pieces leading to the truth were closer than they had thought. The biting chill of the early morning air was a stark reminder of the haunted streets, each shadow whispering secrets of the night's turmoil. Grayson rubbed his temples, a futile attempt to ward off the throbbing ache that had settled there. The investigation into the Ripper had transformed from a pursuit of justice to a consuming obsession, entwining his very soul into the fabric of Whitechapel's suffering. He recalled the faces of the victims, their lives reduced to mere headlines, and his conviction deepened. This was not just about catching a murderer, it was about restoring dignity to those who had lost everything. As the sun began to timidly rise, painting the sky in hues of gray and pale gold, Grayson gathered his thoughts. Today, he was meeting Sarah and Eleanor in the dimly lit back room of a local tavern, where they planned to unveil new evidence, something that could shift the balance of the investigation back into his favor. What lay ahead would either shatter his resolve or ignite a fire of hope among the beleaguered souls of Whitechapel. The overcast London sky hung low, casting an eerie pall over Whitechapel as Grayson stood before a tattered map, meticulously tracing the killer's path with a trembling finger. The clues had become a twisted labyrinth, each intersection leading him deeper into the shadows of despair. With every murder, the streets whispered tales of lives cut short, yet the truth remained maddeningly elusive. Just as the constable contemplated his next move, an unexpected knock shattered his concentration. Sarah stepped in, her face pale, eyes wide with urgency. "What is it?" Grayson prompted, sensing her distress. "I just overheard something," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Down by the docks. They're planning something." The implications unfurled within him like smoke, each word igniting a swift resolve. With newfound determination, Grayson motioned for her to follow. Tonight, they would delve into the murky depths of the syndicate's secrets, where the notorious Ripper's web of terror might finally unravel. As dusk descended once more upon Whitechapel, shadows lengthened along the cobblestone streets, each corner cloaked in trepidation. Constable Grayson tightened his coat against the chill, his breath forming clouds in the autumn air. He could feel the weight of scrutiny upon him, strangled whispers of the community's ire echoing in his mind. The notion of a sycophant among the police force gnawed at him, for trust had become a scarce commodity. A betrayal lurked too close, waiting to reveal itself at the worst moment. Tonight he roamed the very alleys that bore witness to so much suffering, hoping, praying for a whisper of insight amidst the overwhelming dread. Sarah's words haunted him, fueling his determination. She had confided in him then, a flicker of shared purpose igniting something more profound. As he turned a corner, the figure of a cloaked woman caught his eye, her silhouette flickering like a candle in the wind. His heart raced. Could this be a new lead or another cruel jest of fate? As dusk draped its heavy cloak over Whitechapel, the air hung thick with tension, an unsettling prelude to the chaos that stirred beneath the surface. Grayson leaned against the cold, unforgiving stone of the alleyway, his thoughts tangled amidst the whispers of the night. The words of the locals echoed in his mind, each tale laden with fear, but also resilience. He could feel their collective heartbeat, frantic yet determined. Tonight, he would not let the shadows swallow him whole. Sarah's insights weighed heavily in his pocket, a crucial clue that could tip the scales in his favor. The woman in the cloaked apparition had reappeared, a specter haunting both him and the community, but from whom was she running? As he ventured deeper into the heart of darkness, the clinking of metal met his ears. Approaching another confluence of lives entwined by tragedy was inevitable, yet hope flickered, a determination rising as he prepared to confront the unknown, heart racing toward an inevitable reckoning. In the dim light of early morning, Grayson stood before the remnants of the latest crime scene, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. The echoes of the night's chaos still pulsated in his mind, a cacophony of muffled screams and hurried whispers, each one a reminder of the community's crumbling confidence. His heart raced as he sifted through the evidence laid before him. While nearby, the residents remained shrouded in their own fears, eyes darting, burdened by the heavy shroud of dread that now enveloped Whitechapel. His thoughts turned to Sarah. Her insights lingered like shadows at the edges of his mind. Would she come forth again, offering her knowledge of the whispers that drifted through the alleyways? Grayson knew that within the tangled web of societal despair lay answers, hidden among the tales of those forgotten by all but the darkness. It was time to delve deeper, to pierce through the veil of secrecy and find the truth lurking just beyond reach. As he set his jaw, determination solidified his resolve. You could withstand the coming storm, for he had uncovered but a fraction of the unfolding nightmare. The hunt was far from over. As night cloaked Whitechapel, shadows danced beneath the flickering gaslights, sinister whispers tumbling from one corner of the alley to another. Grayson, weary but relentlessly driven, stepped over cobblestones slick with rain, his mind racing through the latest clues. The connection between Alice's disappearance and the recent murders gnawed at him, the pieces of the puzzle elusive and taunting. The once bustling streets now exuded a palpable tension. Each person he passed wore the haunting weight of despair. At the corner of Brick Lane, Sarah lingered, her face a mask of concern as she spotted Grayson approaching. He could see the worry etched in her brow, a silent testament to the woman's heart woven into the tapestry of loss surrounding them. "They found something," she whispered urgently, glancing over her shoulder. Grayson's pulse quickened. Every revelation carried the promise of danger and truth. He leaned in closer, the air crackling with unspoken fears, the night, and the Ripper, looming ever closer. As the pall of night deepened over Whitechapel, Constable Grayson stood amid the flickering gaslight, his thoughts a chaotic swirl of shadows and secrets. A recent lead had compelled him to revisit an old tavern where whispers of the Ripper had slipped between the drinkers' lips and where the stench of desperation clung to the air. He carefully navigated the narrow lanes, each footstep echoing the trepidation that gripped the residents. Inside, the tavern buzzed with a nervous excitement, fear intertwined with a palpable sense of community. Grayson's piercing gaze locked onto Sarah, who beckoned him with urgency. She knew something, perhaps a glimpse of the elusive killer, or maybe a connection that had evaded him thus far. As he edged closer, the world outside faded into oblivion, leaving only the heart of Whitechapel, alive with hidden truths, waiting to be unearthed. Their conversation began, swirling like the smoke from forgotten pipes, drawing Grayson deeper into the web of dark intrigue that defined their lives. The shadows of Whitechapel grew ever darker as the community, still reeling from the latest tragedy, began to fracture. Whispers echoed through the narrow alleys, a cacophony of fear and suspicion mingling with the night air. Constable Grayson leaned against the cold stone of an archway, exhaustion etching lines on his weary face. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. Every failed attempt to capture the elusive killer sent ripples of despair through his bones. In the distance, he spotted Sarah, her silhouette sharp against the flickering gaslight. Their eyes met, a silent recognition passing between them. Without a word, she approached, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. "We can't let this endure," she said quietly, urgency threading through her voice. Sarah had uncovered something vital, a link between the victims that could shatter the myths surrounding their deaths. As they spoke, a renewed sense of purpose surged within Grayson, igniting a spark that had almost been snuffed out by fear. Grayson paced the dimly lit room, the weight of the search pressing heavily on his chest. The flickering candlelight illuminated scattered papers, drawings of the crime scenes alongside notes on the victims' connections. He felt the shadows close in, suffocating and relentless. Sarah's words echoed in his mind, her resolve igniting a fire within him. Just as doubt threatened to dismantle his focus, a sudden knock at the door jolted him from his reverie. It was Rebecca, a determined figure from the community council, a woman whose fierce dedication had recently clashed with the city's status quo. "Elias, we have to talk," she urged, breathless from urgency. It was about the syndicate's growing hold over Whitechapel's women, a stranglehold now intertwined with the Ripper's terror. They couldn't discuss it here. The streets pulsed with danger, and every whispered secret was a risk. Without hesitation, they slipped into the night, the chill wrapping around them like a shroud. The search for truth and justice surged forward into the darkness, beckoning them deeper into the heart of Whitechapel's shadows. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the cobblestone streets of Whitechapel, an eerie silence settled over the neighborhood. Grayson paused at the threshold of a dilapidated establishment, where whispers of the night danced through the air like phantoms. He felt a chill, one that went beyond the London breeze. It pressed against his chest with the weight of despair. Inside, a clandestine meeting awaited. Sarah had uncovered something, an insidious connection between the local syndicate and the latest victim, a thread that could unravel the entire fabric of terror enveloping Whitechapel. The dim light revealed anxious faces, each one painted with the fear of what was to come. Grayson steadied his breath, drawing strength from the knowledge that they were not alone in this battle. Together, they would confront the darkness, armed with truth and the resilience forged by their shared suffering. Rain began to fall, heavy drops echoing the urgency of their mission as he stepped into the room, ready to expose the shadows lurking just beyond reach. Elias Grayson stood beneath the flickering gaslight, shadows dancing across his weary face as he contemplated the latest revelation. The connections he had painstakingly unearthed began to form a horrifying tapestry, drawing him deeper into the dark underbelly of Whitechapel. With each victim's story echoing in his thoughts, he felt the weight of despair pressing down, a constant reminder of the lives lost without justice. It was then that Sarah approached him, her eyes reflecting the glimmer of determination amidst the pervasive desolation. "There's something you need to know," she whispered, urgency lacing her voice. The street around them seemed to tense, as if the very air recognized the gravity of her words. Grayson leaned in, heart racing, ready to uncover yet another layer of this ghastly puzzle. What she would reveal now could mean everything, not only for their hunt for the Ripper, but for their souls, entwined ever deeper by the specter of violence that haunted their lives. As the damp fog curled around the gas lamps, casting ghostly shadows, Grayson paced the cobbled streets of Whitechapel, his mind a tempest of thoughts. The whispers of fear that haunted the residents had transformed into a palpable tension, boiling just beneath the surface. It was over a week since the last murder, and though the streets felt deceptively quiet, Grayson knew that silence could be as deadly as a knife in the dark. Tonight, he felt a different urgency driving him, a guttural instinct that something was amiss. He paused at a narrow alley, where the shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own. A glimmer caught his eye, a piece of torn fabric snagged on the jagged edge of a brick. Dread settled heavy in his stomach as he recognized the color, deep crimson. Before he could even contemplate his next move, a rustle echoed ominously from the depths of the alley, pulling him further into the abyss, where the truth whispered piteously, just out of reach. With the night cloaked thickly over Whitechapel, Constable Grayson navigated the labyrinthine alleys where shadows loomed like specters. A feverish energy coursed through the air, charged with whispers of dread as residents huddled in doorways, exchanging worried glances. He had never felt so cornered, choked by the weight of expectation and despair. Each heartbeat echoed the memory of the victims, their lives snuffed out like candle flames, illuminating flickers of forgotten joys now consumed by darkness. As he turned a corner, Sarah's familiar figure emerged from the fog, her eyes glinting with an urgency that momentarily stilled his anxious heart. "Grayson," she breathlessly urged, grasping his arm, "there's something you must see." The urgency in her voice summoned an inkling of hope within him, a rare spark amid the ever-encroaching shadows. He stepped closer, the tension of the impending revelation hanging heavy between them. What secrets lay buried in the night? Only by following her would he unveil yet another layer of the twisted tapestry of this horror. The chill of the night wrapped around Whitechapel like a shroud, weaving through the alleyways where shadows danced and whispers lingered. Constable Elias Grayson stood alone, contemplating the latest tragedy that had unfolded. Another life extinguished, another family plunged into darkness. He could feel the weight of despair pressing upon him, suffocating in its intensity. Doubts gnawed at the edges of his mind. Was he chasing phantoms? The patterns eluded him still, and with each passing moment, the people of Whitechapel grew bolder, their fear transforming into a desperate hunger for justice. As he made his way through the fog-laden streets, Grayson's thoughts drifted to Sarah. She was a beacon amidst the gloom, illuminating truths hidden beneath layers of pain. Their conversations echoed in his mind, the shared stories of loss and resilience intertwining with his own obsession. If only they could synchronize their hearts with the rhythm of justice, perhaps together they would unveil the nightmare cloaked in a familiar darkness. The fog cloaked Whitechapel in a dismal haze, a fitting shroud for the tension lingering in the air. Constable Grayson prowled the dimly lit streets, his thoughts racing with revelations that had surfaced the previous night. Sarah had uncovered a connection between the victims and a local tavern, a notorious haunt for the city's desperate and downtrodden. As the night deepened and the lanterns flickered like dying stars, he approached the tavern, his heart pounding with the promise of fresh leads. Inside, laughter mingled with sorrow, a cacophony of life attempting to drown out the shadows of death looming over them. Grayson scanned the room, noting familiar faces bathed in amber light, their eyes heavy with apprehension. Among them, a whisper carried hints of misplaced loyalty and hidden agendas, stirring a tide of uncertainty within him. Was the killer masking himself in plain sight? The answers were buried deep, waiting to be unearthed from the very depths of this haunting tavern. As the murky fog rolled through the streets of Whitechapel, gnawing at the already frayed nerves of its inhabitants, Grayson felt an urgent pull to the heart of the city's despair. Each shadow seemed to whisper secrets, echoing the fear that permeated every alley and corner. With Sarah by his side, he embarked on yet another night of relentless pursuit, determined to piece together the fragments of the Ripper's puzzle. Their destination? An abandoned warehouse rumored to be the meeting place for the local crime syndicate loomed ominously ahead. The air was thick with anticipation and dread as they carefully entered the structure, the creaking wood beneath their feet betraying their presence. Inside, dim lanterns flickered, casting long, twisting shadows. A hushed conversation met their ears, sparking a mix of dread and excitement within Grayson. This moment might unravel the threads of the syndicate's connection to the murders, propelling them closer to the truth. As he exchanged a knowing glance with Sarah, an electric charge of resolve coursed through him, fueling his determination. The night was dark, but the shadows may finally yield their secrets. The fog hung heavy over Whitechapel, a suffocating shroud that mirrored the dread clawing at Grayson's heart. He walked the cobbled streets, shadows flickering in the dim light of gas lamps, each alley teeming with whispers of fear and suspicion. The murders had drawn lines within the community, breeding animosity and mistrust. Grayson's mind churned with the implications of yet another bizarre clue unearthed in Sarah's past, a connection to a figure long thought disappeared, someone with dark ties to the syndicate. He hesitated at the entrance to a familiar pub, memories of shared laughter and sorrow flooding back, a sanctuary now tainted by fear. Heart heavy, he stepped inside, met by Sarah's anxious gaze, eyes wide with urgency. Their unspoken bond tightened, the night ahead crackling with tension. As they exchanged hurried words, unearthing truths about the victims, Grayson knew they were racing against time, and the shadows were closing in. As dawn broke over the shadowed cobblestones of Whitechapel, Constable Elias Grayson stood still, his breath fogging the chill morning air. The grim specter of the past few weeks clung to him like a heavy cloak, each victim's face haunting his thoughts. He understood now that uncovering the identity of the Ripper wasn't merely about the chase. It was about hearing the lost voices of the women whose lives had been cut short. With renewed determination, Grayson made his way toward the warren of alleyways that had become familiar battlegrounds. He spotted Sarah leaning against a crumbling wall, her countenance a mix of strength and sorrow. Together, they had navigated the perilous darkness of these streets, and today, a subtle shift tinged the air. Something felt different. She whispered of whispers, rumors swirling about a clandestine meeting within the syndicate that could finally illuminate their path. As he met her gaze, an unspoken pact echoed between them. They would not rest until the truth was stripped from the shadows. As the moon hung low, drenching Whitechapel in an unsettling glow, Grayson felt the weight of the investigation pressing upon him like an iron shroud. There was a subtle shift in the air, whispering of secrets that still lingered in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. The latest clues he had unearthed connected the victims with threads that intertwined far deeper than previously imagined. Each passing phrase from Sarah replayed in his mind, her revelation about the hidden network of victims' lives interlocking like a macabre tapestry. Determined, he paced the dimly lit alley, the stench of decay mingling with his frustration. Suddenly, a rustle pulled him from his thoughts, the hairs on the back of his neck rising. He turned sharply, heart racing, as a familiar figure emerged from the darkness. Eleanor, her expression etched with urgency. "I've found something," she urged, extending a trembling hand. "You need to see this." With a shared understanding, they plunged once more into the depths of the nightmare, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Shadows clung to the silence of the alley as Grayson surveyed the aftermath of the latest turmoil. Another body had been discovered just days after a public outcry had rallied the community for safety. The mood was a volatile mix of dread and resolution, with whispers of vigilantism creeping into conversations among the residents. Voices echoed faintly, a blend of fright and anger, as mothers held their children tighter and men exchanged glances filled with unspoken promises of protection. Yet for all the newfound fear, Grayson found himself grappling with an unsettling truth. Each death unraveled not only the lives lost, but the community's very fabric. He turned slightly, casting a quick glance towards Sarah, who stood at the edge of the gathering crowd, her face a mosaic of concern and determination. They had forged an unlikely alliance. But this latest murder had pushed them to the precipice of desperation. As Grayson considered their next move, the weight of the shadows around them deepened, hinting that the truth might be closer, yet more elusive than ever. The atmosphere in Whitechapel thickened with tension, the air suffused with dread and whispers that wrapped the streets tighter than a noose. Constable Grayson, determined yet worn down, stood at the door of a crumbling tenement, the flickering candlelight casting ghostly shadows on the damp walls. He had received a cryptic letter, a warning laced with fear, that hinted at an imminent act of violence. The words clawed at him, urging action. The darkness walks among us. Within, the cacophony of sobs mingled with the rattling coughs of the ailing, masking secrets that clung to the corners like cobwebs. Sarah's voice cut through as she emerged from the gloom, eyes sharp with urgency. "Elias, we might not have much time. Something terrible is brewing. We need to prepare." Grayson nodded, the weight of resolve hardening in his gut as they exchanged glances, both knowing they were racing against shadows. Others would pay the price if they stumbled into the night unprepared. The tension in Whitechapel had reached a breaking point. As whispers of conspiracies danced through the shadows, Constable Grayson found himself cornered by officials who deemed him a nuisance. Determined to pursue the truth, he summoned Sarah to meet him at a dilapidated pub, its walls echoing with the ghosts of laughter and grief. It was here, amidst the comforting embrace of a flickering candle, that they would share revelations. "I've heard things," Sarah breathed, her eyes darting around the room, haunted by the secrets she carried. "There are those who believe the Ripper may not be acting alone. There's a network, trading secrets for silence." Grayson leaned closer, his instincts piqued, sensing the weight of her words. The implications spiraled through his mind like a whirlwind. Outside, the streets trembled with unrest as angry voices rose against the police's incompetence. The air was charged, and in that moment, the dim light flickered ominously, illuminating the perilous course ahead of them. The night cloaked Whitechapel in darkness, a moonless sky casting a shroud of unease over its residents. In a candlelit room, gripped by shadows, Grayson pored over the evidence scattered across his desk. The jagged edges of newspaper clippings, maps, and personal items began to form an unsettling tapestry, each thread whispering secrets of a city teetering on the brink of despair. His heart raced as a connection crystallized, illuminating the path to a suspect he had previously overlooked, a figure entwined within the very fabric of Whitechapel's criminal underbelly. As Sarah moved silently through the labyrinth of alleyways outside, she felt the weight of impending dread. The air was charged with the scent of rain, but it couldn't wash away the murmurings of the streets. Something was shifting. The shadows seemed to pulse with life, harboring both danger and revelation. With every step closer to the truth, Grayson realized that unraveling the mystery would alter not only the fate of the city, but also the course of their intertwined lives. The rain-soaked streets whispered secrets as Grayson navigated the labyrinthine pathways of Whitechapel. The chilling autumn air hung heavy, thick with the residue of despair from yet another murder. The city felt it deep in its bones. In the dimly lit corners where shadows danced, whispers of the latest victim gnawed at the edges of his mind. He gazed into the eyes of the horrified residents, who once again bore witness to unspeakable violence. Sarah, her countenance a canvas of resilience and fear, approached him with a sense of urgency. "Elias," she implored, urgency threading her voice, "you have to listen to me. There are those who believe we cannot stop the Ripper, who think it's far too late." Grayson felt the weight of her words crush against his insides. They were both tethered by a shared purpose, yet haunted by the ghosts of those they could not save. It was a race against time, and every heartbeat echoed the relentless toll of his obsession. Soon, the shadows would unveil their final revelations, whether he was prepared or not. In the dim light of an oil lamp, Grayson pored over a collection of notes scattered across his desk, the weight of unsolved mysteries pressing heavily on his weary mind. The connections he had unearthed seemed tangled, a web woven from the whispers of fear echoing through the streets. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting closer, threading together the lives of the victims with those who haunted the shadows of Whitechapel. Each discovery only deepened the haunting echoes of their lost stories. their cries for justice resonating within him. Suddenly, Sarah's voice broke through the stillness, bringing with her news of a sighting, a figure, cloaked and sinister, lurking near the site of the last murder. Heart racing, Grayson felt the familiar adrenaline surge through him. This could be it, he thought, gathering his coat, determination igniting anew. Outside, the streets beckoned, alive with hushed fears and hopes, just waiting to be ignited. The damp chill of the night clung to the streets, wrapping Whitechapel in a suffocating shroud of fear and anticipation. Grayson, heart pounding, found himself standing at the threshold of a derelict warehouse rumored to be a hiding place for the syndicate. Shadows writhed in the corners, igniting memories of the victims whose lives were violently snuffed out. Tonight, he sought answers, conviction fueling his resolve. As Sarah approached from the darkness, her expression was a mixture of apprehension and determination, a reminder of the bond they had forged amidst chaos. "Are you ready for this?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the heavy silence. Beyond them, the murmur of the city seemed to hold its breath. Trusting her instincts, Grayson nodded, every nerve alive with anticipation. Together, they stepped into the unknown, the weight of their shared history bearing down, yet illuminating the path ahead. Each heartbeat resonated with the urgency of their quest. Justice was lurking just beyond the shadows. Grayson's exhaustion manifested as he roamed the darkened alleys, each familiar shadow a reminder of looming dread. The weight of the previous night's revelations clung to him like the persistent fog that swallowed Whitechapel. He replayed Sarah's words in his mind, echoes of truth buried beneath layers of fear and deceit. Every step felt like a descent into oblivion, where flickering gaslights seemed to mock his relentless pursuit of justice. Tonight, something shifted in the air, an undercurrent of desperation whispered through the streets. A cry shattered the silence, drawing Grayson's attention to a narrow passage where a figure stumbled into view, half collapsed against the dirty brick. As he approached, he recognized the stricken woman, one of Sarah's friends, her eyes wild with terror, trembling with the weight of a secret she couldn't bear alone. "It's him," she gasped, words tumbling out like confessions. "I saw the Ripper." Fear coursed through his veins. The confrontation he had long sought was now just a heartbeat away. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, a thick fog hung low, enveloping the streets in a pall of uncertainty. Constable Grayson stood at the threshold of a dilapidated tenement, its crumbling facade echoing the despair of its inhabitants. Each footfall was a reminder of the weight pressing upon his chest, the urgency of revelations yet to unfold. Whispers from the previous night clung to him like shadows, tales of a potential witness, a young woman hiding from the world, whose life had been intertwined with the latest victim. With renewed determination, he ascended the stairs, the creak of wood underfoot amplifying each heartbeat. He pushed through the door with a resolute push, unveiling a dimly lit room where flickers of movement drew his gaze. There, huddled in the corner, was a fragile figure, eyes wide with both fear and recognition. "You've come for the truth, haven't you?" she whispered, her voice trembling yet defiant. Grayson nodded, realizing the depth of the shadows he was about to explore. The weight of despair settled heavily on the streets of Whitechapel, punctuated only by the distant wail of a siren and the rustle of a tattered newspaper caught in the wind. Grayson stood beneath the flickering gaslight, shadows dancing across his face, illuminating the turmoil etched in his features. The latest discovery, a piece of the killer's taunting message, chilling in its insinuation, had shattered any remaining illusions of safety. As nightfall crept in, he felt a hard knot of urgency tighten within him. In the dim confines of the pub where he met Sarah, whispers of her latest findings coiled around their conversation like smoke. "He's watching us," she said, her voice brittle yet resolute. Each word dripped with implication, igniting an unsettling resolve in Grayson. They were entangled in this web of madness, one that had pulled every innocent soul closer to the precipice. He clasped her hand, a silent vow passing between them. No longer mere spectators of horror, they would become architects of their reckoning. Elias Grayson stood at the edge of Mitre Square, the weight of countless sleepless nights pressing down upon him. The lanterns flickered uncertainly in the fog, as if sharing his trepidation. Tonight, With the echoes of whispers swirling in his mind, he sensed a shift in the air, a premonition that the puzzle was nearing completion. Reports had surfaced of sightings, a ghostly figure emerging in the shadows, elusive yet taunting. The Ripper had danced in and out of their grasp for far too long. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the stillness, cutting through the tension like a blade. He sprinted towards the sound, heart racing, clarity emerging through adrenaline. The streets, alive with secrets, whispered of danger and desperation, a symphony of clashing hopes and fears. As he rounded the corner, Grayson was struck not just by urgency, but by the haunting impulsion that perhaps tonight would reveal the truth he had tirelessly pursued. The streets of Whitechapel buzzed with a feverish energy, the heavy air thick with anticipation. Grayson stood at the edge of the flickering lamplight, heart pounding as he absorbed the whisperings of the crowd gathered outside the constabulary. Rumors of a witness with vital information, someone claiming to have glimpsed the Ripper himself, had spread like wildfire, inflaming the community's collective hope and dread. Sarah, her face lined with concern, approached Grayson, urging him to tread carefully. "People will say anything under duress, Elias," she warned, her voice barely a whisper over the din. Yet a glimmer of determination in his chest propelled him forward. Each day the shadows grew darker, and he needed to shine light on the truth before the Ripper struck again. With a quick nod, he squeezed Sarah's hand, solidifying their alliance against fear. Together, they pushed through the throngs, driven by a relentless quest for justice, each step echoing with echoes of the past. As the shadows lengthened across Whitechapel, the whispers grew louder, wrapping around Constable Grayson like a suffocating fog. Every corner of the cobbled streets seemed to pulse with fear as he stood at the threshold of the latest crime scene, a dark alley where the unmistakable scent of dread lingered. The body lay grotesquely sprawled, a chilling echo of the soul lost beneath the moon's indifferent gaze. Grayson's heart raced, pounding with fragments of desperation and resolve. The killer was drawing ever closer. He recalled Sarah's words from their last hushed conversation, her fierce spirit shining through, even in such gritty darkness. She had provided vital information, clues that intertwined their fates. A flicker of hope surged within him, intertwining tenacity with growing dread, urging him to dig deeper into the labyrinth of despair gripping Whitechapel. With each step forward, he knew he was not just chasing a monster. He was racing against the very essence of fear that threatened to consume them all. As the moon hung low, casting a pallid glow over the cobbled streets, Constable Grayson leaned against the cold, damp stone of a nearby alley, grappling with the tangled threads of the investigation. The last revelation still echoed in his mind, the connection linking the latest victims to a hidden network of despair within Whitechapel's depths. It was more than mere homicide. It was an unrelenting cycle of abuse and vulnerability, woven intricately into the very fabric of the community he sought to protect. Determination surged through him, igniting a fire he thought long extinguished. He couldn't shake the image of Sarah's anguished face as she spoke of the women whose lives were shattered by the hands of power and advantage. Empowered by that sorrow, Grayson decided to confront the syndicate, aware that his pursuit of justice may lead to confrontation with unspeakable danger. In this delicate moment, the shadows whispered secrets of courage and legacy in the night air, urging him forward, whispering of the inevitability of uncovering the truth, no matter the cost. Grayson leaned against the cold brick wall, the shadows of the alley whispering secrets he could not yet decipher. Each murder dug deeper into the collective psyche of Whitechapel, yet the truth eluded him like the mist that curled through the streets at dawn. His mind danced between the faces of the victims, each one a ghost tethered to the earth, crying for justice from beyond the grave. Alone in his thoughts, he could almost hear their voices merging with the eerie silence, guiding him toward an unsettling revelation. In that stillness, Sarah approached, her footsteps light but resolute. "Elias," she called softly, her eyes glinting with a mix of determination and worry. He straightened, preparing to share the chilling intel she had acquired. They had drawn closer to a connection that might tie the murders together, a thread that could unravel the Ripper's dark tapestry. As he moved to follow her deeper into the night, the weight of anticipation hung heavily in the air. promising revelations that could change everything. As Elias Grayson trudged through the familiar, mist-shrouded streets of Whitechapel, a sense of dawning revelation washed over him. The echoes of recent murders clung to the alleyways, whispering secrets only he was meant to decipher. The late night had brought a stinging chill, yet this wasn't merely the biting air that made him shiver. It was the weight of impending discovery pressing against his chest. Sarah's recent plea lingered in his mind, an urgent melody entwined with the rhythm of his heart. Memories of each victim crystallized under the dim glow of gas lamps, fragile women, their lives snuffed out like so many flickering flames. Tonight, something shifted in the winds of fate as he approached the scene of yet another brutal act. He could almost hear the pulse of the city quicken, sensing the shadows stifling their breaths in anticipation. The answer lay hidden in the shadows, waiting for the bravest soul to expose the truth. With a resolve that felt new, Elias stepped forward, ready to face whatever darkness awaited him. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, a heavy mist clung to the cobbled streets, curling like wraiths around the ankles of those who dared venture out. Constable Grayson stood by the entrance of the alley where the last victim had been found, the echoes of her final moments tangling painfully in his mind. The community's once vibrant spirit lay deeply fractured, suffocated by fear and suspicion. Vowing to shatter the shackles of dread that held them, he reached for his notebook, scribbling fervently as new connections began to emerge from the darkness. The chilling thought nagged at him. The Ripper's brutality had perhaps grown bolder, but so had the resilience of those who remained. Sarah's voice echoed in his thoughts, her unwavering spirit igniting a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps the path forward lay not just in identifying the killer, but in empowering the women whose lives continued to hang in the balance. Today, a decisive step would be taken. Grayson's resolve hardened. He would not falter in his pursuit of justice. The biting wind whipped through the streets of Whitechapel, carrying with it the whispered fears of a community on edge. Constable Grayson, shadows stretching before him like dark omens, weaved through the alleys, each echo amplifying his heart's uneasy rhythm. It was a night like no other, for beneath the veneer of normalcy lay a band of men bent on taking justice into their own hands. Fear and rage had birthed a reckless fervor, and all it would take was a spark for chaos to engulf the streets. Grayson caught sight of a flickering lantern, its light guiding him toward a gathering where voices rose and fell like the tide, some clamoring for an end to the violence, others sowing seeds of vengeance against the butcher whose reputation had soured under suspicion. As he stood among them, he felt an insatiable urge to quell the brewing storm, but as always, answers danced just beyond his reach. The hunt for truth loomed larger, and with each passing hour, the shadows deepened around him, hinting that the identity of the Ripper was closer than it had ever been. The chill of an encroaching dusk settled over Whitechapel, wrapping its streets in an uneasy stillness. Constable Elias Grayson stood in the shadows, his heart racing as he contemplated the recent revelations that had begun to piece together the fragmented puzzle. The connections between the victims felt almost tangible, as though their spirits were whispering truths to him in the gloom. Just hours ago, Sarah had recounted a harrowing tale of a figure lurking in the alleyways, and the sparks of recognition ignited within him. The cloaked shape haunting her memories mirrored a silhouette he had spotted earlier in the day. As he turned, the distant wail of a siren sliced through the silence, a stark reminder of the urgency that hung thick in the air. It was time to rally the community, to draw them into a collective resolve against the specter of fear that the Ripper had cast. He felt a renewed determination swell within, knowing that the truth was inches away, if only he could summon the courage to confront it head-on. As his boots crunched against the cobblestones, he envisioned not just justice for the victims, but a glimmer of hope shimmering through the darkest corners of their lives. The fog wrapped around the narrow alleys of Whitechapel like a suffocating shroud, amplifying the tension that crackled in the stale air. Constable Grayson stood by the stained wall, the shadows whispering secrets of guilt and hidden fears. He felt the weight of the community's gaze upon him, each pair of eyes searching for answers as desperation clawed at their resolve. The latest murder, fresh in their minds, left them raw and exposed to their nerves frayed from grief and anger. "Tomorrow we confront the syndicate," he murmured, a steely determination sharpening his voice. Sarah, ever the voice of reason, touched his arm, grounding him in the tumult. "We can't just storm their den, Elias. They'll bury the truth deeper than the corpses." Her warning hung in the air, but the fire ignited within him was relentless. With each heartbeat, he felt justice slipping further away, and yet he couldn't turn back now. Tomorrow, they would take the fight to the shadows. A chilling fog draped over Whitechapel as Grayson paced the dimly lit streets, haunted by the gruesome mosaics etched in his memory. The recent discovery of a woman's lifeless form had sent a tremor through the community. Fear was no longer merely an undercurrent, but a tidal wave swallowing the very essence of life in these alleys. Each step felt heavier than the last. Shadows cloaked his thoughts, each corner echoing with whispered secrets of those around him. He spotted Sarah, her dark eyes reflecting both determination and fatigue as they locked onto his. She stepped from the darkness, the breath of the street clinging to her. "They're starting to talk," she murmured, glancing over her shoulder. The whispering tide of fear and frenzy was reaching a boiling point among the residents, fueling desperation and conspiracy. Together they had to uncover the threads binding these heinous acts, or risk losing everything as the shadows of the past closed in around them. The alleyways of Whitechapel seemed to thrum with attention that evening, electric with anticipation and fear. Grayson moved through the shadows, heart pounding in rhythm with the unsteady echo of his footsteps on the cobblestones. The killer's latest pattern loomed in his mind, a web woven from terror and blood that ensnared them all. Each victim, a dark mirror reflecting the unyielding struggles of women desperate to survive in a merciless world. He thought of Sarah, now a beacon amidst the dark, her unwavering courage contagious, driving him forward against the tide of despair. As he neared the dim lantern light cast over the meeting point where they'd agreed to converge, he caught sight of a hunched figure. Dread welled within him, gnawing at the corners of hope. Just as he was about to call out, a shadow detached from the wall, and his breath caught. This was no mundane meeting. Revelations awaited, fraught with the potential to unravel everything. As the shadows lengthened over Whitechapel, an eerie quiet settled in, wrapping the streets in a veil of dread. Grayson stood at the mouth of an alley, his heart heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. With each step he felt the invisible tendrils of the investigation tightening around him, pulling him deeper into a vortex of secrets and half-revealed motives. His mind flickered back to the faces of the victims, haunting reminders of what was at stake. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in uncertainty. It was Sarah, her expression a blend of determination and fear, as if she were carrying the burden of information that could shift the tide. "You need to see this," she whispered, urgency lacing her voice. With a nod, Grayson followed her deeper into the labyrinth of shadows, where the truth lay hidden, waiting to be unearthed at last. The air was thick with tension, and for the first time, a sliver of hope pierced through the despair, hinting at revelations that could shatter the night's silence. Their next move could unravel everything. The chilling wind swept through Whitechapel, a whisper of dread that clung to the very walls. Grayson stood at the threshold of a dilapidated tenement, one where shadows danced in the flickering gaslight. Inside, Sarah's breath came in sharp gasps as she recounted the harrowing encounter with the cloaked figure, a ghost haunting their streets, yet somehow tethered to the chaos erupting around them. "Every night I hear their whispers," she confessed, her eyes glistening with something akin to fear. Grayson felt a deep ache in his chest as her words settled like lead. Their suspicions had darkened into a tangible presence, one he dared not acknowledge. As they resumed their investigation, he sensed the stakes climbing dangerously high, knowing that the answers lay within the very heart of despair that surrounded them. In this moment, with the ghosts of victims ever present, the suffocating air thickened with unspoken truths. What if the answers they sought were less about the killer and more about the secrets hidden within themselves? The sun dipped below the rooftops of Whitechapel, casting elongated shadows that danced in the alleyways where Grayson often lingered, consumed by thoughts of the chilling case. His instincts whispered that a breakthrough loomed nearby, tantalizingly out of reach. Tonight's upheaval was palpable. Whispers of the Ripper's latest taunt had infiltrated even the most fortified corners of the community. As he strolled, he caught sight of Sarah under the flickering gaslight, her usual confidence strained by the weight of loss and fear. "He's playing with us," she murmured, eyes scanning the desolate street as if expecting him to emerge from the darkness. Grayson felt a surge of determination. They had weathered despair too long. It was time to turn the tide, time to transform the shadows that had shrouded their lives into agents of revelation. Together, they would unearth the truths lying buried beneath the anguish, confronting the lurking specter with unyielding resolve. As the pale dawnlight spilled into the narrow alleys of Whitechapel, Constable Elias Grayson paced restlessly, grappling with the foreboding cloud of uncertainty that hung over him. Another victim's face haunted his thoughts, each anguished portrait etched deep into his consciousness, the killer's grip tightening around the community's collective psyche. The recent murders had ignited an inferno of panic and suspicion, and whispers of treachery crept through every gathering, igniting a deadly cocktail of mistrust among neighbors. Despite the chaos, Sarah's determination sparked a flicker of hope within him. Together, they had unearthed unseen ties that bound the victims, unveiling a tapestry woven with despair and resilience. Grayson felt the pressure mount as layers of corruption appeared to surface within the very force he had sworn to protect. In this labyrinth of shadows, he wondered if pursuit of justice could light the way, or if instead it would lead him deeper into the pit of human depravity. As the sun broke free from the horizon, he steeled himself for the brutal reckoning ahead. Grayson's heart raced as he meticulously scanned the dimly lit room, every shadow a potential danger. The walls, dank and crumbling, whispered secrets he longed to unearth. After a tip from an unexpected source, he found himself in a forgotten chamber beneath Whitechapel, a remnant of a bygone era. The air was thick with the scent of decay and desperation, mirroring the souls lost above ground. As he stepped closer to the flickering lantern, something glinted in the corner. It was a small, ornate locket, unmistakably belonging to one of the victims. His pulse quickened. This could be the break he desperately needed. Just then, a noise echoed from behind him, jarring him from his thoughts. Instinctively, Grayson turned, his breath hitching in his throat. The fleeting shape of a cloaked figure darted through the shadows. "Stop!" he shouted, but the figure vanished, leaving the weight of countless mysteries hanging heavy in the air. Whatever he had uncovered led him closer to the truth and deeper into peril. As the dawn broke over Whitechapel, its light struggled to penetrate the thick veil of apprehension enveloping the district. Constable Grayson stood in the flickering glow of a gas lamp, the weight of imminent danger pressing down on him like a leaden shroud. He had spent sleepless nights tirelessly piecing together fragments of a nightmare that no one seemed eager to confront. The chilling sound of laughter from nearby street children echoed mockingly, a stark contrast to the grim shadows that danced in the alleys behind him. Sarah approached, her face etched with determination and fear. "There's talk," she breathed, urgency threading her voice. "The syndicate is planning something big, something to take advantage of the chaos." Grayson felt a surge of frustration and hope. If he could intercept this plot, perhaps it would be the key to unraveling the Ripper's intentions. Together, they would delve deeper into the underbelly of Whitechapel, where secrets were currency and survival the only law. As the moon cast a pallid glow over Whitechapel, shadows danced beneath peeling gas lamps, eerily reflecting the turmoil rippling through the community. Constable Grayson stood at the edge of Mitre Square, the horrific remnants of the latest murder still fresh in his mind. Frustration gnawed at him as the pieces of the puzzle eluded him, entwined in a web of fear and frenzy. The whispers of the townsfolk echoed in his ears, their anxious breaths and frantic imaginations crafting an intricate tapestry of terror that both inspired and haunted him. Sarah's urgent warning replayed, her eyes wide with the weight of unspoken truths. The city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the slashing hands of fate to strike once more. Suddenly, a figure darted past, cloaked in darkness, igniting instinctual alarm within him. In a heartbeat, Grayson surged forward, the chase instinct overwhelming his rational mind. The deeper he delved into the night, the more secrets revealed themselves, leading him ever closer to his obsession's chilling resolution. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, its muted light struggled to pierce through the lingering fog. Constable Elias Grayson paced the hollowed streets, the weight of potential revelations heavy on his shoulders. Each step resonated with the footsteps of the past, the victims whose stories he had unearthed, and the killer who had evaded justice for too long. A frayed piece of cloth found at the latest crime scene tugged at his memory, sparking flashes of the interconnected lives he had uncovered. Across the alley, Sarah stood, her silhouette framed against the disheveled door. In her eyes danced both apprehension and fierce resolve. "I can lead you to someone who knows," she whispered, urgency lacing her voice. Grayson could feel the electric charge of possibility. The shadows were shifting. Perhaps today they would finally illuminate the truth behind the terror that had gripped their lives. As they moved further into the heart of darkness, hope flickered in the air. Fragile, yet persistent. The chilling howl of the wind echoed through the vacant streets of Whitechapel, a refrain of sorrow that seemed to creep into the very bones of its residents. Constable Grayson stood under a flickering gaslight, his brow furrowed in thought, tracing the patterns of madness that only deepened with each passing day. The connection he had unearthed, the shimmering thread that linked the victims to a secret depravity, buried beneath the town's grit, sparked both dread and determination within him. Sarah, now a steadfast ally, approached quietly, her eyes reflecting the weary wisdom of survival. "We must confront them," she urged, voice trembling under the weight of their shared fears. Grayson nodded, his heart thrumming with urgency. This wasn't merely an investigation anymore. It was a crusade against the shadows that sought to consume them all. Together, they would pull back the curtain and reveal the hideous truth lurking beneath the surface of their beleaguered community. As dawn's pale light crept into the shadows of Whitechapel, the grim facade of the streets wore a shroud of unease. Grayson hunched over the scattered papers on his desk, each document revealing pieces of a puzzle more convoluted than he had imagined. The weight of the investigation pressed down on him, suffocating, yet igniting a fierce determination. He could almost hear the whispers of the victims, their stories demanding to be told. A sudden clang from the constabulary door echoed ominously, pulling him from his thoughts. Sarah's hurried footsteps approached, urgency etched on her face. "Elias, I've got news," she breathed, her eyes darting nervously around the room. "They found another one, this time near the old church." Grayson's heart raced. With every murder, the community's fear coiled tighter, the anonymity of the killer growing more psychologically suffocating. Yet now he sensed a shift, a chance to confront the darkness that had haunted them all. The resolution beckoned, and the hunt was far from over. The air was thick with tension as the constable returned to the dimly lit streets of Whitechapel, where whispers of betrayal and despair had woven a chilling tapestry of fear. Grayson's mind raced, replaying the conversations he had had with Sarah, her revelations igniting embers of hope within him and rekindling the urgency of their quest. He felt the weight of the community's gaze upon him, each pair of eyes filled with a mix of desperation and scrutiny. Just then, a flicker of movement in the shadows caught his attention. He paused, heart pounding, scanning the darkness. Was it a trick of the light or another glimpse of the cloaked figure that seemed almost spectral in its intensity? With renewed vigor, he pushed onward, knowing that time was slipping through his fingers like the fog that rolled in from the Thames. Each step echoed the urgency of their mission, to unearth the truth behind the terror that had seized their lives and transformed their beloved Whitechapel into a crucible of horror. Only with perseverance could they hope to unravel the dark legacy of the Ripper that loomed ever closer. The cold light of dawn seeped through the grimy windows, illuminating the hastily gathered crowd around the pub. Whispers fluttered like crows overhead, fear mingling with anger as the weight of uncertainty hung thick in the air. Grayson stood at the edge, his mind racing with the fragments of the case, each victim's name a haunting echo in his thoughts. The media had arrived yet again, shoving their microphones into the faces of distraught families, eager for sensational headlines. But in this cacophony, something shifted. Sarah stepped forward, her usually unwavering resolve faltering as she caught sight of the gathered masses, the faces both familiar and pained. "We must do something," she implored, the urgency in her voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. Grayson felt a fire ignite within him, a shared determination that transcended fear. Together, they could rally the community, not just for justice, but to reclaim their shattered lives from the shadows. The chilling winds of autumn crept through the narrow alleys of Whitechapel as rumors became whispers, and whispers gave rise to the unspeakable. Grayson could feel the oppressive weight of uncertainty settle heavily on his shoulders as he stood at the edge of the gathering crowd. Faces pale with fear and rage turned toward him, seeking solace in a man beleaguered by hopelessness. Tonight, as he held a candle flickering in the encroaching darkness, a wild phantom of a truth gnawed at him, a horrific yet undeniable connection to the past. Each victim's life began to weave together in a tapestry of despair, orchestrated by unseen hands. He scanned the faces, searching for Sarah among them. She had promised to meet him after her nightly patrol, but with each passing moment his worry intensified. Nothing in life prepared him for the depths of dread stirring within, a haunting echo of the Ripper's presence. Could the final links of this macabre puzzle reveal themselves tonight? Dawn broke over Whitechapel, casting an uncertain light through the thick fog that clung to the cobbled streets. Grayson stood at the crime scene, heart heavy from the weight of his discoveries. The latest victim's face haunted him, a chilling reminder that the facade of safety was mere illusion. As the morning crowd began to gather, whispers of the Ripper echoed in fearful tones, igniting a spark of anger within him. The constable felt the pressure from higher-ups tightening around him, a noose woven from politics and public fear. He needed to act. With Sarah at his side, he resolved to confront the local syndicate, convinced that their web of deceit concealed more than just illicit dealings. Each step toward the syndicate's den felt weighted, like trudging deeper into a mire. The walls of the criminal underbelly loomed closer, ready to reveal their secrets, but only if he dared step inside and face his demons. The streets of Whitechapel were suffused with an uneasy silence, the kind that wrapped around the buildings, pressing the weight of dread into every darkened corner. Grayson paced the narrow alleyways, his brow furrowed, consumed by thoughts of the latest murder that had jolted the community. Muffled whispers among the locals hinted at a hidden face behind the dread, someone they had mistakenly trusted, perhaps even loved. As he turned a corner, the flickering gaslight illuminated Sarah's determined form, her presence grounding him amid the chaos. "Elias," she urged, her voice low yet fierce. "I've heard things. Rumors, connections." Curiosity piqued, Grayson stopped, the world beyond them fading into insignificance. "What do you mean?" "There's more to these women than their struggles. They shared secrets, intertwined in ways we can't yet see," she replied, a spark of hope intertwining with her fear. And with that, they delved deeper into the shadows, ready to confront the unseen forces pulling at the strings of fate. The night wrapped Whitechapel in a shroud of sorrow, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and whispered fears. Grayson walked along the cobblestone streets, his footsteps echoing amidst the silence of the stillness that had fallen over the neighborhood. Each shadow flickered uncertainly, reminiscent of the lives lost, the women whose stories had been sacrificed on the altar of oblivion. He couldn't shake the feeling that their fates were intertwined with a greater conspiracy, a sinister network lurking just beyond the edges of his investigation. As he approached the dilapidated building where Sarah had often sought refuge, a figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked and enigmatic. Heart racing, he prepared for confrontation, instinctively reaching for the weapon at his side. But as the figure stepped into the meager light spilling from a nearby lamp, Grayson's breath caught. It was Eleanor, her expression revealing deep concern. She held information that could shatter the fragile progress he had made. Each revelation she shared layered the tension, painting a clearer picture of the danger that gripped not only the streets, but the very essence of their community. With an air of quiet desperation, Whitechapel deepened its grip on Elias Grayson. The police inspector stood at the edge of the dark alley, where shadows danced with an unsettling rhythm. Another note had appeared, taunting him, the elegant script mocking his inability to close the case. As if the killings had merely been an oiled mechanism of fate, the city pulsed with fear, and yet those lower in the social order seemed to be the only ones thriving amidst the chaos. In his heart, grief simmered for the lost women, their stories intertwining with his relentless pursuit of justice. It was Sarah's voice echoing in his mind, their late-night conversations stitching a fragile bond of trust. Her tenacity sparked something long untapped within him. But the stakes were higher now. Not only were lives at risk, but also the very soul of Whitechapel hung in the balance. With each step deeper into darkness, Grayson steeled himself for an inevitable confrontation, one that promised not only the truth about the Ripper, but the reckoning of his own haunted past. The night weighed heavy in Whitechapel as shadows danced in the flickering gaslight, concealing the grotesqueries hidden beneath the surface. Constable Elias Grayson stood at the edge of a small gathering, his heart racing as murmurs of a new witness surfaced, one who claimed to have seen the cloaked figure only moments before the latest horror unfolded. The air was thick with tension, each whisper fueling both hope and dread. Sarah, her presence like a grounding force amidst the chaos, approached him with a newfound resolve. "Elias, this could be our breakthrough," she urged, her voice steady despite the tremors in the crowd. His determination rekindled. Grayson felt the weight of desperation fall away, replaced by a flicker of purpose. Together, they needed to delve deeper into the shadows, peeling back layers of truth while navigating the fear that gripped the community. Hope flickered like the gaslights, fragile yet alive, a guiding spark towards the elusive justice that had eluded them for far too long. As the cold fog embraced Whitechapel once more, Constable Elias Grayson stood at a familiar intersection, his heart heavy with exhaustion and determination. After days of relentless questioning, the threads of the investigation were beginning to weave a complex tapestry, revealing glimpses of the unspeakable horrors hidden beneath the veneer of life in this destitute neighborhood. Each victim was not merely a statistic. They were lives tangled with dreams, trauma, and untold stories. In the dim light of the gas lamps, Grayson felt a profound shift within himself, as though the shadows themselves whispered secrets meant only for him. Sarah had become more than just an ally. She was a part of this dark narrative, her insights illuminating paths previously obscured. With a newfound purpose, he resolved to confront the syndicate that had exploited the vulnerable, believing their layers of deceit intertwined perilously with the killer's identity. The clock continued ticking, and with each passing moment, the race against time grew more desperate, more personal. As dawn crept over the jagged rooftops of Whitechapel, a heavy silence cloaked the streets, broken only by the distant wail of a lamenting breeze. Grayson stood on the threshold of the alley where Mary Jane Kelly had met her tragic fate, a morbid sense of déjà vu washing over him. Each wound inflicted upon the victims echoed in his mind, a relentless reminder of the shadows that gripped this community. Today, as whispers of the Ripper's identity spiraled into frantic speculations, Grayson's resolve hardened. He turned to Sarah, who stood close by, her face a canvas of both fear and fierce determination. Together they pieced together the fragments of information that had lain scattered like breadcrumbs. Each name, each sordid tale spun around them like cobwebs. The urgency intensified. Timing was now critical. In the wake of yet another blood-stained night, they would unravel the truth, even if it meant confronting the darkness lurking within their very souls. The dim light flickered erratically as Grayson leaned against the damp brick wall, a crumpled newspaper clutched tightly in his fist. Headlines screamed of hysteria, inciting fear within the already fragile community of Whitechapel. The latest murder, a grim reminder of the Ripper's merciless spree, echoed in his mind, spinning the once vibrant lives of the victims into mere specters of sorrow. Beside him, Sarah's gaze pierced the twilight, her anxiety palpable as it mingled with the scent of damp earth and despair. "We need to act," she urged, her voice barely rising above the haunting whispers of the night. "Each moment we waste brings us closer to tragedy." Swallowing hard, Grayson felt the weight of truth pressing upon him, a reminder of the hidden lives they had fought to protect. With renewed determination, he pushed away from the wall, signaling Sarah to follow. Together, They ventured deeper into the murky heart of Whitechapel, where shadows danced with secrets waiting to be unveiled. The time for idle speculation had passed. They were ready to confront the very darkness that had infiltrated their lives. The air in Whitechapel hung thick with tension as Constable Grayson stepped into the dimly lit pub, seeking solace from the storm swirling outside. Although the bitter rain washed the grime from the cobblestones, it only seemed to deepen the shadows lurking in the corners of his mind. Word had spread of the latest murder, an unsettling reminder that the killer's malevolence was still at large, striking terror even in the most mundane of settings. Murmurs filled the room like smoke, a cacophony of fear and disbelief. Grayson was acutely aware of every pair of eyes that turned toward him, some filled with accusation, others tinged with hope. He sought out Sarah, her steady presence a balm for his frayed nerves. Together they planned their next moves, inching ever closer to the heart of darkness that had enshrouded their lives. With each revelation, they discovered they were not merely chasing a shadow, but unearthing the deep wounds that ran through their community. The flickering gaslights cast long shadows on the cobbled streets as Grayson stood motionless, the weight of his discovery heavy on his shoulders. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to collide, each fragment illuminating the twisted mind of the Ripper. A letter forgotten beneath dirty rags, a whispered name on the lips of frightened women. The threads of darkness tangled in a web of deceit were suddenly clearer. Somewhere in the depths of Whitechapel, a secret lingered, waiting for someone brave enough to unearth it. Determined, he turned toward the alley where Sarah had last been seen, dread clenching his heart. Time was of the essence. The killer thrived on fear, and the community's panic festered with each passing hour. As Grayson sprinted down the narrow passage, instinct urged him forward, filling his mind with images of faces, victims, witnesses, and perhaps even the monster he sought to confront. The echo of footsteps behind him quickened, a reminder that he was not alone in this race against time. The damp fog clung to the cobblestones like a shroud, and Grayson felt the weight of the night pressing against him as he made his way towards the alley that had become a haunting ground of memories. Each step echoed with a cacophony of despair. He could almost hear the whispers of the victims, their lost stories intertwining with the shadows. Tonight, Sarah had insisted they convene here, their clandestine meetings becoming a balm for his tormented soul. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, he approached, the murmur of the breeze entwined with echoes of purpose. When she emerged from the mist, her eyes glinted with a fierce determination that warmed the chill around them. "I found something, Elias," she said, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. A name. The revelation hung between them, charged and palpable, a flicker of hope igniting in the dark expanse of their despair. As the world spun around them, they were mere players in a deadly game, each revelation pulling them deeper into the Ripper's sinister web. The chilling streets of Whitechapel whispered secrets that night, cloaked in shadows as Grayson retraced his steps through dimly lit alleys, the air thick with tension. Every heartbeat echoed against the grimy cobblestones, resonating with both fear and determination. He clutched a tattered notebook, pages filled with tenuous connections between the victims and unsettling patterns that haunted him. Just as he pieced together a thread that could lead him to the Ripper, a cry shattered the stillness, slicing through the fog and sending shockwaves of adrenaline coursing through him. He sprinted towards the sound, the familiar weight of dread clawing at his insides. Rounding a corner, he encountered Sarah, her face pale as moonlight, eyes wide with terror. "Elias!" she gasped, despair coating her words. "It's happened again." The night deepened, shadows converging menacingly, as they prepared to confront another layer of horror that would shake the very foundations of their world. The alleys of Whitechapel whispered secrets, the air heavy with tension as Grayson retraced his steps beneath the flickering gaslights, shadows dancing around him. Word had spread swiftly. There were sightings of a figure lurking near the site of the last murder, a shiver of hope intertwined with dread. Each step brought him closer to the heart of darkness, feeling the weight of anticipation on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Sarah's resolve had solidified, her trust in Grayson a fragile lifeline against the growing chaos. They were partners now, bound not only by the grim search for the Ripper, but by an unspoken understanding forged through shared nightmares. Just as Grayson turned a corner, an echo of laughter pierced the night, a haunting reminder of innocence lost. In that moment he heard a soft footfall drawing near, and instinctively reached for his revolver, heart pounding. The shadows shifted. A figure emerged, cloaked and purposeful. "You're looking for the truth, Constable," the stranger murmured. His voice was both taunting and tranquil, as if unveiling a path to the very essence of terror that gripped Whitechapel. Grayson stood alone in the dim light of the abandoned warehouse, the musty air thick with secrets waiting to be unearthed. Echoes of desolation reverberated off the walls as he contemplated the tangled web of deceit that had ensnared not just him, but the very fabric of Whitechapel. The shadow of the Ripper loomed larger than ever, a specter haunting him relentlessly. With each passing moment, he felt the weight of unresolved lives pressing upon his conscience, a symphony of voices demanding justice. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a creak from the darkness, a reminder that he was not alone. Sarah stepped cautiously from the shadows, her face etched with determination yet tinged with fear. "They've found something," she whispered, urgency lacing her tone. Grayson's heart raced, the flicker of hope igniting within him. Together, they were on the precipice of a revelation that could either spell disaster or deliverance for the restless spirits of Whitechapel. Every heartbeat resonated with the promise of an answer, propelling them toward destiny's inevitable confrontation. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, a chill hung in the air, thick with a sense of foreboding. Constable Elias Grayson, weary yet resolute, paced the dimly lit confines of the investigation office, contemplating a fractured puzzle that lay tantalizingly within reach. The evidence, once scattered and elusive, now coalesced into a clearer picture that pointed toward an unsettling truth. He couldn't shake the feeling that the Ripper had been hiding in plain sight, a figure woven into the very fabric of their lives. With a steely determination, Grayson gathered his thoughts, mentally tracing the connections that had emerged like shadows in the murky recesses of his mind. As he prepared to confront the one individual who had eluded his grasp for too long, the echo of whispered secrets and clandestine meetings haunted him. Tomorrow, he vowed, he would unearth the final threads that would lead him to the truth. For Whitechapel demanded justice even from its darkest corners. The dim light of the gas lamps flickered uncertainly as Grayson stood at the threshold of Mary Jane Kelly's residence, the air heavy with dread. The shocking revelations he had unearthed echoed in his mind, illuminating connections that tied him closer to the truth of the Ripper. The weight of the community's suffering thrummed beneath his skin, invigorating his determination to not only capture the monster lurking in the shadows, but to free the souls ensnared by despair. Inside, the remnants of a mundane life contradicted the horror that had unfolded within these walls. Grayson meticulously combed through the disarray, each object a testament to the victim's humanity, reflecting dreams and despair. Sarah's figure flickered into his thoughts, her unwavering spirit anchoring him amidst the chaos. Just as he gathered the strength to release his thoughts and dig deeper into the layers of deception, a chilling noise from the darkened interior sent shivers up his spine, urging him forward. Time was slipping away, and the Ripper was closer than ever. As the rain poured relentlessly over the cobblestones of Whitechapel, Constable Grayson found himself retracing the same heart-wrenching steps that had haunted him for months. The streets, slick and glistening, seemed to mirror the turmoil surging within him. Each corner turned, every shadow flickered, brought memories flooding back, faces of the victims, whispers of despair, and echoes of laughter now silenced. The tension in the air thickened, as rumors of a decisive confrontation loomed. He pressed on, determination fueling his weary bones, knowing that the elusive Ripper had become bold, perhaps careless. Sarah, too, felt the weight of the darkness coiling around them. Their bond deepened as they sifted through the pain that the murders had wrought upon the community. Yet with this shared understanding came an unsettling revelation. Secrets held tightly could splinter friendships or redefine alliances. As Grayson reached the alley where it all began, his heart raced, teetering on the precipice of truth. As the autumn rain drizzled down the cobblestone streets, A sense of foreboding settled heavily in the air, mirroring the weight upon Grayson's heart. He stood outside the weeping walls of the chapel, shadows dancing eerily in the fading light, each flicker a cruel reminder of lives lost and fraying sanity amidst chaos. The weight of the case had become a bitter companion, gnawing at him from within, fueled by desperation and unrelenting obsession. With the recent discovery linking the last victim to the sinister crime syndicate, he could almost taste the path leading closer to the truth. If only the evidence would reveal itself. If only the dead could speak. Amidst the hushed whispers of the locals, Sarah emerged through the downpour, drenched but determined, eyes gleaming with urgency. The streets felt alive with a pulse of fear and fury as they shared unspoken truths, weaving together their efforts, each revelation binding them tighter in this macabre odyssey. What lay ahead was uncertain, but together they would probe deeper, chasing shadows into the dark heart of Whitechapel. As the moon hung low over Whitechapel, casting an eerie glow across the cobbled streets, Constable Grayson felt the weight of desperation pressing against his chest. The walls seemed to breathe with the whispers of the dead, each echo leading him deeper into the heart of darkness. With each step, a palpable sense of urgency propelled him forward. He was racing against time, against the monster that had turned his once-beloved beat into a haunting graveyard. He paused momentarily outside a shuttered window, where shadows danced, concealing secrets untold. The chilling tales of the victims played through his mind like a relentless symphony, each note infused with tragedy. Just then, a figure emerged from the pitch-black alley. A flicker of light illuminates their face. Sarah. Her eyes held a mixture of determination and dread, mirroring his own. "Elias, it's worse than we feared," she whispered, urgency evident in her voice. "I know who he is." As the revelation hung in the air between them, everything shifted, the shadows closing in tighter around their frantic quest for justice. The moon hung low, cloaked in restless clouds, casting an eerie glow over Whitechapel as Grayson stumbled upon an overlooked alley, a place where the shadows whispered secrets of despair. As he ventured deeper, the weight of the past pressed upon him. Haunting memories of the lives claimed by the Ripper's impotent fury flickered through his mind like dying embers. Just then, a sound, a soft whimper, broke the suffocating silence, igniting his instincts. He turned swiftly, heart racing, to find a figure huddled against the damp brickwork, face obscured by dirt and shadows. "Please," came the voice, trembling with both fear and fatigue. "Help me." It was not just a plea for assistance. It was a lifeline. Grayson approached cautiously, recognizing the familiar broken spirit of another woman lost to the world's cruelties. He knelt, determination igniting within him anew. This woman, this spirit, held the key to unraveling the twisted threads left by the killer. The chill hanging over Whitechapel had intensified, as a palpable sense of dread settled among its weary inhabitants. Grayson paced through the fog-laden streets, haunted by the faces of the victims, every one of them whispering their stories into the night. With each step, he felt the weight of his obsession pulling him deeper into shadows, every corner echoing the unsolved cries of the past. Sarah walked beside him, her resolve unwavering despite the heartbreak etched across her features. They had unearthed connections, threads linking the victims together amid the chaos, yet the killer remained elusive, slipping through their fingers like smoke. Their latest lead had brought them to a forgotten alley, where the remnants of a despairing truth lay hidden. As they descended further into the darkness, Grayson's breath caught in his chest. Fragments of the lives lost sparkled against the cobblestones, and he knew tonight might reveal more than just the identity of the monster lurking in the shadows. It was time to confront the heart of darkness and bring the truth to light. The fog clung to the streets of Whitechapel like an unwelcome specter, shrouding the world in a muted gray. Grayson leaned against the damp brick of an alley wall, his mind racing with fragmented thoughts. He had pieced together so many clues, yet the monster evaded him like mist slipping through fingers. Sarah's whispered warnings echoed in his ears, a haunting reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Would this be their last night of searching? The weight of despair pressed heavily on his chest as the cries of the night echoed, a bleak symphony of fear that permeated the very fabric of this wretched place. Suddenly a figure darted past him, cloaked in darkness. Grayson's heart raced. Could this be the answer he sought? With a surge of determination, he pushed off the wall and followed, his instincts guiding him deeper into the labyrinthine streets where the truth awaited, tantalizingly close yet maddeningly elusive. Elias stood at the edge of Mitre Square, the scent of damp earth mingling with the crisp autumn air, mirroring the unease churning within him. In the hushed remnants of night, the lanterns cast long shadows that danced as if mocking the horror that had unfolded here. 2 bodies, one male, one female, now lay beneath a bleak canvas, their lives extinguished too soon in a merciless manner that echoed the Ripper's insatiable thirst for blood. Just days before, he had felt hopeful, piecing together fragments leading to the elusive killer, but with this new tragedy, despair wrapped around him like a thick fog. Sarah's arrival cut through the darkness, her eyes wild with fear yet resolute. "We need to talk," she urged, her voice barely a whisper under the weight of their shared tragedies. Grayson sensed it, the moment of reckoning drawing near. The answers they sought lingered just out of reach, and with each heartbeat, the hunt intensified, binding them closer to a terrifying truth that awaited under the gathering clouds. As the fog thickened, wrapping the streets of Whitechapel in its spectral embrace, Constable Grayson found himself at the brink of revelation. A clandestine meeting under the gaslight ignited his pulse. Shadows slipped through the night like whispers, but he remained resolute, piecing together what was once scattered. Sarah, her eyes gleaming with urgency, handed him a crumpled note, a piece of evidence buried in the clamoring memories of the dead. "The syndicate holds secrets," she murmured, her voice barely above a breath yet potent with conviction. Grayson felt the weight of their collective fears coalescing into a singular truth. Each victim's story was a thread in this intricate tapestry of tragedy, and he could no longer bear to let the darkness overshadow their lives. As he grasped the note, a sense of clarity pierced the veil of confusion. The identity of the Ripper lay tantalizingly close. He had to act swiftly to save those still vulnerable in the unforgiving shadows. The air in Whitechapel hung heavy with anticipation, as Constable Elias Grayson felt the weight of impending revelation bearing down on him. He stood at the threshold of his modest lodgings, the flickering gaslight casting creepy shadows on the cobbled streets below. Today, he would confront not only the specter of the Ripper, but also the legacy of fear that had gripped this community in a vice. With each cautious step he took toward the crime scene, memories flooded back, images of those lost, each life extinguished far too soon, echoing in his heart. Sarah's unwavering support felt like an anchor amidst the chaos, her fierce determination rekindling his own. As shadows loomed darker along the alleyways, Grayson studied the patterns etched in blood, recognizing the killer's methodical cruelty. Yet hope flickered like a fragile flame. The truth was within reach, around the next corner, if only he dared to pursue it. With the autumn chill seeping through the fog-laden streets of Whitechapel, Constable Grayson stood before the shadowed archway of an alley, eyeing the flickering lanterns that seemed to shiver in response to the night's unease. Whispers of betrayal clung to the air, each word another weight on his conscience, for he had come to realize that the true face of evil was not merely the Ripper lurking in the darkness, but the corruption festering within the very heart of the investigation. The city's pulse quickened as he pieced together fragmented testimonies, the lives of the victims converging in a tangle of sorrow and shattered dreams. Sarah's voice rang in his ears, her fierce determination to confront the truth resonating with his own. He could no longer afford to tread softly in the fog. Clarity, however harrowing, was imperative. As he stepped further into the shadows, Grayson knew the final confrontation was looming, both with the Ripper and the treachery that threatened to silence them all. The air hung thick with tension as Grayson hovered outside the crumbling building, shadows creeping along the cobblestones like specters of the past. His heart raced. The final piece of the puzzle was within reach. Inside, echoed whispers danced around him, tales of the killer's twisted mind intertwining with the fates of those he had destroyed. Each step felt heavy with the weight of lost souls, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives taken under the cloak of darkness. With the document tightly clutched in his hand, Grayson steeled himself and pushed through the door, the creaking wood a mourning wail for the forgotten. There she stood, Sarah, her expression fierce yet vulnerable. "You found it," she breathed, the resolve in her eyes igniting a spark of hope. They were on the brink, ready to unveil the terror that had haunted Whitechapel for too long. But the road ahead was perilous, strewn with betrayal and fear, and the shadows whispered promises of blood yet to be shed. As dawn's pale light crept through the mists of Whitechapel, Constable Elias Grayson stood transfixed in an alleyway, his mind a tempest of thoughts swirling around the unsettling revelations of the night before. The tension in the air was palpable, a charged silence echoing the horror of the recent discovery. A bloody scarf, indisputably linked to the Ripper, fluttered ominously like a specter of dread. Just moments ago, Sarah had recounted whispers she had overheard, tales of an underground meeting among those who felt abandoned by both the law and their own community. Grayson's heart raced as he contemplated the implications, an emerging network that danced perilously close to chaos. The rapid heartbeat of his city pulsed beneath him, demanding action. He tightened his grip on his lantern, casting a wavering light into the darkness. Somewhere, within those shadows, lay the key to both the Ripper's identity and the redemption of Whitechapel itself. The rain fell steadily as Grayson stood before the grimy brick facade of the tenement, its windows like darkened eyes glaring blankly at the falling night. There was a palpable tension in the air, a hushed anticipation that mingled with the scent of damp earth and decay. Tonight, he would confront the shadows that had eluded him for so long. The mounting evidence weighed heavily in his pocket, fragments of lives lost intertwining with his own relentless pursuit of the truth. Inside, the dimly lit hallway was thick with silence, a stark contrast to the chaos that brewed outside. As he approached the door to the attic, he steadied his breath, recalling Sarah's words, "Sometimes we find what we least want to see." With a firm hand, he gripped the handle, the wood cool and unyielding beneath his palm. In the flickering light of a single candle, he pushed it open, ready to unearth the darkness lurking within. All that remained was to confront the truth that could shatter the fragile remnants of his resolve. With each passing day, the darkness that enveloped Whitechapel seemed to thicken, mingling with the scent of fear that clung to the air like smoke. Grayson, caught in the maelstrom of his thoughts, stood at the edge of Mitre Square, recalling the faces of the victims as if they were etched in his mind, like the arches of ancient stone. It was here, in the heart of this distraught community, that another piece of the puzzle lay hidden, buried beneath layers of despair. The murmurs of the crowd echoed faintly in the background, a cacophony of hope and dread. Sarah's voice, firm and resolute, cut through his reverie as she approached, the flicker of torchlight casting shadows across her determined expression. Their latest lead crackled with urgency, a whisper of truth surging forth from the depths of the darkness. Together, they would navigate the treacherous waters of suspicion, each step drawing them closer to an unspeakable truth, binding them further in a quest for justice that seemed both near and impossibly far. The dim glow of the gas lamps flickered above the damp cobblestones, casting elongated shadows that danced playfully and unsettlingly through the night. Grayson stood at the edge of Mitre Square, his heart pounding in time with the distant tolling of Big Ben. It was here that another specter of terror had taken form, and the burden of guilt felt nearly unbearable. Each victim's face haunted his waking moments, their stories melding into an anguished chorus demanding justice. As he replayed the brutal events in his mind, he noticed Sarah lurking by the entrance of a narrow alley. The urgency in her eyes pierced through the solemn atmosphere, a whisper of danger threading through the air. "They know," she murmured, breathless. "The syndicate's planning something tonight. Something big." Grayson swallowed hard, the dread pooling in his gut. This was the flicker of insight he needed to piece together the final puzzle, yet time was unforgiving. The shadows closed in once more, and the night's dark promise loomed heavily. As the evening shadows descended further into Whitechapel, the weight of despair felt thicker than fog. Constable Grayson stood outside the dim doorway of a familiar tavern, heart pounding like a relentless drum. Whispers of discontent filled the air. The community clamored for answers as fear turned to anger. Desperate pleas for justice echoed in the murmurings of the crowd, restless souls searching for solace in shared suffering. Grayson mused over the connections he had unearthed, threads intertwining through the tragedy, binding victims and survivors alike. It was not just the Ripper lurking in the dark. The true monsters thrived in the shadows of indifference, fed by the very society that turned its back on its own. With resolve igniting within him, Grayson pushed through the throng, his path illuminated not just by lantern light, but by the indomitable spirit of those seeking hope. A cold gust swept through, shivering the spine of London's sleepless night. There was no turning back. The truth awaited, just beyond the looming dread of another dark chapter. As the long shadows of dusk cloaked Whitechapel's desolate streets, Elias Grayson felt an unmistakable weight settle upon him, a culmination of anguish born from both relentless pursuit of a killer and the community's growing desperation. Each face he encountered in the narrow alleys echoed with pain, familiar yet hauntingly transformed by fear. The rumors churning around the Ripper morphed into a living creature, an entity with the ability to drown hope itself. In the distance, the shuddering cries of the townsfolk drew Grayson's attention. With a grim sense of foreboding, he approached the red brick pub, now a gathering place for the anxious and restless, their frantic whispers swirling like leaves caught in a storm. "It's all been for naught," he overheard one woman exclaim, frustration dripping from her words. Grayson hesitated, the weight of failure pressing down, yet deep inside, the flicker of determination ignited. He would not falter. He had to weave the final threads of this tangled tapestry before it unraveled completely, leaving nothing but the grotesque legacy of the Ripper behind. As the night deepened over Whitechapel, an unsettling chill enveloped the streets, mirroring the turmoil in Grayson's heart. He stood at the periphery of the devastating truth, piecing together fragments of evidence that bore the weight of 1,000 whispered laments. The shadows clung to him, secrets stretching like tendrils from the darkened alleyways, where the essence of fear lingered heavily in the air. Sarah's face flashed in his mind, a reminder of the stakes, the lives at risk, pulsing beneath the surface of the chaos. With the tension spiraling, he approached the narrow passage where everything converged: the butcher's shop, the haunt of the syndicate, and the secrets that had suffocated the voices of so many lost souls. The time for hesitation was over. He felt the firm grip of determination. He inhaled deeply, his mind racing with the increased urgency. Tonight, he would confront the very heart of darkness and demand justice for the victims who had waited far too long. As the day broke over Whitechapel, a heavy fog clung to the cobblestones, shrouding the neighborhood in an ominous embrace. Grayson, weary and haunted, felt the weight of the city's despair pressing upon him as he stood at the entrance to Miller's Court, the last tragic tableau of the Ripper's madness. In his hand, he clutched that damned scrap of fabric, a final piece of the maddening puzzle, a silent witness that tied him to everything he had fought for, every life he couldn't save. With determination coursing through him, he pushed the door open, its creak echoing like a death knell. Inside, shadows played across the walls, and with each step, memories of the fallen whispered through the air, each life extinguished, each grief etched deep into the souls of those who remained. It was not just about the truth anymore. It was about redemption, perhaps. Gazing into the darkness, Grayson steeled himself for the confrontation that awaited him, resolved to confront the shadows both outside and within. The wind howled through the desolate streets of Whitechapel, a chilling echo of lost souls wandering in pain and sorrow. Grayson stood at the threshold of a crumbling building, the weight of despair pressing down on his chest as he gazed at the faded graffiti that adorned its walls, scribbled reminders of a community on the brink. Only days ago, he had uncovered the final piece of the Ripper's twisted puzzle, but the path to justice remained unbearably fraught. As murmurs of the police's failures filled the air, the townsfolk's trust dissipated, leaving behind a fragile line between fear and fury. Beside him, Sarah's hand clenched around a tattered letter, trembling as she faced the truth of her own painful past. "We cannot let this end here, Elias," she said, her voice breaking the suffocating silence. For them. The promise hung heavy between them, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the darkness, urging them to forge ahead, even when the shadows threatened to consume them whole. As night fell once again over Whitechapel, the air was thick with anticipation and dread. Constable Grayson stood at the edge of the alley where the latest victim had been found, the visages of the murdered haunting him like dark specters. He felt the weight of their stories upon him, that each loss echoed through the fog-laden streets, compelling him to push through the despair. Sarah approached from the shadows, her face drawn but determined, a familiar fire glinting in her eyes. "We cannot let the Ripper slip away," she urged, her voice steady despite the turmoil around them. Together, they sifted through the remnants of a crime scene, seeking the key to unlock the darkness that had enveloped their lives. They would share their fears and hopes, lighting a path through the despair. The final thread was fraying, but Grayon felt it would bind them to the truth, a truth he could finally face. As dawn broke over Whitechapel, the somber echoes of yesterday's tragedies lingered in the air, a chilling reminder of the lives lost under the shadow of terror. Constable Elias Grayson stood before the final crime scene, a sense of finality weighing heavily on him. The hidden truths, the intertwined fates of the murdered women in the community, unfurled like the pages of a macabre diary. Grayson felt an unfamiliar pang in his chest as he understood the depth of their suffering, a collective lament that transcended the individual. His heart raced as Sarah joined him, her eyes bright with determination. Together, they would confront the horrifying legacy of Jack the Ripper, unraveling the last threads of malevolence that had ensnared Whitechapel. As they stepped into the light, the shadows of the past began to recede, merging into a fragile hope that justice would finally prevail. Their quest was not just to unveil a monster, but to reclaim the dignity of the silenced.